Esteemed elder, when shall you facilitate our departure? After a brief pause, as the sound ceased and no further words or actions followed, Chang's eye felt a sense of peculiarity and could not help but inquire. No need to rush, little girl. Your aptitude is commendable. I shall impart to you the complete energy gathering technique. Additionally, thus, open your mind, and I shall convey it to you. Zhu Shangyue was taken aback by the voice addressing her, momentarily stunned and at a loss. She glanced at Lei Yan in bewilderment. Lei Yan nodded reassuringly at Zhu Shangyue and urged, "Listen to the elder and relax." "All right," Zhu Shangyue replied with a nod, closing her eyes and allowing her body to fully relax. To Lei Yan and Cheng Zizai, it appeared as though Zhu Shangyue had drifted into slumber. The voice remained silent thereafter. They waited in quiet anticipation, careful not to display any impatience. Meanwhile, the mountain spirits, upon the emergence of the voice, all prostrated themselves on the ground in utmost reverence. After what felt like over an hour, Zhu Shangyue slowly opened her eyes. Once she regained her composure, her delicately arched brows furrowed slightly, as if she were experiencing some discomfort. 300 miles in front of you. I shall tear the void to facilitate your departure. Yes? Cheng Zizai exclaimed with elation upon hearing this, responding hurriedly. Let us proceed. Cheng Zizai summoned a surge of energy to lift Lei Yan and Zhu Shangyue, propelling them swiftly forward. After a rapid flight, they arrived at a location where a bright light, roughly the size of a zhong, appeared before them. "Thank you, elder," Cheng Zizai exclaimed as he led Lei Yan and Zhu Shangyue, and then plunged into the radiant light. As the brightness dissipated, they found themselves in a shimmering subspace, suddenly transitioning from a dim, lifeless realm to a brilliantly illuminated one. The three felt somewhat disoriented. Upon emergence, their bodies began to plummet rapidly. This unexpected sensation caused a momentary panic. Thankfully, they were mentally prepared and quickly regained their composure. Cheng Zizai unleashed a wave of energy to stabilize their descent. Below them lay an endless expanse of ocean, with the sun blazing high in the sky, scorching all beneath it. That we have finally arrived. The sensation of breathing is truly delightful. Zhu Shanyue's eyes sparkled as she cast aside all previous thoughts. Cheng Zizai, accompanied by the two, soared swiftly in search of a suitable landing spot. After 2 hours, they reached a desolate island and took refuge beneath a large tree. "Brother Lei, I never anticipated such an encounter within that subspace," Cheng Zizai remarked as he settled comfortably on the ground. "Indeed, I did not expect the presence of the void-devouring goo there. Moreover, had we not addressed it, the consequences of breaking free from that subspace would have been unimaginable." Lei Yan nodded in agreement, leaning against the large tree, allowing himself to relax. "That elder is truly admirable. I wonder if they are one of our human ancestors," Cheng Zizai mused, reflecting on the awe-inspiring, resonant voice that had so profoundly impacted him. "That was not of humanity," Lei Yan suddenly interjected. "That was a dragon. In the subspace, on a minuscule landmass, though small, an ant can consume the universe. The Qiankuan ant, in the annals of culinary enthusiasts. The Qiankuan ant stands alongside the infamous Shirkong goo. Does it not?" That ancient voice gradually dissipated. On an unnamed isle, beneath the shade of a grand tree, Lei Yan concluded his words, casting a gaze at the astonished Cheng Zizai, and remarked, "If I am not mistaken, that voice belongs to a dragon." "Dragon?" Cheng Zizai sprang to his feet, staring at him in disbelief. After a prolonged silence, he finally murmured, "Such an entity is beyond our comprehension." Lei Yan suddenly smiled, saying, "Well, it depends on the circumstances. After all, we have a century to prepare. By the way, the term lost realm has been heard quite frequently, yet its true nature eludes him. What, pray tell, is the lost realm?" Noticing the bewildered expression on Lei Yan's face, Cheng Zizai offered a wry smile and sighed that he explained. "The lost realm refers to an area within this universe that has been isolated. These lost realms can vary greatly in size. Some are vast and formidable, while others are exceedingly primitive. Are you not one of its inhabitants?" Suddenly, a thought struck Lei Yan's mind. The dragon had mentioned that the lost realm was divided into southern and northern parts, and he must have been exiled from another section to this place. Sensing Cheng Zizai's unusual demeanor, Lei Yan scrutinized him further, then patted his shoulder, reassuringly stating, "Fear not, as long as we live, opportunities will abound." Cheng Zizai managed a bitter smile, but chose not to elaborate further. The trio rested for 3 days, exploring the modest isle without uncovering any signs of human activity or large creatures. One day, they stood by the seashore. "Let us depart. Lingering here serves little purpose. We should venture forth and see if any continent awaits us." Indeed, Zhu Shangyue exclaimed with enthusiasm, having seen only Lei Yan and Cheng Zizai for months. Her restless spirit yearning for adventure. Nevertheless, compared to her childhood companions, she exhibited a degree of maturity to whom. Lei Yan merely nodded, offering no further remarks. Cheng Zizai, having fully recovered with the aid of energy orbs, now propelled Lei Yan and Zhu Shangyue towards a specific direction that as they soared through the air. Lei Yan gazed down at the boundless ocean, a tinge of bitterness stirring within him. When had he become reliant on others, even for travel? At Cheng Zizai's speed, a single hour could cover 1,000 miles. A day later, a massive landmass emerged upon the horizon of the sea. Witnessing this sight, exhilaration surged within the trio. They descended into a forested area and began to explore further. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed, causing the ground to tremble, as if some colossal creature was charging towards them. Master, Zhu Shangyue, startled by the sound, instinctively drew closer to Lei Yan. Fear not. It is likely just a low-level beast. It seems there are people ahead. Let us investigate. Lei Yan urged Zhu Shangyue, gesturing for her to remain unafraid. The 4 individuals before them bore various injuries, one even with a severed arm, their faces pale. Upon noticing the trio, one of the less injured men among the 4 urgently waved his hand, shouting, "Run! Run! A ferocious bear is in pursuit." With a roar that echoed through the air, the ground trembled beneath them. The thorns were instantly torn apart as a massive black bear, standing nearly 10 feet tall, charged forth. Upon spotting the 7 individuals, the bear appeared invigorated, striking its chest with its forelimbs. Its menacing teeth glistened ominously, and the drool that dripped from its maw was enough to induce nausea. Run! As the ferocious bear pursued them, the expressions of the 4 men shifted drastically, and they fled in haste, reminding the others as they did so. Cheng Zizai exchanged a glance with Lei Yan, and with a nod of mutual understanding, declared, "I shall take care of this." With that, Cheng Zizai drew back his longbow, knocking an arrow that Lei Yan had previously fashioned for him, and aimed it at the bear's eye. The arrow flew true, and without hesitation, he readied a second arrow, targeting the bear's other eye in rapid succession. Both arrows struck their mark, rendering the bear's eyes blind. At that moment, Lei Yan placed a hand on Cheng Zizai's right arm, halting the energy he was gathering for another arrow. After restraining him, Lei Yan surged forward, wielding his blade with precision, slicing through the bear's neck. With a deafening roar, the bear let out a final cry, clutching its throat with its massive paws, yet it could not stem the torrent of blood that flowed forth. After a few desperate spins, the bear's body collapsed heavily onto the ground. Witnessing this scene, the 4 robust men clad in animal skin skirts stood frozen in astonishment. That it is over, Cheng Zizai remarked, feeling a swell of pride at their astonished expressions. True warriors, he thought. Among the 4, one unscathed man approached, gazing at the 2 slightly taller but leaner figures before him with surprise. Brave warriors, we thank you for rescuing us and slaying this ferocious bear. He then knelt on one knee, bowing his head in gratitude. Lei Yan quickly helped him up, saying, "Your companion is injured. You should attend to him first." The man who had lost an arm leaned against his comrades, barely clinging to life. After a swift treatment to staunch the bleeding, he finally exhaled in relief and approached, saying, "To express our gratitude for your assistance, I would like to invite you to our Black Leaf tribe as honored guests. I hope you will accept and grant us this opportunity to repay your kindness." His words were sincere and devoid of pretense. Very well. Lei Yan and Cheng Zizai exchanged glances, and upon seeing Cheng Zizai nod in agreement, he responded affirmatively. "Then let us proceed. The sun is still high, and we shall hasten our pace to reach before nightfall." The man beamed with joy at their acceptance. Lei Yan carried the bear's carcass in one hand, following the group as they departed. Along the way, they introduced themselves. The leader among them was named Amu, the captain of a hunting squad within the Black Leaf tribe. Originally, he had brought his 6-man team to hunt fierce beasts or primitive, uncivilized monsters. However, they had been ambushed shortly after their arrival, with 2 archers at the rear falling victim to the bear's assault. The 4 individuals found themselves devoid of any chance against a towering, ferocious bear, prompting them to flee with all haste. However, their speed was woefully inadequate. Had they not encountered one another, they would undoubtedly have become the bear's next meal. Their progress was sluggish, and it was only at dusk that they managed to traverse a mere few dozen miles. Suddenly, the landscape before them opened up, revealing an expanse enclosed by a simple wooden fence stretching several miles in circumference. Within this enclosure lay fragmented plots of farmland, cultivated with various crops. Further in, A village was surrounded by a fence about 10 feet high, which could be likened to a rudimentary wall, capable of supporting several individuals atop it. Upon arriving here, Lei Yan was struck by a sense of familiarity. At the modest gate stood a few robust men on patrol, while the surrounding fields were tended by several women at work. Upon noticing the newcomers, it was the laboring women who first rushed over, curiosity evident in their voices. Where are the two missing from Amu's group? What has happened to Huamu and Huang Ye's men? Who are those three individuals? They are not from our tribe, are they? Good heavens, is that a bear? It's enormous. That man is truly impressive. Dragging it with a single hand, the cacophony of voices filled the air as Zhu Shanyu curiously surveyed the crowd. Meanwhile, Lei Yan meticulously observed these villagers, noting that the women were clad in coarse linen garments, while the men wore animal skins, their upper bodies bare and adorned with peculiar patterns. Several men had gathered atop the simple wooden wall, calling out to the people below to open the gate. One man leaned over and inquired loudly, "You should first go to meet the clan leader." With that, he fell silent, casting odd glances at Lei Yan, Cheng Zizai, and the monstrous bear. "Brothers, please follow me to meet the clan leader," Amu urged as he led them into the village, bringing them to the exterior of the largest wooden dwelling. The village was neither overly crowded nor sparsely populated, giving it a sense of spaciousness. A rough estimate suggested there were only a few hundred inhabitants at this moment. The majority present were children and women. Before they could enter, an elderly man, lean yet sturdy, emerged from the wooden house. His expression one of mild astonishment upon seeing them, but Amu reiterated their earlier conversation and then expressed his gratitude to Lei Yan and his companion, stating, "Were it not for these two brave warriors, we would have long been devoured. Presently, their corpses lie within the belly of that bear." As he spoke the last words, Amu's gaze turned to the bear's lifeless body, his anger palpable. The clan leader, upon hearing this, inhaled sharply, his eyes shifting to Lei Yan and Cheng Zizai, a look of appreciation dawning upon his face. The two valiant outsiders, we are exceedingly grateful for your assistance. The night has fallen. Please, come inside and partake of some food. Without hesitation, they accepted the invitation of the clan leader of the High Tribe and entered the wooden house. The interior was divided into two sections. The back presumably served as the clan leader's resting quarters, while the front comprised a hall featuring a central fire pit. Low wooden tables were arranged on either side, devoid of chairs, with the floor covered in animal skins. Lei Yan gestured for Zhu Shanyu to sit beside him, while directly opposite, Cheng Zizai settled into a cross-legged position. A few girls clad in simple garments entered, carrying platters of roasted meat alongside some fruits, which they placed before them. After a brief exchange of conversation, they partook in a modest meal. Once Cheng Zizai finished a piece of meat, he noticed the chieftain of the Black Leaf tribe appearing hesitant, as if he had something to say but was reluctant to voice it. With a subtle smile, he remarked, "Chieftain, if there is something on your mind, please feel free to express it." The chieftain of the Black Leaf tribe, taken aback by this encouragement, displayed a hint of awkwardness. Glancing around, he realized that only Lei Yan, Cheng Zizai, and the young Mu were present, and thus he spoke up, "Since the brave warrior has urged me to speak plainly, I shall do so. My Black Leaf tribe is but a small clan, unable to even afford a single mountain spirit for veneration. Therefore, as he hesitated, his expression turned troubled. Finally, with a firm resolve, he continued, "I would like to request that you allow us to have the ferocious bear outside. In return, we can offer you a selection of young maidens from our tribe. At this juncture, both Lei Yan and Cheng Zizai exchanged a glance, revealing a hint of surprise. Lei Yan had not anticipated that the chieftain would propose such terms for the bear. It is agreeable, he replied. If the two of you wish to stay, my Black Leaf tribe would be most welcoming. Should you require anything while you are here, do not hesitate to ask. We will do our utmost to accommodate you." Upon hearing Lei Yan's words, the chieftain's face lit up with joy, and he eagerly responded. With this initial agreement, the chieftain of the Black Leaf tribe warmly entertained them. As night fell, Lei Yan and Cheng Zizai were assigned to two relatively comfortable tents, while Zhu Shanwei was taken by a young and beautiful girl to freshen up. After politely declining the two maidens sent by the Black Leaf tribe, Lei Yan and Cheng Zizai spent a quiet night. The following dawn, after a restful night, Lei Yan and Cheng Zizai emerged from their tent and exchanged glances, both appearing far more composed than before. Lei Yan stretched, relishing the sensation of his garments, which felt as if they were seamlessly connected to his flesh. At that moment, Zhu Shanyu emerged from one of the tents, clad in a skirt made of animal hide, with a band of snake skin encircling her subtly rounded bosom. She seemed to have aged slightly, appearing a bit leaner, with her long hair cascading untamed down her back, embodying a wilder essence akin to the local inhabitants. "Master, how do I look?" Zhu Shangyue inquired, her excitement palpable as she admired her new attire. "Quite well." Lei Yan nodded, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Feel free to explore here for a while. Brother Cheng, this way." He and Cheng Zizai entered the tent, where a stone jar containing the earth milk awaited them. "How should we divide this?" Cheng Zizai, seemingly indifferent, suggested. "Let us split it in half." He did not factor Zhu Shangyue into the equation, though it was indeed fair. "Agreed." Lei Yan nodded, retrieving a leather pouch he had requested the previous night and pouring out half of the earth milk. He then pushed the stone jar towards Cheng Zizai, keeping the pouch for himself. "Very well, I shall venture out to hunt with them. You stay behind and work on the forging," Cheng Zizai remarked. Remembering their earlier discussion about selection, they divided their tasks. One ventured forth to glean information from the hunters, while the other remained within the tribe to gather intelligence. As Cheng Zizai departed, Lei Yan chose to stay behind. At that moment, his expression bore a hint of contemplation. After a brief pause, he suddenly clenched his teeth and retrieved the black gourd that hung at his waist. When the earth milk had previously encountered the air, it emanated a faint, refreshing fragrance that was quite pleasant. Yet, the black gourd, which had shown no reaction until now, began to tremble, seemingly yearning for the earth milk. With a resounding pop, he removed the wooden stopper, causing the gourd to vibrate uncontrollably. Gritting his teeth, he then opened the leather pouch. In an instant, a powerful suction emanated from the black gourd, forming a stream of earth milk that was drawn into it. Within just a few breaths, 2/3 of the earth milk from the pouch had been consumed. Hastily, he replaced the wooden stopper in the gourd, his heart bleeding at the sight of the dwindling earth milk. Although he was unaware of its purpose, the reverence shown by the mountain lords indicated its considerable value. The earth milk, a milky white, exuded a delicate fragrance that imparted an invigorating sensation upon inhalation. After a moment's reflection, he poured a mouthful into his mouth. It was cool and refreshing, gliding smoothly down his throat and into his belly, instantly rejuvenating him. A wave of coolness radiated throughout his body, as if every muscle had come alive with vigor. Recognizing that time was of the essence, he decided to leave. Exiting the tent, he made his way to the rear of the village. There were few inhabitants around, most having ventured out to work at this hour. Behind the village lay a small hillock, surrounded by a patch of grassland, enclosed by several fences, likely for the purpose of containing livestock, although the sturdiness of the fences suggested that the animals were quite sizable. Nestled within the hillock was the forge. Upon approaching, he felt a wave of intense heat wash over him. A smile crept onto his face as he stepped inside. After traversing a short distance, the sounds of hammering grew increasingly distinct. Inside were 2 forging stations, where 2 burly men, bare-chested and sweating profusely, operated the bellows. One of the men, taller than Lei Yan, possessed muscles that resembled gnarled tree trunks, lending him an intimidating presence. Upon noticing Lei Yan, the trio halted their work and turned their gazes toward him. Clad in black attire, wielding a long black knife, and carrying a black gourd, his tall and slender frame was complemented by a rather healthy complexion. Nevertheless, the first impression he left on the 3 burly men was one of doubt. Could such a seemingly frail figure truly forge iron? Could he possibly slay a towering, ferocious bear? "You must be Lei Gur," one of the men exclaimed, a toothy grin revealing slightly yellowed teeth. "The tribe leader has spoken of you. Feel free to take any metal you desire from here. And if you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask." The man wielding the hammer spoke with a hearty laugh, evidently fond of Lei Yan's straightforward demeanor. "I am Lei Yan, currently residing in your esteemed tribe. I thought it best not to remain idle, so I came here to lend a hand," he replied, nodding as he rolled up his sleeves. The burly man let out a hearty laugh, his demeanor slightly brash. But he appreciated Lei Yan's candid nature. Nearby lay a forging hammer, a pair of tongs, and various tools necessary for the craft. Without hesitation, Lei Yan seized a glowing piece of ore and began to strike it. The ore burned a vivid red, resonating with a metallic sound when struck. Despite not yet undergoing refinement, it exhibited a notable strength. This revelation took him by surprise. This metal was considerably stronger than the black rock ore. As he casually hammered the ore, he remarked, "This stone is quite hard. I wonder where it originated. This is no simple matter. It was procured by our clan leader from the Blackstone tribe." Came the reply that he was laboriously assisting in the metal refinement process, his pace far exceeding that of his companion. Meanwhile, Cheng Zizai was also probing the situation around him. This continent is known as the Black Fierce Continent. Characterized entirely by dense forests, collectively referred to as the Black Fierce Forest, the expanse of the Black Fierce Continent is immense, with the Black Leaf tribe being merely an inconspicuous faction amongst thousands. Within this land, there are several tribes, two of which are prominent, the Blackstone tribe and the Earth Fierce tribe. Each of these tribes venerates a different divine lineage, the White Wolf deity and the Wild Boar deity, respectively. Some of the more esteemed tribes also pay homage to mountain spirits. These mountain spirits, mystical beast entities, possess considerable strength and are entrusted with the protection of their respective tribes in exchange for offerings. The ferocious bear, within the Black Leaf tribe, could serve as an offering to invoke a mountain spirit to safeguard their small tribe for an entire year. The time-honored decree within the Black Fierce Forest stipulates that the spiritual mountain entities must not prey upon lower-tier beasts. Conversely, the humans residing here face no such restrictions and are permitted to engage in combat with the beasts. However, upon reaching a certain threshold, they too are prohibited from hunting lower-tier creatures. This regulation has endured through the ages, seemingly becoming an immutable law, seldom violated. The spiritual mountain entities, the beasts, predominantly hover around the 6th tier strength, parallel to that of the human populace. Nonetheless, the inhabitants here lack the ability to cultivate energy, relying solely on their physical prowess. Though they are born with innate strength, the majority of adults attain merely the 1st-tier warrior status. In the Black Fierce Forest, there exists no unified currency. Trade is primarily conducted through barter or the exchange of beast cores, along with a substance known as the Wuyan. On the following day, before dawn had fully arrived, a commotion erupted outside. Lei Yan emerged to find the clan leader of the Black Leaf tribe and several men escorting a grand black wolf down the village's main thoroughfare. This majestic creature, adorned with a white mane running the length of its back, possessed piercing eyes that scanned its surroundings. "Is this your tribe?" a deep voice inquired, prompting the observing members of the tribe to prostrate themselves. Chanting the words "mountain spirit," the surrounding villagers knelt, while Lei Yan, Chang Zizai, and Zhu Shanwei remained standing, appearing somewhat out of place. Upon noticing them, the great black wolf turned its gaze in their direction. After the clan leader of the Black Leaf tribe whispered a few words, the enormous wolf nodded and proceeded towards the rear of the Black Leaf village. As they watched the wolf depart, Lei Yan turned to Chang Zizai and asked, "What do you think?" With eloquence, one might express that the creature's articulate speech belies its apparent nature as merely a 6th-tier beast. Chang Zizai couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "The carcass of a 3rd-tier beast exchanged for the protection of a 6th-tier beast for an entire year. One wonders if this is truly worth it. It must hold some value. Otherwise, they would not pursue such a transaction." Lei Yan cast a glance at Chang Zizai and then inquired, "Have we truly resolved to venture to the Blackstone tribe?" "Indeed," came the response. "Given our prowess, we stand among the elite here. Furthermore, remaining in such a small tribe yields no clear direction. It would be more prudent to explore the Blackstone tribe for potential means of departure from this place. When shall we depart?" Lei Yan fell silent for a moment, confessing that he rather enjoyed the tranquility of this existence. "Let us leave tomorrow. We have acquired sufficient knowledge. It is time to move on." "Very well," Lei Yan nodded, choosing to say nothing further. That day, the entirety of the Black Leaf tribe was enveloped in merriment. Oblivious to their quiet presence within their tents, as night fell, the trio hastily gathered their belongings, preparing to depart. While a few were aware of their plans, those individuals were presently engrossed in revelry around a bonfire, singing, dancing, and feasting to bid them farewell, save for one named Amu. "Warriors, are you truly leaving? Will you not linger a while longer?" Amu expressed heartfelt gratitude for their earlier rescue, wishing to persuade them to stay. "No, we have matters to attend to. We must take our leave," Chang Zizai replied, shaking his head as he glanced back at the village, where cheers echoed in celebration of their tribe's newfound mountain spirit. Before Amu could speak again, they waved goodbye and ventured into the forest. As Zhu Shanwei approached, her expression softened, revealing a demeanor far removed from her youthful years. "Very well. Be cautious. I shall await you ahead." Chang Zizai nodded, and the trio separated. Suddenly, he halted, drawn to a large tree, as a pungent scent of blood wafted through the air, accompanied by rustling sounds and labored breaths. Before them, a massive black wolf, burdened by a man whose upper body lay bare, staggered towards them. Upon sighting the formidable beast, Lei Yan's pupils constricted. This was the mountain spirit summoned by the chieftain of the Black Leaf tribe using the carcass of a ferocious bear. It must have been in the vicinity of the Black Leaf Tribe. As clarity dawned, Lei Yan instinctively inhaled sharply. The black wolf bore numerous wounds, a gash marring its left eye, from which blood dripped steadily. The man upon its back was similarly scarred and on the brink of collapse. Lei Yan stepped forward, gazing at the black wolf, and inquired, "What transpired? How came you to be here?" Upon sensing his presence, the black wolf instinctively recoiled, its muscles tensing as if ready to strike. However, upon recognizing them, it exhaled in relief, panting heavily before responding. "Our tribe was besieged by a group of individuals clad in black garments. I was unable to fend them off. Is it truly you, warrior?" The voice stirred the man on the wolf's back, who struggled to lift his head, his pallid visage alight with joy as he gazed upon Lei Yan. To my astonishment, this individual turned out to be Amu. He set aside Zhu Shangyue and proceeded to assess Amu's condition. Amu bore significant injuries, having been pierced by a sword in the chest. Fortunately, his robust physique mitigated the severity of his plight. "Thank goodness I found you," he uttered before succumbing to unconsciousness, as if the willpower sustaining him had finally waned. "Master," Zhu Shangyue tugged at Lei Yan's sleeve, her expression somber. Given the passage of time, even this sixth-level beast emerged with such grievous wounds, leaving little hope for those who had encountered it. Lei Yan cast a glance at the large black wolf, which shook its head, its solitary eye betraying a sense of resignation. That he hastened towards the village of the Black Leaf Tribe, noticing traces of blood left in the wake of the black wolf. Not long into his run, he heard two voices ahead. "That beast can really run. Hey, let's catch up first." Upon hearing their words, Lei Yan halted, scanning his surroundings before swiftly concealing himself behind a large tree. Soon, two figures clad in black raced towards him, pausing to examine the blood on the ground. One of them remarked, "Hey, that beast has sustained serious injuries and is still bleeding." Each of the black-clad figures wielded a long shield in their left hand and a curved dagger exceeding 2 feet in their right. While the blades were not particularly long, they were well suited for close combat. The most striking aspect of these two men was their shields, which obscured much of their bodies, the sharp points serving as potential weapons. At the sight of them, Lei Yan's eyes narrowed. Wuzong. The unmistakable scent of blood that clung to these individuals was characteristic of the Wuzong. Although taken aback, Lei Yan did not hesitate to act. He leapt from the shadows, launching a powerful strike at one of the black-clad figures from behind. "Watch out," the other one shouted. Realizing the danger, the targeted individual reacted only after noticing his companion's distress. Yet it was too late. With a single stroke of his blade, Lei Yan cleaved through the man's right shoulder, the sound of shattered bones echoing through the air. With a sickening thud, the man's body was severed in two. "Ha!" The remaining figure bellowed, retreating hastily. "You? Who are you?" After stepping back, he noticed Lei Yan was similarly clad in black and instinctively assumed him to be an ally. "Why would you attack your own?" After dispatching one adversary, Lei Yan examined his blade, a frown creasing his brow. The strength of the fallen foe's physique had reached the level of a fifth-tier beast. Taking a deep breath, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. These two were indeed Wuzong. "Wuzong," he murmured pensively before launching another strike at the remaining assailant. In response, the man, aware of his inferior strength, braced himself with his shield. With a resounding clang, he staggered back 3 steps, the shield trembling under the impact, a shallow mark appearing upon its surface. Gasping in disbelief, the man stared at his left hand and shield, casting an unusual glance at Lei Yan. However, once the blade was unleashed, Lei Yan's sword continued to cleave down relentlessly. In that moment, he possessed a strength akin to 5,000 Jun, and even though the man exerted all his might to resist, he could only falter after a series of strikes, his left hand unable to sustain the shield any longer. The beleaguered shield struck against the chest of the cloaked figure, accompanied by a disconcerting sound of shattering bones, prompting the man to spit forth a mouthful of blood. Seizing the opportunity, Lei Yan advanced, delivering a decisive blow that severed the man's head. A black ant emerged, siphoning the life force from the two cloaked figures, leaving behind nothing but desiccated corpses, as lifeless as decayed wood. Observing the two short swords in the two shields, a thought stirred within him. Although the shield had withstood several of his strikes, it remained intact. Were it not for this shield, the cloaked figure would have been unable to withstand even a single blow from him. If he were to possess a shield of his own, perhaps the ensuing battle would be significantly more favorable. Contemplating this, he collected the short swords and shields, placing them in a corner, and continued his journey towards the Black Leaf Tribe. After a brief moment, he arrived at the Black Leaf Tribe, which lay in utter ruin, devoid of any semblance of life. The ground was stained with conspicuous pools of bright red blood, the air thick with the acrid scent of carnage. Upon reaching this place, his steps grew heavy, and a sense of unease settled within him. Had he and Cheng Zizai delayed their departure until after tonight, perhaps such a calamity could have been averted. With heavy footsteps, he entered the village, the pervasive stench of blood causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to slow his pace and glance around before continuing onward. As he ventured deeper, he discovered the remnants of some children's bodies strewn across the ground, their conditions too horrific to behold. In the center of the village, a bonfire still emitted wisps of blue smoke. Surrounded by rows of dilapidated houses, standing there, the echoes of the voices from the previous night still lingered in his ears, yet now, all that accompanied him was the howling wind as he stood in that spot. Shadows suddenly flickered around him, revealing a circle of cloaked figures. They formed two concentric rings, with the figures at the forefront visibly larger, clutching a massive shield that obscured much of their bodies. Behind them stood a line of leaner figures, wielding slender swords in their right hands. A total of 24 cloaked figures encircled him, their presence silent yet menacing, gradually closing the distance. Observing these figures, a faint smirk crept across Lei Yan's lips, though his eyes betrayed no mirth. With his right hand, he positioned his long sword horizontally, and suddenly, a cry rang out. "Kill!" The battle cry resonated, and standing amidst them, he could distinctly feel the palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from the cloaked figures. That overwhelming presence seemed to have emerged from a sea of countless corpses. Yet, the number of fallen bodies he had claimed far surpassed those gathered before him. As the wind stirred, the 24 cloaked figures moved in unison. The front line raised their shields, blocking his escape. Meanwhile, the figures behind began to channel energy through their elongated swords. 12 shields were planted firmly in the ground, brimming with potent energy, ready to unleash a devastating assault at the slightest sign of his movement. Above, 12 energy-infused swords took form, hurtling towards him. With a resounding crash, he braced himself, enduring the onslaught of the cloaked figures' energy swords with his formidable physique. The prowess of these individuals clad in black is predominantly at the level of 6th-tier warriors. Before the dust could settle, a shadow darted across, and one by one, the figures in black began to fall, blood splattering in arcs around them. "Let us go." Upon sensing something amiss, one of them bellowed, yet it was already too late. In the mere span of 3 breaths, 24 corpses lay lifeless. Their eyes reflected a mixture of disbelief and resentment. As he wiped the blood from his blade, Lei Yan's gaze turned frigid. The black-patterned ants absorbed the vitality of these black-clad figures, leaving behind only desiccated bodies. The atmosphere was thick with a morbid stillness, imbued with an eerie chill that moment. However, the gourd at his waist stirred with an unusual energy. This movement jolted Lei Yan, who had been enveloped in the throes of slaughter, back to awareness. He gasped for breath, feeling an ominous surge of violent energy brewing within him, seemingly linked to the sanguine flames at his core. Had it not been for the gourd's peculiar reaction, he could only dread what might unfold in this morbid space. Casting a curious glance at the black gourd, he noticed the cork pop off with a resounding pop. A faint, almost imperceptible pull emanated from the gourd's opening, rapidly drawing in the surrounding oppressive energy. Lei Yan watched in astonishment as the chilling atmosphere dissipated. In that instant, the gourd appeared to be devoid of any further reaction, having absorbed the surrounding deathly aura. This gourd, capable of ingesting such morbid energy, had previously consumed the life-giving essence of the Earth's milk. One was teeming with vitality, while the other was steeped in inexorable death. Two fundamentally opposing forces. Yet, the gourd seemed unperturbed by this dichotomy. However, this was not the time for him to ponder the mysteries of the gourd, so he stowed it away. Just as he concealed the gourd, a rustling sound echoed through the thicket. 3 silvery white wolves sprinted toward him. Though diminutive in size, their speed was remarkable. With a resonant howl, the trio leaped over 10 yards and landed gracefully before him. "Human, where are the members of this tribe?" the lead silver wolf inquired, scanning the area for the sole living being present. "Are you the mountain spirit?" Lei Yan regarded the 3 wolves, noticing that the lead wolf's fur shimmered with a translucent sheen rather than being purely white. "How audacious, to see members of the White Wolf Divine Clan and not bow," one of the wolves snarled, baring its fangs. The White Wolf Divine Clan of the Black Rock tribe. Lei Yan was taken aback, scrutinizing the trio of wolves with newfound caution. Indeed, the lead wolf gestured, and the others fell silent. "Human, Where are the others of this tribe? It demanded. I am not entirely certain, but they must be connected to these black-clad figures. He replied, gesturing toward the two rings of corpses encircling him. Upon seeing the desiccated remains, the lead wolf's pupils constricted in alarm, and a flicker of fear crossed its countenance as it queried, "Who are you, and why do you find yourself here?" Lei Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. Though he found the wolf's demeanor irksome, he was reluctant to offend the White Wolf divine clan. Thus, he succinctly recounted his circumstances. After concluding their conversation, the three white wolves exchanged peculiar sounds for a brief moment, before swiftly turning and dashing away with remarkable speed. Upon closer inspection, Lei Yan's pupils involuntarily contracted as the white wolves ran. Their limbs scarcely touched the ground. They appeared to be soaring through the air. Once the White Wolf deity clan had departed from view, Lei Yan let out a faint sigh of relief. He gathered the weapons strewn across the ground, binding them together, and after a moment of contemplation, he also decided to take the forging tools from the Black Leaf tribe's forge. After tidying up the battlefield, he departed. Upon returning to the location where Zhu Zhanyu awaited him, he found that Amu had already regained consciousness, though looking somewhat listless. Seeing him, Amu could not help but exhibit signs of anxiety. "Warrior, what has transpired?" Noting Amu's tense demeanor, Lei Yan felt a twinge of helplessness in his heart and shook his head, stating, "I did not witness any survivors." He then recounted the events that had unfolded. The White Wolf deity clan, it turns out, is indeed the White Wolf deity clan. After hearing this, the large black wolf's single eye brightened, and it spoke in human tongue, saying, "The White Wolf deity clan is nearby." "Splendid, Amu. I cannot assist you in avenging your kin. However, the White Wolf deity clan may be able to. I shall lead you to them to beseech their aid. Perhaps there lies a chance." At this, Lei Yan was somewhat taken aback and regarded the large black wolf with newfound respect. Amu was momentarily stunned. "Warrior, will you not accompany us to meet the White Wolf deity clan?" "No, you go on ahead," Lei Yan replied, shaking his head, as he pulled Zhu Zhanyu aside, adding, "We must take our leave first." The large black wolf nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Amu, wishing to remain with them, hesitated to voice his thoughts. After they had distanced themselves, Zhu Zhanyu finally spoke. "Master, why do we not join them? Brother Chung is still waiting for us ahead, and we are not yet familiar with this place. Should we reveal our true nature and be mistaken for those of no sect, it would be difficult to explain ourselves then. Are those individuals truly of no sect?" Upon recalling his earlier narrative, it was almost indisputable that those cloaked figures were likely without allegiance, yet she still found it hard to believe. Indeed, Lei Yan, noticing the slight furrow in Zhu Zhanyu's brow, smiled reassuringly. Do not fret. Although the sect of no allegiance wields considerable power, it is improbable that all of them recognize us. Following the trail left by Chung Zizai, they soon caught up with him as he slowed his pace to await them. Upon their arrival, Chung Zizai merely inquired about their circumstances without pressing for further details. From their understanding, there existed a group within the black ferocious forest known as the Wanderers. Their numbers varied, but they shared a common trait. These individuals roamed freely, hunting various beasts and gathering rare herbs, later trading them within the numerous tribes for their desired goods. In the eyes of all the tribes, these individuals were considered their guests, for their own tribes also had members who ventured forth to hone their skills. Within a tribe several times larger than the Black Leaf tribe, they exchanged a wild boar demon beast, which sought to devour them. For 10 days of access to a forge, the weapons and shields he acquired were always carried with him. He combined these shields in pairs and, after several iterations, ultimately succeeded in crafting 2 shields. One shield measured 3 feet in length and 2 feet in width, featuring a triangular recess on its face, while the bottom displayed a sharp and pointed triangle. The other shield was smaller, only 2 feet long, intended for Zhu Zhanyu. Both shields were constructed from the same material, and in terms of hardness, the smaller one proved to be even more resilient. Simultaneously, he reinforced his own weapons with the same metal and fashioned a scabbard. For Zhu Zhanyu, he also forged a 3-foot-long blade, identical in design to his own, albeit slightly smaller. The process of crafting these shields and weapons consumed over 10 days of his time. Given the excellent quality of the weapons and shields themselves, they were even stronger now. Even he could not cleave through them with less than several hundred strikes. From this point onward, he began to instruct Zhu Zhanyu on his methods of controlling power and various combat techniques. Cheng Zizai, who was nearby, listened intently, astonished that it was the first time he had encountered someone who prioritized mastery over technique, focusing instead on the control of their own strength. As they walked and talked, they encountered aggressive demon beasts along the way, dispatching them without hesitation. When they came across herbs, they would gather them, and in several tribes, they exchanged their finds for various goods. After 3 months, they had truly integrated into the Black Fierce forest. One day, the three of them sat together, each savoring a piece of roasted meat. This delicacy had been learned by Zhu Zhanyue from a tribe, and she had expended considerable resources to obtain this roasting technique. Once mastered, they frequently caught things to roast, and the flavor was indeed delightful. Just as they were about to depart after finishing their meal, an unusual disturbance caught their attention, prompting Lei Yan to halt. "What is it?" Chang's eye noticed his unease and felt a surge of tension. "Something is approaching us." Lei Yan furrowed his brow slightly, then suddenly widened his eyes, swiftly pulling Zhu Zhanyue closer to him. A red figure darted past, slicing through the tree against which Zhu Zhanyue had been leaning. "Master, Shu." Lei Yan placed a finger to his lips, signaling silence that he focused intently, and the surroundings fell eerily quiet. It was a red snake. Cheng Zizai spoke, his right hand already conjuring an arrow, while energy surged within him. Observing the hole in the tree, the red snake appeared to possess a body about an inch thick. But its length was indeterminate due to its incredible speed. Swoosh! A sound sliced through the air, and Lei Yan's muscles tensed sharply. He quickly lifted Zhu Zhanyue's body, pivoting to shield her with his chest. The red flash collided with his chest, producing a thunderous sound, causing the very earth to tremble beneath them. As for Lei Yan, he staggered backwards, taking 3 steps, each leaving a deep imprint in the ground. A black hole appeared on the right side of his chest, through which his blurred flesh and blood could be discerned. Be careful. Zhu Shanwei and Cheng Zizai each uttered warnings, but it was already too late. The crimson glow ahead was obstructed, and the figure rebounded. Only then did they clearly see that it was a long red serpent, about 4 to 5 feet in length, floating in the void. Seemingly dazed from the impact, the black serpent paused momentarily before it turned and dashed into the depths of the jungle, disappearing from view. Hiss! Cheng Zizai, recovering from his shock, was about to make a move. But it was already too late. Upon seeing Lei Yan's wound, he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Given Lei Yan's current state, even a 9th-level beast would hesitate to claim superiority over his physique. Yet, under the onslaught of the red serpent, not only had his remarkably resilient attire been torn asunder, but he too had sustained injuries. This clearly illustrated the immense force and formidable density of the red serpent's attack. With a resonant hum, a powerful energy emanated from Cheng Zizai's body, enveloping their surroundings. "Zizai, keep an eye on Xiao Yu. I am unscathed." Lei Yan's heart raced with astonishment, having fully endured the impact of the red serpent. With such force, he could not assure that he would always be able to shield Zhu Shanwei. Cheng Zizai formed an energy barrier around them, although it could not entirely halt the red serpent's charge. It could decelerate its advance. With such a barrier in place, evading the serpent's assault was entirely feasible for Cheng Zizai. Be careful. After taking Zhu Shanwei into his protection, Cheng Zizai nodded. Stepping beyond the confines of Cheng Zizai's energy barrier, Lei Yan raised his shield with his left hand to protect his front, while his right hand positioned the long blade against the shield's groove. As the crimson light surged into Cheng Zizai's energy wall, its speed visibly diminished, revealing the intricate patterns of the red serpent. Along with its scarlet forked tongue, the serpent's body bore fiery red scales, and upon closer inspection, one could see those scales undulating, reminiscent of a flowing stream. Go. Without a moment's hesitation, Cheng Zizai loosed an arrow towards the red serpent. Boom! The arrow, forged from condensed energy, shattered upon striking a sufficiently resilient target, creating a powerful explosion that widened the distance between the two sides. Meanwhile, Lei Yan rushed forward, his long blade slicing towards the retreating serpent. Clang! The blade struck the serpent's form, emitting a metallic clang. In a swift motion, the red serpent coiled around his blade, and, with a sudden lunge, aimed for his throat. Taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events, Lei Yan reacted instinctively, tilting his head aside to evade the attack. However, the red serpent was quick to respond, curving its body to ensnare his neck. In the blink of an eye, the once passive red serpent had seized absolute control, wrapping around his neck multiple times. "Master!" Upon witnessing this scene, Zhu Shanwei's heart involuntarily skipped a beat, overwhelmed by a sudden surge of fear. "Ah!" With a loud shout, Lei Yan took advantage of the moment when the black serpent did not tighten its grip and strained his neck. Yet, despite this, the immense constricting force caused his complexion to pale instantaneously. Simultaneously, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder, as if a piercing object had embedded itself within his flesh. Alongside the agony, a wave of heat coursed from his shoulder, spreading throughout his body. "Hold on." Cheng Zizai grasped Zhu Shangyue, pulling her behind him while bellowing loudly, with his index, middle, and ring fingers resting on the bowstring. Cheng Zizai raised his longbow, swiftly condensing 2 arrows into 3 at this sight. Lei Yan's eyes sharpened, and he nodded with great difficulty. However, that singular motion caused the red serpent to constrict even tighter. Moreover, the serpent's body began to radiate an intense heat, its temperature escalating at an alarming rate that even Lei Yan could not suppress his astonishment. Hiss! The sound of sizzling emanated from his neck, accompanied by tendrils of black smoke. Realizing the anomaly, a sense of dread enveloped him. Yet, he quickly composed himself, holding his breath. The blood flames within his chest surged to life at that moment, absorbing the searing heat that invaded his body. Simultaneously, several strands of blood spread to his throat, siphoning off the extreme temperatures there. Whoosh! The sound of 2 arrows piercing the air reached Lei Yan's ears, causing a slight pain. The arrows struck the red fire serpent's body on either side of him, resulting in a thunderous explosion. In response to the pain, the serpent's body slackened. Seizing the opportunity, Lei Yan let out a fierce shout, forcefully breaking free from the serpent's grasp. After escaping its constriction, Lei Yan gasped for breath, his complexion gradually regaining its color. Lei Yan, hurry over! Still dazed, he suddenly heard someone calling his name, and, disregarding everything else, tumbled away. Upon focusing his gaze ahead, he found himself distanced from the fray, occupying a secure position. Meanwhile, the red fire serpent had truly transformed into a blazing serpent, its body emanating ethereal flames, although the flames were not visible. The heat distorted the air around them, compelling everyone to retreat. The surrounding vegetation could not withstand such extreme temperatures. Soon, several trees were scorched and erupted into flames. As the red fire serpent's body expanded, it grew in size, swiftly reaching a length of 10 zhang. Girl, run! Observing the swelling serpent, Lei Yan shouted, positioning himself before them. Hold it off for a moment. Cheng Zizai's pupils constricted sharply as he pulled Zhu Shangyue back. There was no time for respite. The serpent's tail swept across the ground, flattening everything in its path. Seizing this moment, Lei Yan leaped onto the serpent's back, thrusting his long knife down with great force. A resonating clang echoed as his arms vibrated, the blade barely embedding itself an inch deep into the serpent's flesh. Hiss! The fire serpent let out a resounding howl, its massive body swaying as it sent him tumbling to the ground. He had not anticipated such a scenario. The serpent's defensive capabilities far exceeded anything he had encountered before. In a moment of mishap, he collided with the earth, and immediately after, the colossal form of the serpent slashed toward him. Its size was formidable, and with his body ensnared in the ground, evasion was no longer an option. The looming shadow obscured his vision, followed swiftly by a deluge of earth pressing down upon him. He had no choice but to raise his shield with both hands, bracing himself for the impact. Boom! The ground around him constricted, while the serpent's tail struck down violently. The tremendous sound left him momentarily dazed, rendering him completely senseless in that fleeting instant. The earth was dented into a crescent-shaped depression, revealing nothing but soil, with the once visible Lei Yan now obscured beneath the surface. Master, don't come over. Hurry and leave. Lei Yan will not perish. After driving Lei Yan into the ground, the fire serpent twisted its body and let out a long, piercing cry. 2 sharp whistling sounds pierced the air, and upon turning its head, the serpent was met with a thunderous explosion as 2 arrows detonated above its eyes. As the energy dissipated, Cheng Zizai inhaled sharply, watching as the fire serpent slowly opened its eyes. With a gaping mouth, a fireball formed, measuring over 3 feet in diameter, radiating an intense heat upon its creation. Seeing the fireball hurtling toward him, Cheng Zizai's complexion paled instantly, while he could certainly escape at his speed. The lingering presence of Zhu Shangyue behind him posed a dilemma that if he fled, Zhu Shangyue would undoubtedly fall victim to the fireball's wrath. After a moment's contemplation, Cheng Zizai gritted his teeth and swiftly nocked an arrow, drawing back his bow to unleash a 3-foot-long projectile toward the fireball. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted in the air as the fireball detonated, splintering into dozens of smaller fireballs that scattered in all directions. Cheng Zizai rapidly retreated, extinguishing the 2 small flames that had ignited on his garments. Once at a safe distance, he quickly nocked another arrow, relentlessly firing energy projectiles at the fire serpent. However, the serpent's formidable physique rendered these arrows ineffective in inflicting any harm. As the arrows exploded upon contact with the serpent, they failed to inflict any damage. After enduring several strikes, the serpent's eyes narrowed, its fiery gaze fixated on Cheng Zi's eye, and it began to gather fist-sized fireballs in its mouth. As these fireballs coalesced, they were hurled forth, shattering Cheng Zi's eye's arrows with alarming swiftness. In comparison, Cheng Zi's eye's speed paled in comparison to the serpent's fiery projectiles. Observing this, he let out a slight huff, knocking 2 arrows simultaneously with his index, middle, and ring fingers. This strategy allowed him to match the serpent's fireballs in speed, enabling him to evade their onslaught despite their quantity. The air was filled with the sounds of explosions. As small flames scattered about, the surrounding trees ignited in a frenzy, while the earth rose in a mound where the serpent's tail had struck. Immediately thereafter, the mound of earth and Lei Yan, covered in mud, emerged, appearing disoriented as if his soul had been lost. Lei Yan, hurry up! Still dazed, Lei Yan, upon hearing the voice, focused his gaze, attempting to articulate his thoughts clearly, only to be met with a massive mouth lunging towards him. For enormous fangs glistened ominously, and from within that gaping maw, fireballs rapidly formed, hurtling towards him. Upon witnessing these fireballs, Lei Yan's pupils constricted sharply, a chill coursing through him, compelling him to swiftly raise the shield in his left hand to deflect the fiery projectiles. Although he managed to block the fireballs, regrettably, his body was engulfed by the fiery serpent. Enveloped in a viscous liquid, he felt an overwhelming discomfort. He sensed his body being pulled into a foul-smelling abyss, as if ensnared by a formidable force. Here, he could feel tremors, likely from Cheng Zi's eye attacking the fiery serpent. Given the serpent's massive size and Cheng Zi's eye's archery skills, it was evident that he wouldn't miss. However, whether he could inflict damage on the fiery serpent remained uncertain. After calming his mind, he pondered his course of action. At that moment, a slight pain radiated from his skin, a sign of the corrosive effects of the serpent's gastric juices. Even for his resilient body, such corrosion was challenging to withstand, and if prolonged, he would inevitably become sustenance for the fiery serpent. In a moment of hesitation, he opened his left hand, and 2 tiny specks emerged from his palm. As 2 black-striped ants materialized, they swiftly departed, burrowing into the flesh of the fiery serpent. The serpent, engaged in a standoff with Cheng Zi's eye, expelled a fireball before its pupils suddenly contracted, its body writhing violently. Observing this, Cheng Zi's eye initially paused in surprise, then swiftly drew back his bow. In the throes of excruciating pain, the serpent of fire was slowly withering away. Upon witnessing this scene, Lei Yan's eyes lit up. 2 black-striped ants had successfully infiltrated the body of the fire serpent, rapidly siphoning away its vitality. At this rate, the serpent would soon be completely drained. With a resounding crash, the fire serpent, its eyes aflame with fury, endured the torment and hurled its colossal head towards him, creating a massive crater in the ground upon impact. Meanwhile, Lei Yan sprang into action, leaping onto the serpent's head. With a powerful shout, he gathered his strength and swung down with his blade upon the serpent's cranium. However, the serpent's head struck the ground with less force than anticipated, leading to a slight discrepancy in his expectations. In the air, Cheng Zi's eye furrowed his brow, remaining silent and refraining from shooting arrows. Opting to observe from the sidelines, in just 3 breaths, the once nearly lifeless fire serpent suddenly convulsed violently, its eyes shattering as blood oozed from its mouth, nostrils, and the corners of its eyes. The serpent's head slumped lifelessly to the ground, yet its body continued to thrash about, slowly succumbing to decay. Are you all right? Cheng Zi's eye descended, looking at Lei Yan with a hint of surprise. That moment, Lei Yan appeared quite disheveled, with a gaping wound in his chest and severe bruising and burns marring his neck. Nevertheless, it was evident to the naked eye that his injuries were gradually healing, and the tear in his clothing was also mending slowly. I'm fine, Lei Yan responded, casting a glance at his own body and shaking his head slightly. The thrashing fire serpent was indeed dead, though its body still writhed in its death throes. 2 black-striped ants emerged from the serpent's carcass, their bodies slightly battered. They landed in his palm, and with a clenched fist, they vanished into his grasp. Cheng Zi's eye gazed at his hand in astonishment, silently remarking to himself, "This Lei Yan, after traversing within the belly of the fire serpent, seems to have undergone a transformation." "Master," came the voice of Zhu Shanyue, her small face slightly charred from the smoke. "Come here, it's safe now," Lei Yan reassured, relieved to see her unharmed. "Let us divide this creature." With a slight smile, Lei Yan hoisted the serpent's body. Grasping the remains of the fire serpent, he felt as though he were holding a soft, pliable cloth, albeit with a notable weight. Regaining his composure, Cheng Zi's eye swallowed hard and declared, I would like its inner core. As he spoke, he felt a twinge of guilt. After all, it was Lei Yan who had expended the most effort in subduing the beast. Anticipating Lei Yan's likely refusal, he added, "The inner core of this creature is of great use to me. Consider it a debt of gratitude." "Very well." Lei Yan nodded in agreement. "The rest shall belong to me. No objections." Chang Zizai exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. Extracting a bean-sized inner core from the serpent's head, it glowed a vivid red, reminiscent of smoldering embers. Gazing at the demon core, Chang Zizai could not suppress his excitement. "Take it," Lei Yan offered. Lei Yan tossed the remains of the fire serpent to Chang Zizai, who began to scrutinize the lifeless body left behind. Overall, the essence within the fire serpent had been thoroughly drained by 2 black-patterned ants, leaving behind bones and flesh of little value. However, within the serpent's body, a complete length of serpent sinew, a demon core, and the serpent skin had been preserved. Chang Zizai handed the demon core to Chang Zizai and then proceeded to extract the sinew. The sinew measured approximately 3 feet in length, with both ends being relatively slender. Gripping the sinew with both hands, he exerted a forceful pull, only to discover that its elasticity exceeded his expectations. With his current strength, he managed to stretch it just over a foot. "Ah, splendid," Chang Zizai exclaimed, a genuine thrill coursing through him as he admired the sinew. Lei Yan chuckled, swirling the sinew twice, and remarked, "Don't get your hopes up. One for each of us." Chang Zizai offered an embarrassed smile, realizing that this sinew held particular significance for him at that moment. "As a bowstring, it would serve excellently. You've got yours, and I just happen to be in need of a bow and arrows to compensate for my shortcomings in ranged attacks." Indeed, this sinew was an exceptional material for crafting a bowstring. At that moment, 3 silver-white figures descended gracefully from the sky. With a long howl, the 3 silver wolves landed steadily before them. One was as tall as a person, while the other 2 were slightly smaller. These were the White Wolf Divine Clan that Lei Yan had encountered before, and they appeared larger, suggesting greater strength. On the back of the larger wolf, a woman was seated. "Wow, stunning." Upon catching sight of her, Chang Zizai's mouth formed a perfect circle. The woman appeared to be in her youth, clad in a skirt made of tiger skin, her shoulders and midriff exposed, with a long braid cascading down her chest. A red 9-leaf flower adorned her left cheek, and a slender curved dagger hung at her waist. At that moment, her enchanting phoenix eyes were fixed upon them, revealing a hint of surprise. "What transpired here? Who are you?" The surrounding forest was still ablaze, yet the 3 of them stood there without a trace of fear, stirring a sense of suspicion within her. "We are travelers passing through the forest and happened upon this place, where we encountered a Chang Zizai quickly responded, recounting their previous experiences with a touch of embellishment. Beside him, Lei Yan pulled Zhu Shanyu closer, listening as Chang Zizai's tale grew increasingly grandiose. "And just like that, I shot the serpent dead with a single arrow." After a considerable time, Chang Zizai finally came to a halt. The woman listened quietly, her expression impassive, and after he finished, she spoke. "Which tribe do you belong to?" "The Black Leaf Tribe," Chang Zizai replied, a spark of realization igniting within him. "Indeed, we are from the Black Leaf Tribe." "The Black Leaf Tribe? I've never heard of it." The woman's brows furrowed slightly as she pondered, unable to recall any mention of such a tribe. "Oh, it is merely a small tribe," Chang Zizai added, a hint of bashfulness in his tone. "Ah." The woman nodded, acknowledging that there were countless small tribes within the Black Fierce Forest, and she found it no cause for surprise. Suddenly, a cacophony of noises erupted around them. Noticing the concern etched on the faces of the 3 individuals ahead, the woman explained, "These are my people." Moments later, dozens of individuals surged forth, surrounding the woman protectively. Among them were merely 8 women, each a youthful beauty of striking appearance, yet standing behind the woman. They merely served as the green leaves that complement the red flowers, overshadowing their own brilliance. The rest were all robust men, most of them bare-chested, adorned with intricate tattoos, predominantly depicting ferocious beasts. As the group approached, they knelt on one knee, their expressions radiating utmost reverence. "Who are these individuals?" Upon seeing Lei Yan and his companions, the newcomers couldn't help but harbor a hint of hostility. "Indeed," they replied in unison, their voices resonating with such intensity that the ground trembled beneath them. Lei Yan squinted from the rear, observing that these individuals possessed formidable strength. Their animosity seemed directed not solely at them, but at everyone present, even their own companions, their tones betraying a subtle intent. Simultaneously, their gazes towards the woman in front were laced with a flicker of desire, a yearning to possess her. This was a sentiment that Cheng's eye also perceived, catching him off guard. The woman was evidently a young leader of a prominent clan. Most likely the young chieftain of the Blackstone tribe. The presence of the white wolves further indicated this. Only she was permitted to ride upon one, while the other two remained untouched by anyone else. It was quite unusual for subordinates to openly display their inner desires in such a manner that as they watched the individuals depart. Lei Yan noticed Cheng's eye still lost in a trance and shook his head, patting his shoulder, saying, "They've left. If you're interested, just go for it." Master, Cheng uncle, what's wrong? Zhu Shanwei inquired, perplexed by the stark contrast in Cheng's eye's demeanor. He has succumbed, Lei Yan chuckled, tousling Zhu Shanwei's hair as he followed closely behind Cheng's eye. Succumbed? What does that mean? Zhu Shanwei furrowed her brow, noticing Lei Yan had already moved ahead and hurried to catch up. You're still young. When you grow up, you'll understand, Lei Yan remarked with a playful smile. Casting a sidelong glance at the engrossed Cheng's eye. Oh, it's nothing. I just want to know, where exactly are you headed? Lei Yan, with his sword and shield slung over his back, tugged at the snake's skin in his hands rhythmically. How would I know? Cheng's eye replied, his voice slightly raised. This route was unmistakably where those individuals had just passed. Lei Yan's smile grew increasingly mischievous. Caught off guard by the unexpected remark, Lei Yan paused momentarily. After a while, he remarked, "She is indeed quite beautiful. Let me tell you, I have lived 78 years, and she is the most exquisite woman I have ever encountered." Cheng's eye revealed, a hint of enchantment in his expression. 78 years. While the previous statement was somewhat acceptable to Lei Yan, this revelation left both him and Zhu Shanwei momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Cheng's eye. "Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not that old, am I?" Seeing the expressions of the two, Cheng's eye raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Well, to be honest, that does seem rather excessive. She appears to be only in her 20s. Cheng's eye was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in agreement, saying, "It seems inaccurate, just like me. If I don't mention it, would you know that I am 78 this year? Of course not. By the way, how old are you this year?" Cheng's eye appeared to be invigorated. "I am 25, I suppose." Lei Yan scratched his nose, reporting a number he himself was somewhat uncertain about. Be more precise. "I am uncertain too." Lei Yan gradually withdrew the smile from his face and strode forward. Sensing the same, Cheng's eye suddenly realized there was a story behind this and refrained from further inquiries, lowering his head and walking ahead. "Master, what exactly is wrong with Uncle Cheng?" Cheng's eye, walking in front of them, occasionally looked up at the sky and then down at the ground. "Don't mind him. Let him decide for himself." Along the way, he explained some of his combat techniques to Zhu Shanwei. Anxious, Cheng's eye observed Lei Yan's carefree demeanor, which was rather infuriating. On this day, Cheng's eye could no longer contain himself and strode directly to the front of Lei Yan and Zhu Shanwei. There's something going on. Seeing Cheng's eye's demeanor, Lei Yan was somewhat taken aback. Cheng's eye's words faltered, unable to articulate his thoughts. "Speak your mind." Lei Yan suddenly chuckled and added, "Are you unable to make a decision?" Indeed, Cheng's eye sat down beside him and confessed, "To be honest, I have developed feelings for her. However, I must leave this desolate realm. Yet, I find it hard to part. What do you think I should do?" "Precisely." Cheng's eye abruptly stood up, grinning widely, entirely unlike someone who had lived 78 years. A single remark from Lei Yan illuminated Cheng's eye's mind, transforming his entire demeanor. Beside them, Zhu Shanwei seemed somewhat puzzled, scratching the back of her head and questioning, "Master, what is wrong with Uncle Cheng again?" "It's nothing. Don't concern yourself with him." Lei Yan gathered his weapons, took Zhu Shanwei by the hand, and quickly followed Cheng's eye ahead. They arrived at a tribe situated atop a mountain, the Wuyan tribe. Towering wooden walls stood 3 to 4 zhang high, with 3 gates and over a dozen robust men vigilantly observing the comings and goings. "They have entered. Do you wish to go in?" This Wuyan tribe boasts a population of at least several tens of thousands. Undoubtedly a significant tribe. Lei Yan gazed at the vigilant archers atop the city walls and cast a sidelong glance at Cheng's eye, who couldn't help but tease him, his tone laced with a hint of provocation. Why not go in? Cheng's eye discerned the underlying meaning in his words, yet upon arriving here, it would be uncharacteristic of him not to enter. "Wait." Just as he was about to step inside, Lei Yan reached out to stop him. "What is the matter?" Cheng's eye furrowed his brow. "Those individuals seem rather off." Lei Yan gestured with his chin toward the front, where over a dozen men clad in animal skins were carrying the corpses of some demonic beasts, forming a line to enter. These individuals appeared somewhat frail, contrasting sharply with the robust men of this place. Upon closer inspection, One would struggle to pinpoint the anomaly. They seem no different. Cheng's eyes scrutinized the situation closely, yet he discerned no notable differences. Lei Yan glanced around and whispered, "Let us proceed inside and follow them. I will explain when I have a moment." The individuals before them bore various items, primarily the carcasses of the demonic beasts. Many, like them, entered carrying such possessions, primarily to exchange for the necessities they sought. Upon entering, the trio trailed behind a group of more than 10 people. The Wuyan tribe was vast, housing tens of thousands, akin to a small city. Along the streets, numerous vendors displayed their wares, engaging in exchanges with those in need. As they followed these individuals, they soon noticed a peculiar distinction. Although these people were laden with numerous items, they paid no heed to the stalls lining either side, walking with a singular purpose. Moreover, their strides were exceptionally uniform, unlike the others who exhibited varying paces. After following closely, the trio paid a demonic beast's inner core and obtained a 10-day residency permit. Within the wooden dwelling, Cheng's eyes summoned a veil of energy to muffle their voices and inquired, "Speak, who are these individuals?" "Well, it is like this." Lei Yan recounted the circumstances surrounding the Wuzong, omitting certain personal details that he concluded, "This is what I know about the Wuzong. It is certain that they exist within the Haimen continent. However, I am not entirely familiar with their situation. From what you've described, it seems the Wuzong may be inclined to capture individuals or demonic beasts of considerable strength to forge battle puppets. And as you've mentioned, these people are undoubtedly affiliated with the Wuzong. What could their purpose be for coming here? Surely, they do not intend to eradicate the tribe." Upon reaching this point, Cheng's Eye himself found it hard to believe. Their numbers were limited, making such an idea implausible. However, if their focus were to shift towards your companion, then perhaps it would not pose a significant challenge. Lei Yan absent-mindedly rubbed his nose, his eyes suddenly brightening. Their movements were excessively conspicuous, making them easy targets. "Isn't she in grave danger then?" Cheng's Eye exclaimed, his eyes widening. "Girl, stay here. If there is nothing urgent, do not wander off." While speaking, a small black emerged in his palm, unknowingly drifting into Zhu Shanyue's hair. Zhu Shanyue pouted, somewhat displeased. Lei Yan chuckled and, armed with his forging hammer, set off to locate the forging facility of the Wuyan tribe. After expending a low-grade demonic beast's inner core, he secured a forging room for 3 days. Once the stone door was closed, he directed a thought into his heart. As his palm opened, an intense flame ignited before him. This time, his focus was on his shield. The shield itself possessed a natural curvature, which he perceived as the bow's body. He enhanced the upper groove and the lower inner tip of the shield with small circular rings, allowing the snake tendons to pass through. The inherent elasticity of the snake tendons was remarkable. His intention was to harness this elasticity to compensate for the lack of force in the bow's body of the shield, with the force imbued within the snake tendons. He could only imagine the magnitude of power that the arrows would possess upon release, leaving even him with a sense of anticipation. After making the necessary adjustments to the internal handle of the shield, it may not feel as intuitive to use. However, when this shield transforms into a longbow, the proportions are just right. In the center of the shield, where the arrows are placed, he has ingeniously crafted a movable panel mechanism. When the shield serves its purpose as a shield, the panel remains stationary. Yet, once it is transformed into a longbow, a simple push opens this panel, revealing a vertically elongated gap, which allows him to nock arrows and aim. Simultaneously, he procured a selection of inferior metals to forge 10 resilient arrows. Completing this endeavor took him over 2 days. The perceptual range of the black-striped ants is far superior to his own in relation to the 2 black-striped ants accompanying him. Through the black-striped ant on his person, nothing unusual occurred in that vicinity. However, those individuals were quite active outside. Upon returning to his residence, he was greeted by the sight of Zhu Xinyu, languidly slumped over the table. "Master," he affectionately ruffled Zhu Xinyue's small head, and a smile broke across Lei Yan's face as he glanced around and inquired, "Where is Zizai?" With the day still bright, Lei Yan felt a surge of optimism, knowing that if any confrontation were to arise, it would likely occur in the evening. Thus, he prepared to step outside. Upon hearing that they were going out, Zhu Xinyu bounced a few times, leaving her weapon behind, and eagerly followed him out. The outside world was not overly bustling, yet it was not devoid of activity either. They meandered through streets lined with vendors, trading some low-tier beast cores that held little value for them in exchange for an assortment of trinkets. all of which were favored by young girls: necklaces, earrings, and anklets. Lei Yan himself had little need for such items. Instead, he listened to the conversations of those around him. Nightfall arrived swiftly, and a small bundle had appeared behind Zhu Xinyue. Though modest in size, it contained a considerable number of items. Observing Zhu Xinyue's evident delight brought a sense of joy to Lei Yan as well that at the same time. He summoned an energy barrier to mute their conversation. Is there something amiss? Noticing Cheng Zai's demeanor, Lei Yan's brow furrowed slightly, recalling what he had heard that day. Uncertain if Cheng Zai was aware of the situation, these individuals planned to act at night, seizing the opportunity while others engaged in a competition to capture Jiuyi. Jiuyi, who is that? It's her. Cheng Zai revealed a knowing look, and Lei Yan nodded in understanding. Let us converse as we walk. Lei Yan spoke little more, shouldering the shield while guiding Zhu Xinyue alongside him. Given Zhu Xinyue's inadequate strength, any incident at night could lead to chaos. Whether he would be able to find her afterward remained uncertain. At that moment, his shield was not yet bound with the serpent tendons. It was merely a simple shield. By moving ahead of those individuals, they would not raise any alarms and would also secure a strategic advantage. As they walked and talked, Lei Yan gleaned some insights into the situation. After Jiuyi and her companions settled in this area, they brought along some robust men who were quite formidable and possessed a haughty demeanor. It did not take long for them to clash with the local populace. Though they faced some setbacks, the formidable backing of Jiuyi's faction, the Blackstone sect, dissuaded them from making any enemies with the locals. Nevertheless, these individuals devised a plan to settle their disputes through combat, one-on-one. That in the face of such a situation, the burly men under the command of Jiuyi were stirred by a fervent spirit of combat. With a nod from Jiuyi, they resolved to engage in a duel that very night. It is worth noting that the inhabitants of the Black Fierce Forest generally possess a competitive nature. Though these individuals may not have cultivated their energy through the gathering energy technique, the environment here is quite favorable, with most adults easily reaching the status of a first-level warrior. Among them, those with slightly better abilities can attain the second or third levels without difficulty. Given sufficient beast cores and medicinal herbs, reaching the sixth level is entirely feasible. With strength on their side and the boisterous demeanor characteristic of the local populace, invitations to duel are seldom declined, and enthusiastic cheers and applause abound. This evening promises to be an exceptionally fervent night for the Wuyan tribe. After Cheng Zai concluded his remarks, he added a brief comment. Soon, they were swept along with the crowd to a vast arena at the very heart of the Wuyan tribe. The ground here was paved with a hard stone that bore witness to numerous bloodstains and remnants of past battles. At this moment, Ji, clad in a short outfit made of snake skin and adorned with a red grass rope headband and small red gemstones, exuded an air of regal authority. Her hands, chest, and ankles were adorned with an array of silver ornaments, presenting her as a queen ruling over all. The surrounding men could not conceal their palpable desire. Beside Jiuyi, her mount, a white wolf, lay at her feet, flanked by two elderly gentlemen. Silence. Everyone, the crowd buzzed with excitement over the impending duel, creating a cacophony of noise. That a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, stepped forward and raised his arm, commanding silence. Tonight, we shall witness the warriors of the Wuyan tribe engage in combat against these esteemed guests. We are also graced by the presence of our beautiful Jiuyi from the Blackstone tribe. That a chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd, transcending age and gender. Now, let us invite our warriors to the stage. The man bellowed, "Fight, fight, fight." The crowd was on the brink of frenzy. The clamor around him grew increasingly deafening, causing Lei Yan to furrow his brow slightly. Scanning the crowd, he eventually spotted a group of over 10 slender men who, despite their frail appearances, maneuvered through the throng with remarkable speed. The sight of them sparked a glimmer of interest in his eyes. At this moment, Cheng Zai, upon noticing these individuals, exhibited a fierce determination. "Stay close to me, girl. Many will perish tonight." Lei Yan expressed his concerns, stooping to ruffle Zhu Xinyue's hair affectionately. Simultaneously, two small black dots discreetly affixed themselves to her flowing locks. "Stop messing with my hair. It will stunt my growth." Zhu Xinyue pouted in displeasure. With a chuckle, Lei Yan said nothing further, instead lifting Zhu Xinyue to afford her a clearer view. As he observed the two robust figures emerging from the crowd, his attention also remained vigilant toward the unaligned individuals. Beside him, Cheng Zai gripped his longbow tightly. Let the games begin. With the command of the middle-aged man, two burly men leaped onto the elevated platform at the center of the arena. letting out a fierce roar to bolster their spirits. The two rushed toward each other, fists clenched, ready to strike. To Lei Yan's astonishment, their combat was purely hand-to-hand, devoid of any weaponry, though their exchange of punches and kicks was straightforward. The sheer power of these two men had already reached the level of fifth-tier warriors, their blows swift as the wind, the sound of their strikes echoing through the air. After observing for a while, Zhu Shanwei scoffed, her lips curling in disdain. Master, these individuals are utterly foolish. If it were you, you would utilize the unloading technique to dissipate their attacking force, exhaust their stamina, and then launch your own counteroffensive. Lei Yan nodded in agreement. As the surrounding crowd erupted once more, it turned out that the two combatants had determined a victor point. One of the men brought by Jiu Yi had sent a member of the Muya tribe flying with a single kick. Although it was a member of their own tribe who had lost, the Muya individuals showed no signs of embarrassment. The victor raised his arm in triumph, and soon another challenger stepped forward. The battles continued in pairs. The winners remained to face the next opponent. Over time, those who could not sustain their stamina were inevitably knocked out. The combat raged on for over an hour, intensifying in ferocity, with many sustaining broken bones and shattered limbs. Yet challengers kept pouring in. It's begun, suddenly called out by Cheng Zizai at the side. Lei Yan was not taken by surprise. He merely flexed his right hand, ready to draw his blade at any moment. Boom! A bare-chested man suddenly erupted with a tremendous surge of energy, sending nearby spectators reeling, and it appeared that some would not survive the onslaught. This man drew a 3-foot-long sword from a backpack on his back, its blade a deep black. As he unleashed his energy, strange patterns began to glow along the sword's surface. Who dares? The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier bellowed, rushing forward in an attempt to shield Jiu Yi. The second was the white wolf crouched beside Jiu Yi, its fur bristling as it snarled and lunged at the man. Get lost! With a low growl, the man swung his sword, releasing a blade of energy that cleaved into the midsection of the middle-aged man. With a sickening sound, the energy struck him, sending him reeling backward, blood spewing forth. Yet he remained alive, quite resilient. The man sneered, not pausing for breath as he lunged forward, aiming his sword at the white wolf. The wolf bared its menacing teeth, seemingly poised to snap the sword in two. Kill. Those hidden in the surroundings drew their swords, immediately attacking without a hint of hesitation, mercilessly slaying those nearby without facing any resistance. The white wolf's mouth opened, causing the surrounding air to rapidly the white wolf's body was sent flying amidst the collision, remaining grounded for quite some time. Stop! Cheng Zizai had already rushed forward, though his speed had significantly diminished. After a resounding shout, he drew back his longbow and released an arrow. Who goes there? Upon witnessing him suspended in midair, the man grasping Jiu's figure felt a slight constriction in his pupils, taken aback with astonishment. When he observed that the arrow shot by Cheng Zizai was composed of energy, his mind was further plagued with doubts regarding this individual's identity. However, there was no time to linger. He swiftly drew his sword, shattering the energy arrow, and simultaneously propelled Jiu backward. Be cautious. The strength of the abductor of Jiu far exceeded their estimations, catching them completely off guard. At that moment, Cheng Zizai followed closely behind the man, seemingly able to keep pace. Yet the uncertainty of what would ensue remained a significant concern. Just as he finished calling out, Cheng Zizai had already vanished from sight. The surrounding crowd descended into chaos, the massacre continuing unabated, with scarcely anyone capable of intervening. 12 men, each wielding longswords, formed a circle that captivated the attention of the majority present. Even the 3 white wolves were compelled to remain unable to escape from these men. A heavy sensation settled in his heart as he witnessed the reckless bravery of the crowd surging forward. He thought to himself that, given Cheng Zizai's prowess, he should be able to manage for a while. Utilizing his strength, he swiftly pushed through the throng, reaching the outskirts of the circle formed by those 12 individuals. They had encircled an area of approximately 10 feet in diameter, all possessing strength around the 7th level of warrior, with an energy emanating from each, connecting them together. This energy formed a transparent barrier in front of the 12, obstructing the advance of those before them. Seeing this scene, Lei Yan furrowed his brow slightly. The attackers surrounding them were not weak. After all, anyone who made it this far possessed a strength of at least 3 or 4 levels. The newcomers behind them increasingly exhibited greater strength. Just as he was approaching, those individuals coalesced an energy sword above their heads, rapidly charging forth. The energy sword was remarkably resilient, swiftly piercing through the surrounding crowd. A thunderous sound reverberated as the air blade successfully shattered the energy barrier formed by the adversaries, directly slaying one individual at the forefront, while the two flanking him were sent flying, leaving the rest of the group injured. A profound silence enveloped the scene. After such relentless assault, they had failed to breach the peculiar shield, only to witness it cleaved apart by a single strike. "Kill them," a voice boomed, prompting the remaining individuals to surge forward. "Let us go." Observing the throng of heads surrounding him, Lei Yan furrowed his brow, perplexed by the others' willingness to charge into certain death. Resolving to disengage, he swiftly scooped up Zhu Shangyue and followed the retreating figures of Cheng Zizai and his companions. "Humans, come forth. I shall guide you." The phrase "ride the winds" resonated in Lei Yan's mind, filling him with astonishment. "Come forth." Noticing his momentary stupor, the white wolf nudged him. "All right." Lei Yan nodded, leaping onto the back of the white wolf while still cradling Zhu Shangyue. He scarcely felt the beast's movements before a gust of wind surged around them, propelling them swiftly forward. "Are you flying by harnessing the wind?" he inquired, sensing the gentle currents enveloping them, which were far less fierce than usual. "Indeed, we of the White Wolf God clan are emissaries of the wind," the White Wolf affirmed. As they rode upon the creature's back, Lei Yan felt a stir of excitement within him. His inability to sense energy rendered him incapable of manipulating it, setting him apart from others. He could neither soar through the skies nor engage in ranged attacks. This was his shortcoming. He had adapted his shield for archery to compensate for his lack of flight, yet this limitation remained a significant disadvantage. "Is it true that only your clan can command the wind to fly?" "Not necessarily, but it is not a skill that just anyone can master," the White Wolf replied after a pause. Lei Yan fell silent, his mind racing with contemplation. The sound of explosions echoed ahead, tightening their hearts with unease. Logically, if Cheng Zizai had the upper hand, he would have rescued Jiu Yi by now. The ongoing battle suggested unforeseen complications. Zhu Shangyue caught sight of a shadow and called out, but as she opened her mouth, she halted abruptly. A waft of blood filled the air as a woman half-embraced Cheng Zizai. Soaring towards them, beneath them, droplets of blood fell steadily. The White Wolf exhaled in relief upon witnessing the scene. The woman was, of course, Jiu Yi. Her complexion appeared somewhat pale, yet she maintained her composure. Without uttering a word, Lei Yan's gaze shifted to Cheng Zizai, his brow creasing in concern. There, he beheld a deep wound carved into Cheng Zizai's chest, his face ashen. His left hand remained steady, clenching the longbow, but his right hand hung limply, bearing a grievous injury that seemed to suggest a fracture. Up the chieftain of the Wuyan tribe, the middle-aged man who had been struck in the abdomen, approached with a pallid complexion. There would be time to discuss other matters later. For now, please summon the medicine elder at once. Without allowing the chieftain to utter a word, Jiu commanded directly. "Yes," the chieftain of the Wuyan tribe hurriedly replied, gesturing for someone to fetch the medicine elder. "This way." Acknowledging that Lei Yan, Zhu Shangyue, and Cheng Zizai were together, he beckoned them and led them into a resplendent tent. Shortly thereafter, an elderly woman, her face lined with wrinkles and leaning on a cane, entered, followed by a young girl carrying a beast-hide pouch. The cursory glance had already revealed that Cheng Zizai's injuries were severe. Now, after some time had passed without news, concern gnawed at him as a friend. Jiu's expression remained somber. Although a hint of color had returned to her face, the constant movement of her eyes betrayed the profound impact this incident had on her. That moment, the young girl accompanying the medicine elder stepped forward. "Sir, the man's injuries are too grave. We can only delay the inevitable, not completely cure him." "How long can the delay last?" "About 10 days. I shall accompany you." A thought flashed through Lei Yan's mind, and he readily agreed. "Time is of the essence. We must depart immediately." Jiu nodded and summoned 3 white wolves. After a brief exchange, it was decided that Lei Yan and Zhu Shangyue would ride with one of the white wolves, while Cheng Zizai would be accompanied by another, and Jiu would ride with the largest of the wolves. The 3 white wolves soared through the air with remarkable speed, moving in a direct line towards their destination. Their path lay through the forest, and they soon found themselves nearing the Blackstone tribe. Within 3 days, the looming presence of the Blackstone tribe, one of the 2 great clans within the Black Fierce Forest, would be visible ahead. The Blackstone tribe sprawled across a vast expanse, filled with a multitude of wooden and stone dwellings. Encircling it was a wall of stone, towering high and wide, patrolled by a cadre of armed men. The White Wolf Divine Clan served as the guardians of the Blackstone tribe, holding a position of utmost reverence here. Any ordinary beast daring to fly over the Blackstone territory would be swiftly slain. However, As the three white wolves carried them overhead, most of the inhabitants below instinctively prostrated themselves in reverence to the wolves above. Yet, among them were a few exceptions. From above, these individuals appeared unremarkable. Yet an intangible aura emanated from them. An ancient essence wafted from this tribe. Upon arriving, Zhu Shangyue also tempered her vivacious spirit. The heart of this tribe, atop a slightly elevated terrain, stood the most esteemed and enigmatic structure of the region. Much of the area remained forested, and the architecture was not opulent. Rather, it bore a somewhat dilapidated appearance. However, upon closer inspection, it exuded an ancient charm that evoked a sense of awe. They landed on a clear patch within the forest, surrounded by a few young white wolves at play. These juvenile wolves, though small in size, were already enveloped in an undercurrent of energy swirling around them. As dusk descended, several young maidens hurried forth, kneeling on one knee. "Quick, summon the elder pharmacist. Someone is gravely injured." Jui supported Cheng Zizai as they hastened towards a picturesque locale nestled against the mountains and waters. The young girls, taken aback by Jui's appearance, stood momentarily stunned. Yet, they swiftly regained their composure. Some departed while others followed suit. A few guests lingered, for this place was the residence of the clan's young lord. Upon seeing Lei Yan accompanied by Zhu Zhanyue trailing behind Jui, about to enter a bamboo cottage, one of the girls stepped forward to impede their passage. "Please wait here for a moment. My apologies, master." Zhu Zhanyue furrowed her brow slightly, displaying her displeasure. "Just wait here," Jui instructed. Lei Yan nodded. Turning to Jui, "I entrust his injuries to you. Rest assured, we have the finest elder pharmacist here." Jui assured him with a nod. Shortly thereafter, two maidens arrived, escorting an elderly matron, burdened with various bags of differing sizes. As the elderly woman approached, a fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. Noticing them, the matron raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "Who might these two be?" "Elder pharmacist, please come in quickly," just called out, prompting the elderly woman to hasten inside. "Ow!" A soft sound emerged, causing Lei Yan and Zhu Zhanyue to turn their gaze. They beheld a small white wolf, roughly the size of a foot, circling around Zhu Zhanyue. After a few playful whimpers, it raised its front legs and crossed them over Zhu Zhanyue's, displaying an expression of affectionate intent. "How adorable!" Zhu Zhanyue's eyes sparkled with delight as she instinctively reached out to the fluffy, puppy-like white wolf. The girls stationed outside the bamboo cottage gasped in astonishment. It was known that while these white wolves were diminutive, they possessed remarkable intelligence, often disregarding ordinary individuals. Typically, they gazed indifferently at strangers. But today, such a display of affection towards a person was exceedingly rare. The only one rumored to receive such treatment recently was their young lord. As more little white wolves rushed over, Lei Yan felt a tremor of shock within. Despite their small stature, these wolves moved with astonishing swiftness, their feet barely brushing the tips of the grass blades, which danced in the breeze as if weightless. Such a spirited young lady. In a reflexive motion, he slashed with his blade, releasing a gust of energy. However, this energy blade appeared to freeze before an elderly woman clad in burlap. Gradually, it dissipated into the air. This matron, leaning on a gnarled wooden staff, was enveloped by a gentle breeze that began to fade. Her keen eyes, filled with vitality, remained fixed upon them. "Clan Lord." Upon recognizing the elderly woman, the girls collectively knelt. "Young man, your temper is rather fierce," the aged voice, devoid of anger, spoke gently. My apologies. Startled by the voice behind him, Lei Yan instinctively rubbed his prominent nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. This is indeed a positive development. The clan lord of the Haishi tribe nodded slightly, exchanging glances with him. Both individuals harbored a sense of trepidation within, yet neither allowed it to manifest upon their countenances. "My dear wife and I have both lived for over a millennium. While we may lack in other areas, we have certainly honed our ability to discern character." The clan chief turned his gaze towards Lei Yan, his brow arching slightly. For this matter, it is rather difficult to ascertain. Lei Yan's expression grew serious. Indeed, there was no issue at hand. He recounted the events that transpired. Upon hearing his account, the clan chief's features remained inscrutable, revealing nothing of his internal turmoil. Meanwhile, Zhu Shanyu cradled a small white wolf, her face perpetually adorned with a gentle smile. After a brief pause, the clan chief inhaled deeply and spoke. "Thus, it can be inferred that those cloaked figures hail from a place called Wuyan. They possess the ability to manipulate energy, which implies they have mastered the art of energy convergence. Your physique is formidable, yet it does not strike me as akin to that of the denizens of the Heimeng forest. Can you wield energy? Are you not curious? Do you not find it astonishing? The records of Heimeng continent are not devoid of accounts of outsiders. Among these individuals, some possess the ability to manipulate what is deemed energy, while others, like us, rely solely on their corporeal forms. These individuals, each one with an inflated sense of self-worth, regard us as mere insects, scarcely acknowledging our existence. However, those individuals have either perished or fled. It is regrettable that they have not left behind the art of energy convergence. Upon hearing this, Lei Yan felt a stir within, concealing his emotions as he replied, "Do you not possess the wind manipulation technique? The art of energy convergence would be of little use to you. This young lady is quite impressive. If you trust me, allow me to escort you to meet someone." "Very well." After a moment's contemplation, Lei Yan nodded in acquiescence. The clan chief led them on a trek towards the mountain summit, where, apart from a narrow path, no signs of human activity were discernible. A stone cave emerged in a secluded spot, and standing there, one could sense the essence of the forest. As they entered the cave, the ground sloped downward, growing ever colder with each step. Lei Yan estimated they had descended over 100 zhang. The temperature had dropped to the point where one's breath could freeze. Yet they seemed unperturbed. Zhu Shanyu, being somewhat frail, conjured a protective barrier of energy at his behest. Observing this, the clan chief's eyes glimmered momentarily, though he refrained from comment. "Old friend, I have come to see you." After descending another 100 zhang or so, the clan chief of the Heisher tribe suddenly halted and called out, "If you've come, then come. Why shout? Who are these two?" A similarly aged voice resonated from within. "This young lady possesses remarkable vitality. You should take a look." "Very well. My time is limited." The voice fell silent, seemingly burdened. She, too, arrived from the outside. Upon her arrival, she bore grievous wounds, which have yet to heal. For centuries, she has resided within this frozen cave, merely to sustain her existence. The clan chief of the Heisher tribe continued onward, offering a brief introduction to the identity of the voice's owner. Centuries have passed. Lei Yan pondered for a moment, glancing around, and sensed that the air was permeated not only with a biting chill but also with an elusive fragrance. This scent, faint yet enticing, stirred an inexplicable warmth within his heart. The aroma wafted through the air. An unfamiliar sensation flickered in Lei Yan's chest, causing his cheeks to flush suddenly. He chuckled to himself, reminding, "When I see her later, I must maintain my composure." Startled, Lei Yan was taken aback by his own thoughts. He inhaled deeply a few times, realizing that the peculiar scent was rather odd, distinctly not that of flowers. Is everything all right? He wondered, concerned for Zhu Zhanyu, who, despite summoning a shield of energy, struggled against the pervasive cold. It's so cold, master. Zhu Zhanyu's complexion had turned pale, her teeth chattering slightly as she spoke. "Just bear with it a little longer, young lady. If this person finds you to his liking, it could be a tremendous opportunity for you." A gust of wind coalesced around Zhu Zhanyu, emanating from the chieftain of the Black Leaf tribe, wrapping her in a warm embrace. Gradually, her pallor improved, as the frigid atmosphere seemed to part before that gentle breeze. Before long, a doorway appeared ahead. The chieftain sighed and entered, remarking, "It has been hundreds of years since I have brought anyone here. You always claim they are unsuitable, even dismissing that girl from the Yi family. If you cannot find her appealing, then I am at a loss." "Jiu Jin, it seems you are becoming increasingly verbose," came a light-hearted retort. Upon entering the ice cavern, it was brightly lit, though not particularly spacious, and the temperature was exceedingly low. In the center stood an ice platform, upon which sat a young and strikingly beautiful woman, dressed in white. Her skin was as pure as snow, her long hair cascading down to her waist, and her eyes were tightly shut, her exquisite visage devoid of any expression. At first glance, her breathtaking beauty, combined with the surrounding fragrance, stirred something deep within Lei Yan, causing a fervent heat to surge uncontrollably. For reasons unknown, as he beheld this woman and inhaled the aromatic air, a desire erupted from his very core. Realizing his uncharacteristic response, Lei Yan abruptly closed his eyes and held his breath, switching to a more controlled manner of breathing. After several breaths, the tumultuous blood coursing through his veins began to calm, returning to its natural state. Only then did he dare to open his eyes again. Upon looking once more, he found that the woman's beauty was not as captivating as he had initially perceived, nor did she exude the same fatal allure. Jiu Jin, the chieftain of the Blackstone tribe, observed closely, and upon witnessing Lei Yan regain his composure in mere moments, a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. Shi Lian, did you see that? This young man possesses remarkable self-control. The woman slowly opened her eyes, her dark pupils scanning Lei Yan briefly before shifting her gaze to Zhu Zhanyu. After studying Zhu Zhanyu for a moment, the woman's pupils contracted slightly as she beckoned. "Young lady, come closer, let me have a look." Her voice, unexpectedly aged and contrasting sharply with her youthful appearance, caught Zhu Zhanyu off guard. The stark difference between sight and sound left her momentarily speechless. "It's all right. Go ahead." Lei Yan nodded encouragingly, urging Zhu Zhanyu to step forward. Upon receiving her consent, Zhu Zhanyu approached the woman seated gracefully on the icy platform. The closer she drew, the more she could perceive the woman's tranquil beauty and the faint, elusive fragrance that surrounded her. The woman slowly extended her hand, her fingers as delicate as white jade, and gently touched Zhu Zhanyu's forehead. That a surge of crimson energy flowed from the woman's fingertip into Zhu Zhanyu's mind, causing her body to tremble slightly before she gradually closed her eyes. There was no need for alarm. This was Lei Yan probing her essence. Jiao Jin felt a surge of tension, leaning on his staff. He positioned himself protectively in front of her. The woman's gaze sharpened as it focused on Zhu Zhanyu, shifting from indifference to astonishment, and finally blossoming into delight. "Excellent." After the blood butterfly emerged, it fluttered its wings gently. After circling Zhu Zhanyu a few times, the butterfly suddenly soared upwards, colliding with Zhu Zhanyu's forehead and merging into her being. Time passed, and the woman remained still, while Jiao Jin and Lei Yan held their silence, patiently awaiting the outcome. "Little girl, you are exceptionally suited to inherit this blood mist butterfly. Do you wish to accept this legacy?" Blood mist butterfly. "Master?" Noticing Lei Yan's reticence, Zhu Zhanyu hesitated. "You, being her master, should consider her future." The woman remarked, "The blood mist butterfly is a secret art passed down through my family for generations. Now my lineage has perished, leaving me the sole survivor. As I approach my final moments, I seek a gifted individual to inherit this blood mist butterfly. This girl possesses remarkable talent. I wish to pass this legacy to her. It would bring her no harm. I do not require her to acknowledge me as her master. I merely wish for the continuity of this blood mist butterfly." After a moment of contemplation, Lei Yan inquired, "I wish to understand what the blood mist butterfly truly is and what powers it holds." "Very well, I shall grant you a glimpse," the woman replied, nodding slightly. With a swift motion, the white garments she wore fluttered, and a pair of crimson butterfly wings unfurled from her shoulder blades. In addition to these wings, small red dots appeared on her attire, rapidly coalescing into tiny red butterflies. Once formed, these butterflies took flight, swirling around Lei Yan in a mesmerizing dance. The wings on her back represented the essence of the blood mist butterfly, capable of soaring across the heavens and earth. As for these smaller ones, be cautious. A venerable voice emanated from Lei Yan's lips, a faint smile gracing her features. However, upon hearing this, he sensed something amiss. The surrounding butterflies trembled as they began to encircle him at a swift pace. The speed of their flight was astonishing. One by one, they veered from their original paths and charged towards him. His eyes narrowed, and with swift precision, he drew his shield and long knife from his back. With a single stroke, he cleaved through one butterfly. Puff! The butterfly dissipated under his strike, yet countless others surged forth. His brow furrowed slightly. While the initial few posed little threat, the sheer number surrounding him, nearly 100, was formidable. Moreover, the butterfly that had been shattered by him transformed into a mist of blood, only to swiftly coalesce once more. One by one, the butterflies surged toward him, encasing various parts of his body. The blade swung ever faster, while the shield absorbed the majority of the onslaught. Those butterflies disintegrated before his shield, beneath the edge of his blade. Yet, after shattering, they rapidly reformed, launching their assault anew. The gust generated by the swinging blade howled fiercely within this icy cavern. Yet they remained incapable of tearing apart the surrounding ice blocks. Upon closer inspection, one would notice a layer of airflow continuously swirling around the surface of the ice, grinding down the ferocious winds, dispersing them. The winds grew increasingly tempestuous. The air blades carried by the blade intensified, and the currents within the stone caves surged stronger. With each strike aligned with this current, the force of the air blades became ever more potent. A hint of astonishment flickered in the eyes of Jiao Jin. Although it could not rival her ability to manipulate the winds, harnessing their momentum to augment her attacks was indeed a remarkable feat. Half an hour later, the speed at which the butterflies coalesced began to wane. Enough of this contest. Jiao Jin noted the fatigue evident in both participants, her brow furrowing slightly, reluctant to interrupt their duel but mindful of Shi Lian's condition. She felt compelled to speak. The surrounding butterflies gradually retreated, and Lei Yan took 2 steps back, sheathing his blade. Standing there, Lei Yan inhaled deeply, letting out a slow breath as he wiped the sweat from his brow. What now? Shi Lian inquired after closing her eyes and taking a measured breath. It is feasible. However, under such circumstances, you ought to. My body can scarcely endure much longer if the blood mist butterflies can be passed on. I would die without regrets. Shi Lian closed her eyes as a wave of energy rippled through her body. Little girl, what do you think? Would you desire these blood mist butterflies? Shi Lian's tone shifted as she directed the question toward Zhu Shanyu. Zhu Shanyu's eyes lit up, responding eagerly. As long as Master agrees, I certainly want them. Very well, Black Lad. If you have no objections, then a month from now, you shall return here, and I shall bestow these blood mist butterflies upon this young girl. For now, I am weary and shall take my leave. Let us depart. Jiao Jin gestured for Lei Yan and Zhu Shanyu to exit, sighing as they left. Upon exiting the icy cavern, a warm breeze enveloped their bodies, bringing with it a sense of comfort. Just then, the old herbalist emerged from Jiu Yi's bamboo dwelling. Elder. Upon seeing them, the herbalist hurried over to pay his respects. How is that lad faring? Grandmother. Hearing Jiao Jin's voice, Jiu Yi dashed out. Yet her demeanor was markedly different this time, tinged with a hint of bashfulness. Jiao Jin squinted, scrutinizing her granddaughter, who appeared so changed, and waved his hand. Your matters are your own. Your grandmother will not interfere. You have grown up and are no longer a child. The Blackstone tribe will rely on you from now on. You must keep those beneath you in check, lest they find a weakness to exploit. Grandmother, why do you say such things? Jiao Yi paused, somewhat perplexed by Jiao Jin's remarks. Zhu Shanyu went off to play with the little white wolves, while Lei Yan noticed Cheng Zizai, standing listlessly at the entrance of Jiao Yi's bamboo house. Lei Yan gazed at Cheng Zizai, who had just emerged, and a faint smile unconsciously graced his lips. Upon noticing his smile, Cheng Zizai felt a slight blush creep onto her face as she walked alongside him to the bank of the nearby stream. Not bad, huh? At this remark, Lei Yan was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly as he replied, Could it be that you are not merely pretending, but truly injured by that individual? He found it hard to believe, from his observation of the man's actions. It seemed he had not held back much, likely just a secondary warrior, not significantly stronger than himself. Indeed, Cheng Zizai lowered her head slightly, gazing at her wounded right hand. Lei Yan fell silent, refraining from further speech. Do you think I am utterly useless? Cheng Zizai, noticing his silence, managed a wry smile. Those without a sect have all faced life and death. They are not ordinary beings. Lei Yan shook his head slightly. His physique is quite formidable, comparable to that of an 8th-level beast, although slightly inferior to yours. However, he wields energy with the prowess of a 9th-level warrior. Additionally, his close combat skills are exceptional. I suffered greatly in that regard. Fortunately, my energy is somewhat stronger than his. Then how severe is his injury? Cheng Zizai inquired. That man was struck by one of my arrows, piercing through his chest. While he is not dead, he is undoubtedly gravely wounded. Cheng Zizai clenched her left fist slightly. What? Upon hearing this, Cheng Zizai's eyes widened in astonishment. You are unaware? This Jiao Yi, as a young noble of the Haishi tribe, has ventured out with the intent of selecting some capable young individuals to engage in a grand competition a year hence. The victors will become her suitors. Lei Yan let out a gasp. He had indeed inquired about this. Upon hearing this, Cheng Zizai was rendered speechless. So I doubt your chances are quite substantial. However, judging by their demeanor, it seems that this competition is of utmost importance. If you wish to win her affection, it appears you must participate in this contest. Indeed, to be my man, one must become the mightiest warrior under the Haishi tribe. Suddenly, the voice of Jiao Yi startled the two, causing them to turn in surprise. Not far behind them stood Jiao Yi and Jiao Jin. The silent Jiao Jin blended seamlessly with the wind, making her presence difficult to detect wherever there was a breeze. This was the impression Lei Yan had, which only intensified his desire to master the art of wind manipulation. Cheng Zizai found herself momentarily at a loss for words, astonished by Jiao Yi's unexpected generosity, a stark contrast to the girl she had previously encountered. Humph. In 2 months, the competition will commence, should you fail to prevail. Humph. Observing Cheng Zizai's expression, Jiao Yi scoffed, delivering her remark with emphasis before turning to follow Jiao Jin into the bamboo hut. also beckoning Zhu Shanyue to join them. As they watched them depart, Lei Yan gestured subtly to Cheng Zizai, who nodded in understanding and then raised an energy barrier to muffle their conversation. As dusk descended and the sun sank in the west, casting a beautiful glow, the two guests approached, addressing them with a courteous bow. What about the little girl? Lei Yan cast a glance and observed that Zhu Zhanyu remained ensconced within the bamboo dwelling of Jiu Yi, showing no signs of emerging. The silence that enveloped the interior suggested that their conversation was likely muted. The young clan leader had mentioned that the sisters intended to engage in a thorough discussion tonight. As for the two of them, lingering here in the late hours was deemed inappropriate. One of the girls regarded them with curious eyes. Very well, Lei Yan nodded. He held no significant concern for Zhu Zhanyu's safety. Two black-striped ants had long since concealed themselves within her hair, enabling him to monitor her every movement with precision. However, he resolved not to pay too much heed unless a danger arose. The two were escorted away, traversing several miles until they arrived at a bamboo house. The structure formed a spacious courtyard, and it was just the two of them within. The night passed uneventfully, and they rested in tranquil silence. On the following morning, two girls arrived. One seeking him was the young clan leader, while the other, Jiu Yi, came to summon Cheng Zizai. They couldn't help but chuckle, especially Cheng Zizai, whose gaze towards Lei Yan conveyed a sense of peculiar intrigue. This time, Lei Yan followed closely behind the girl, passing through multiple layers of guards until they reached a location reminiscent of a palace. Though somewhat austere, the palace had been fortified by 9 formidable checkpoints, with 36 squads of guards stationed throughout. These sentinels exuded a palpable aura of lethality, and their scrutinizing gazes ignited a flicker of combativeness within him. Within a stone hall, Jiu Jin and 2 burly men, bare-chested, awaited him. Surrounding them were oil lamps casting an unusual scent into the air. "Black lad, welcome," Jiu Jin greeted with a slight smile upon seeing him. "You must be Lei Yan. You appear rather frail, lacking in substance." The burly figure on the right, wielding a lengthy sword exceeding 5 feet in length and of considerable heft, bore muscles that coiled like withered vines, exuding an aura of explosive power. The two men exchanged glances, silence hanging between them, yet an undercurrent of competitive spirit ignited in the air. "Your origins have been brought to our attention by the clan leader. Regardless of your customs, here, strength is paramount." With that, the man bowed slightly to Jiu Jin and added, "I request the clan leader's approval. Let us not disturb the peace." Jiu Jin nodded slightly, then turned to Lei Yan. "This is Wei Er, one of the mightiest guards of my Blackstone clan. You may engage in a friendly contest with him. Just ensure it remains amicable." Lei Yan had not anticipated such straightforwardness. He followed Wei Er to a more open space. The area was not particularly spacious, so they agreed to compete in strength. Wei Er cracked his knuckles, eyeing the seemingly diminutive Lei Yan with a grin that revealed a set of yellowing teeth. "Very well." Lei Yan regarded Wei Er, who towered above him by nearly half a head, and nodded, opting not to draw his weapon. "Let us begin." Wei Er raised his right fist, calling out before charging forward. His fist was substantial, somewhat withered, and as it surged forth, the wind sliced through the air like a blade, accompanied by a whoosh. Faced with the oncoming punch, Lei Yan did not flinch. He summoned strength in his right hand and struck forward to meet Wei Er's fist. With a resounding thud, their fists collided, sending a shockwave rippling through the air, causing the ground beneath them to tremble slightly. "Patriarch, this lad possesses remarkable strength. Second brother, you seem to have underestimated him," remarked another burly man, his face displaying surprise as he shook his head slightly. "No matter." Jiu Jin, with an expressionless demeanor, observed the scene unfolding before him, his lack of surprise indicating that everything had transpired as anticipated. Wei Er nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to voice further comments. As Lei Yan engaged with Wei Er, he perceived his opponent charging at him like a fierce bull. Fortunately, he was prepared. His feet were firmly planted on the ground, and even as he sank a foot into the earth, he did not retreat an inch. Upon impact, Wei Er's pupils constricted slightly, realizing that even without unleashing his full power, he had already suffered a setback. With a surge of battle spirit, he let out a mighty roar, shifting his body slightly backward before thrusting forward, causing the stone slabs beneath them to shatter in that instant, as Wei Er made his move. Lei Yan was ready. He sensed the retreat of the resistance ahead and anticipated a more ferocious onslaught. He momentarily stepped back, his right arm trembling as he harnessed power from his waist. As the force traveled to his arm, his muscles seemed to encircle him like a ring. Boom! Their respective strikes erupted with a strength far surpassing their previous clash. The air around them distorted slightly, producing a sharp hissing sound. Bang, bang, bang. Wuyan staggered back 3 steps before stabilizing himself, his arms flaring out as he stood his ground, the ground around him cracking like a parched desert. Thud, thud, thud. Meanwhile, Lei Yan's face flushed crimson as he retreated 4 steps, finally planting his right foot forcefully into the ground, sinking it nearly a foot deep. The first 3 steps left no significant impact, yet the surrounding floor crumbled with a deafening crash. Jiao Jin's eyes widened as he leaned on his staff, waving it to disperse the turbulence caused by their clash. Good. A moment of silence enveloped the surroundings, soon broken by Wuyan's voice. Very well, lad. Let us step outside and exchange blows. With a beaming expression, Wuyan grasped the great sword behind him with his right hand and seized Lei Yan's arm with his left, eager to proceed. Second brother, do not be impolite, admonished Wuyan, furrowing his brow in an attempt to suppress his astonishment. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Lei Yan regarded Wuyan with a mixture of awe and trepidation. This punch from Wuyan carried an immense force, approximately 8,000 Jun, far surpassing his own strength. Were it not for his timely application of the unloading technique to mitigate part of the impact and redirect the force into the ground, he would likely have sustained injuries by now. Wuyan, there will be opportunities in the future. Since we have already exchanged blows, we can now discuss matters. Jiao Jin approached, tapping lightly on Wuyan's arm. Wuyan scratched his head, stepping back and chuckling like a child in front of Jiao Jin. You wish to learn the energy gathering technique, and I seek your method of wind manipulation. Surely, that should not pose a problem. Lei Yan took a deep breath, calming the turbulent tide of his blood, and his complexion returned to normal. Our wind control technique, derived from the wind control formula, has been understood by many throughout history, yet few possess the skill to wield it. Are you certain you wish to exchange? According to our knowledge, the conditions required for the energy gathering technique are not overly stringent. Jiao Jin, showing no surprise, inquired further. This energy gathering technique holds no value for me. With a smile, Lei Yan withdrew his foot from the pit. Very well. Jiao Jin produced an ancient piece of cloth-like material from within his robe. Upon receiving it, Lei Yan discovered it was the hide of some creature, inscribed upon it in familiar characters. The text began. Wind is omnipresent and all-encompassing. It can churn the seas and shatter mountains. Yet, it also nourishes all life, allowing it to thrive upon the breeze. Soaring upon the winds, one can traverse the vast heavens, mastering the tempest to rend the very earth. Following this was a lengthy passage of 360 characters detailing the wind control formula, the script obscure and difficult to comprehend. Nevertheless, it appeared as though he could grasp its essence. After much contemplation, he chose not to decipher the meaning of these characters but instead etched their patterns into his mind. Enveloped in the allure of the wind control formula, he became oblivious to the outside world, sinking into a realm of daydreams. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, he suddenly felt a jolt in his mind, awakening as if his soul had returned to its rightful place. How is it? The surroundings had darkened, the dim light of a few oil lamps still flickering. He felt a vague heaviness in his head, unsure of the cause. Shaking his head, he sensed an overwhelming fatigue that a fleeting thought entered his mind, prompting him to investigate what had transpired within. As Lei Yan's thoughts settled, he delved into his consciousness. That moment, he perceived a slight expansion in his mind. As he entered, a tiny flame akin to a bean flared up, swirling around him several times. In the center of this mental space, 360 peculiar characters encircled him, flowing gently like water. Gazing at these characters, he felt a surge of astonishment. How had they entered his mind without his awareness? These characters were none other than those from the wind control formula, without a single one missing. Realizing this, he refrained from probing further and withdrew from his mental realm. Still perplexed, his expression turned vacant, struggling to comprehend how these characters had manifested in his mind while the inscriptions on the hide remained. As of now, I still do not comprehend this wind control formula, Wuyan remarked, patting him on the shoulder in what seemed a gesture of consolation. Jiao Jin observed his bewilderment and sighed softly. Fear not, senior. Regardless of whether I can master this wind control technique, I shall ensure the energy gathering technique is entrusted to you. Noticing the disappointment on the faces of Jiao Jin, Wuyan, and Wuyan, Lei Yan hurriedly spoke. That would be splendid, Wuyan exclaimed joyfully, giving him a hearty pat. The energy gathering technique has circulated widely in other regions and is not particularly difficult. However, the versions shared by others are mostly incomplete. comprising merely over 3,000 characters. The complete energy gathering technique consists of 9,000 characters, a revelation I have only recently come to understand. Previously, my knowledge encompassed only the 3,000 yet. The ancient dragon clan imparted to Zhu Shangyue a technique for energy convergence, comprising 9,000 characters at that time. The dragon clan bestowed upon Zhu Shangyue two gifts. One was the complete energy convergence technique, while the other remained sealed within the mist of his mind, an enigma that could only be unveiled once his strength reached a certain level. He recited the convergence technique, and the figures Wei Yi and Wei Er diligently committed it to memory. Afterward, he observed the three individuals before him. Noticing that they seemed to be deeply moved, suddenly, Wei Yi extended his left hand into the void, swiftly gathering energy to form a sphere of power. Hiss! Lei Yan inhaled sharply, astonished that merely hearing it once enabled him to manipulate it. The shock in his heart was known only to himself, for no matter how hard he had tried in the past, he had never succeeded. Soon after, Wei Yi and Wei Er began to gather energy themselves over the course of the next hour. With a gentle exhalation, Jioging slowly dissipated the energy sphere from his hand, a look of joy illuminating his face as he regarded Lei Yan, saying, "Thank you, my friend, and no need for thanks." Lei Yan replied with a bittersweet smile, feeling a twinge of discomfort within. "Allow me to escort you." Wei Er, sensing Lei Yan's melancholy, patted his shoulder and, with a nod to Jioging, saw him off. The following day, the sound of a staff tapping against the ground resonated outside. His eyes brightened, and he hurried to open the door. There stood Jioging, appearing as if he had shed a decade. "Young lad, do you not enjoy the wine here?" Jioging surveyed the room, noting the remnants of the meat and wine delivered the previous night. While much of the roasted meat had been consumed, the fine wine remained untouched. "No, I have never partaken in wine." "Come, let us take a stroll." Jioging nodded, unfazed by the matter, and after retrieving his weapon, he followed Jioging outside. This was the very heart of the Blackstone tribe, yet it bore no extravagance. Aside from some living quarters, most of the area retained its natural state. From the center, a spring continuously gushed forth, its waters branching out to form several small, crystal-clear streams, which served as their source of sustenance. Following Jioging, Lei Yan felt somewhat perplexed as they ascended a lofty mountain. Peering down, he beheld bamboo and stone houses nestled harmoniously among the majestic peaks. Just as dawn broke, a mist rose slowly, rendering the scene ethereal. This is the rain summoning technique. Jioging produced a piece of hide resembling that of the wind commanding technique, though adorned with fewer patterns, only 180 characters. Yet, these inscriptions were more intricate, each one equivalent to 3 of those from the wind commanding technique. This, Lei Yan was taken aback, examining the hide in his hand, his brow slightly furrowed. Once you master the wind commanding technique, attempt to comprehend this rain summoning technique. With the wind commanding art, the rain summoning technique will be simpler, and the two will complement one another. For now, memorize it. This is a treasure of my Blackstone tribe. Jioging offered him a gentle smile, reminiscent of a wise elder. "Why bestow this upon me?" "Because my wife believes that my discerning eyes will not err in judgment." "Who am I?" This reason indeed took him by surprise. Jioging gazed at him, a flicker of peculiarity glimmering in his eyes, and said, "You are a person of integrity and honor that I trust you. This rain summoning technique I bestow upon you will not be given in vain." As he spoke, Jioging scrutinized him closely, letting out a sigh, and continued, "However, you seem to be at odds with the natural world, as if you were being rejected by it, especially today, after I have learned to manipulate energy. I perceive that the energy around you flows contrary to your body, pushing you away. Yet, your body possesses a dominant gravitational force, devouring that energy from various parts of your being. Simultaneously, you expel the majority of that energy, creating a cycle. Am I truly at odds with the natural world?" Lei Yan questioned, scrutinizing himself from head to toe. "Indeed, that I too find it curious that you exude no malice, although the aura of slaughter is palpable. You manage to control it well. So why do you wish to assist me, a being at odds with the natural world? Because I believe you are worthy of my aid, and I hope that in the future, you will assist us as well." Jioging gazed at him with gentle eyes, and after a long pause, added, "Moreover, I have an unsettling premonition that significant events are on the horizon. This fills my heart with trepidation." Lei Yan remained silent, listening intently to Jioging. "If that day truly comes, I hope you will extend your help to our Blackstone tribe. I do not belong here. I shall leave eventually." Lei Yan clenched the rain summoning technique in his hand, longing for it. Yet, he understood that accepting it would invoke certain constraints. Few who enter the Black Fierce Forest manage to leave. There are many good young women here. You could put down roots. Jiao Jin smiled slightly. Yet Lei Yan's hesitation was anticipated. After a prolonged contemplation, Lei Yan suddenly gritted his teeth and pushed the leather-bound item back to Jiao Jin, stating, "I cannot accept this. I shall exchange the wind control technique for it. That would bring me peace of mind. As for the rain summoning technique, I cannot take it unless I have something of comparable value to offer in return. Then, whenever you are ready, come find me," Jiao Jin replied, tucking the rain summoning technique away without further comment. "You mentioned that few who come here can leave, but surely some have managed to depart. How did they escape?" He listened to Jiao Jin's words, committing this uncertainty to memory. Jiao Jin fell silent, finally raising his gaze to him. Yet his demeanor had shifted, though he could not articulate the reason. Noticing the concern etched on their faces, Lei Yan smiled faintly. "I shall prepare for this matter. I may not emerge for the next few days. How are you faring here?" "I am doing quite well. Sister Yi has been exceptionally kind to me, sharing many things I did not know. She even said she would take me with her when we go out, teaching me archery and so much more," Zhu Shanwei exclaimed, evidently pleased with her situation. Cheng Zizai scratched his head, offering a wry smile as he replied, "I, on the other hand, am not faring as well. At the time of the duel, when the 9 leaves forbade me from utilizing my energy, I found myself at a loss. Uncle Cheng was unable to best Sister Yi, leaving her face tinged with anger. At that moment, Zhu Zhenyu interjected with a playful laugh. Her words only served to deepen Cheng Zizai's embarrassment, his face reddening akin to that of a monkey's rear. "Very well. I shall practice diligently and strengthen my physique," Cheng Zizai declared, taking a deep breath and standing tall. Upon hearing this, Lei Yan exhaled in relief and remarked, "If that is the case, then do your utmost. You all are doing splendidly here, which puts my mind at ease. Young lady, immerse yourself in the knowledge of this place. It will bear no ill consequences for you." With a fond pat on Zhu Zenyu's head, he continued, "It seems as though we are heading to a rather perilous location. This, I cannot elaborate on," he replied. "In any case, we must venture to a place that may hold the key to our departure. I am unsure of what awaits us there, but I have heard it is fraught with danger. I shall assess the situation first. If feasible, we can deliberate further. If not, any discussion would be in vain. By the way, after I leave, please keep a close eye on the young lady here. Rest assured, as long as I am present, nothing shall befall this little girl." Cheng Zizai nodded in agreement. "Leave it to you," Lei Yan said, extending his fist for a light exchange with Cheng Zizai, both sharing a smile. That night, he did not rest but rather toiled in a nearby forge, crafting a batch of arrows for himself. By the time he emerged, 2 days had passed. Jiao Jin had prepared a parcel and a leather pouch for him. With these items in hand, he did not bid farewell to Cheng Zizai and Zhu Zhenyu. His departure left Zhu Zhenyu to inherit the blood-mist butterfly. Under the bright moon, he set forth alone, laden with his belongings. The night enveloped him as he traversed the wilderness, moving swiftly along the path given by Jiao Jin. Clad in black, he resembled a ghostly figure amidst the darkness. The route was winding and rugged, yet to him, it bore no distinction. Thus, he journeyed for 5 days. The sun shone brightly, mercilessly scorching the earth. In the heart of the black, ferocious continent lay a depression spanning approximately 10 miles, desolate and barren, with not a single blade of grass in sight, only sharp rocks scattered about. Bloodstains marred the rocky surface. And as the gentle breeze passed, the pungent scent of blood wafted through the air. This region was perpetually dry, the sky perpetually shrouded in a dull gray. Beneath this murky sky, the space twisted unnaturally, occasionally revealing 1 or 2 dark circles that voraciously consumed any life that dared to appear at the periphery of this hollow expanse. A defensive perimeter had been established by both humans and demon beasts. Once upon a time, a multitude of terrifying creatures had surged forth from this very spot, preying upon the surrounding life. The Blackstone and Earth ferocious factions rallied numerous warriors and demon beasts to vanquish these foes. Dispatching vast forces to guard this peculiar location, they bore the weighty responsibility of safeguarding the entire black ferocious forest, eliminating the strange sounds that echoed from behind, all while risking their very lives. Here lies the birthplace of warriors, a land synonymous with death. Canyon Ko, such is its name, a realm steeped in the blood of countless lives. Arriving here, weary from travel, Lei Yan stood upon a high vantage point, observing what appeared to be a graveyard for souls. Who goes there? No sooner had he arrived than three robust men approached, gripping their weapons tightly, their gazes fixed upon him. These men, bare-chested, exuded an aura of latent menace. Their swords and shields bearing the scars of battle. You recognize this. Lei Yan remained unperturbed, for he had long been apprised of the situation here by the clan leader and was mentally prepared. He withdrew from his palm a chain adorned with fragments of shattered bones, the lowest link showcasing a fong. A tusk from the White Wolf God clan. This fong from the White Wolf God clan? Has the clan leader sent you? Upon sighting the fong, the three men's expressions shifted, and they offered a respectful salute. Indeed, the clan leader has dispatched me to discuss urgent matters with Captain Wei Qi. I kindly request your guidance. Within the Blackstone tribe, there exist 9 great guardians. The first trio remains stationed within the tribe, while the latter 6 are divided into 2 groups, rotating to guard Canyon Co. Presently, the trio comprising Wei Qi, Wei Ba, and Wei Jiu stand vigilant here. Understood. The 3 men, reassured by the sight of the White Wolf God Fong, harbored no further doubts. After all, outsiders were a rarity in this fierce land. And even if they did appear, they were unknown to these individuals. Following closely behind the trio, they traversed the arid surroundings, where flora was remarkably drought-resistant, and the ground was strewn with scattered stones. Devoid of soil, along the path, they encountered armed sentinels, blood-stained and battle-worn, their weapons battered yet resolute, each bearing the marks of their encounters with strange creatures, a testament to their valor, a source of pride. This defensive line was the bastion of the Blackstone tribe. While other smaller clans occasionally sent a few warriors, though in limited numbers, their encampment was established in a wooded area at a higher elevation, affording a broad view of the surroundings. Within a tent, spanning several zhang, 3 bare-chested warriors regarded him with peculiar expressions. These were Wei Qi, Wei Ba, and Wei Jiu, the guardians of the Blackstone tribe. Their original names now forgotten, these titles had become their honor, for which they would willingly sacrifice their lives. What does the clan leader require of you? Noticing Lei Yan's stature, though not imposing, it did not align with their expectations. Wei Qi furrowed his brow slightly. What? The clan leader summoned you, and it is likely he has already warned you about the perils of Canyon Co. Here, death is commonplace when confronted with the onslaught of those strange creatures. Even we cannot guarantee our survival. As for the Canyon realm, those who enter rarely return alive. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Lei Yan nodded slightly, aware that although these 3 individuals were astonished, they would certainly not impede his course. Upon his arrival, the clan leader had already conveyed this to him. Entering the remnant cloud abyss was his own decision, irrespective of life or death. His tone was resolute, prompting the 3 to exchange glances, their eyes reflecting admiration. They all revered the valor of a warrior. Wei Qi approached, patting him on the shoulder, and said, "Very well, since you wish to enter, we shall not obstruct you. However, I must clarify that we will merely stand guard outside, unwilling to venture into the heart of the remnant cloud. Within, fissures may emerge at any moment, unleashing those bizarre creatures. It's all right." "I am prepared," Lei Yan replied. "Good." The 3 said nothing further, nor did they express any desire to retain him. They accompanied him to the edge of the remnant cloud, where hundreds of muscular men and some slender yet robust female hunters had gathered. These women either bore bows and arrows or wielded small swords and daggers. "Sending off our warrior," Wei Qi shouted as Lei Yan stepped forward several paces. "Sending off the warrior," a chorus of voices arose. Though it remained a mystery how these individuals knew the guardians stationed here, they understood the perils of the remnant cloud. They held a profound respect for those brave enough to enter. Hearing their cheers, Lei Yan couldn't help but smile. At that moment, he felt akin to a hero embarking on a quest. Turning back with a grin and nodding to the crowd, he then plunged into the abyss. The air within the remnant cloud was stifling, tinged with a metallic scent. The atmosphere seemed distorted, with patches of remnants lingering overhead. Upon entering, Lei Yan slowed his pace, recalling that Jiu had warned him of the increasing fissures the closer one got to the center. Shield in his left hand and blade in his right, he traversed the rocky terrain with caution. As dusk descended, the sky blazed with hues of red and yellow, the remnants floating aimlessly, devoid of life. Initially expecting some form of danger upon arrival, he soon realized that apart from the desolation, there was little to be concerned about. Assessing his location, he found himself at the very center of the remnant cloud. Finding a large stone to sit upon, he scrutinized his surroundings. The stone beneath him was roughly a yard in size, marked by a peculiar claw print. 3 claws, 2 in front and 1 below. It bore resemblance to a chicken's foot, albeit with only 3 elongated, sharp digits. Additionally, there were traces of dried blood, remnants of a fierce battle long past. Seated cross-legged, he closed his eyes, patiently awaiting whatever may come. Nightfall crept in silently. The wind howled, and the moon pierced through the remnants, casting dappled light upon the earth. Lei Yan remained utterly still, as if he had melded into the very stone of the remnant cloud. The surroundings were dim, the wind's wail echoing like the lamentations of the departed. Yet, within his mind, the faces of the fallen began to materialize, their feelings of resentment, anger, and anguish swirling around him. There are essentially 2 types of beings. One is humanity. Alongside the familiar fiendish creatures, the other consists of generally diminutive entities, characterized by sharp limbs and, in some cases, wings. These beings appear vaguely in his mind, manifesting only as simple phantoms, rendering him unable to perceive them clearly. An overwhelming sense of resentment pervades his spirit, as if it seeks to shatter him. Upon recognizing this feeling, he suddenly jolts, hastily awakening. Fortunately, had he not roused himself in time, he could scarcely fathom the dire consequences that would have ensued. But they would undoubtedly be far from pleasant at this moment. It is the dead of night, and the surroundings are shrouded in darkness. After waiting here for so long, he begins to harbor doubts about the words of Jioging. The area is fraught with the potential for rifts in the fabric of space to appear at any moment. The strange sounds emanate from these fissures, each creature emerging from them possessing formidable strength. Entering the realm of the remnant clouds also necessitates traversing these spatial rifts. According to Jioging, these rifts are imbued with tremendous tearing power, making it impossible for ordinary individuals to breach them. As for the threshold, Jioging suggested that a creature at least of the 8th rank should suffice to pass through. Moreover, once inside the remnant clouds, the atmosphere is unbreathable, rendering it inhospitable to typical humans. Previously, Jioging could not enter, as she lacked the ability to harness energy. Only certain fiendish beings and powerful guardians could venture within to scout. The information regarding the interior largely comes from the reports of these guardians upon their return. After organizing this information, he continues to wait. As night gives way to dawn, the horizon begins to brighten. Suddenly, a section of space to his left distorts, akin to a piece of fabric being torn. He hastily approaches, and with a sharp hiss, a black rift of considerable size materializes before him. Upon witnessing this, his eyes gleam with excitement. But just as he is about to rush forward, a peculiar creature bursts forth from the rift. Lei Yan observes a considerable spatial tear and feels elated. Yet he soon notices the strange life form emerging from within. Its visage is gaunt, with a sharply pointed chin resembling that of a mantis. Its limbs are elongated, and its skin bears a bronze hue. Its hands and feet possess 3 razor-sharp claws. Exceedingly lethal on its back are 2 wings, also of a reddish-bronze color, currently retracted, obscuring their true form. This bizarre creature clutches the edges of the spatial rift with its forelimbs, as if attempting to tear apart the very fabric of space or widen the fissure itself. A hoarse roar resonates, and the creature opens its mouth, revealing rows of formidable fangs, numerous yet short, yet remarkably sharp. A piercing sound fills the air as it thrashes its forelimbs, causing the rift to widen further. This sight. Lei Yan inhales sharply. He realizes that the creature has also noticed him. Its dark red eyes fixate on him, exuding an aura of insatiable bloodlust. The spatial rift stretches even wider, now several feet across, revealing a pitch-black interior from which various shrieks emerge. The spatial rift widened further, and a peculiar sound finally emerged, a creature of considerable size, nearly 10 feet in height, resembling a skeletal figure. Its neck was elongated and slender, while its head drooped slightly. A pair of wings, each measuring approximately 10 feet, unfurled from its back, and a tail, nearly as long as its body, trailed behind like an iron whip. Upon leaping from the rift, the creature opened its maw and emitted a fearsome roar. With a swift swipe of its claws, the air sliced through with a sound akin to being torn asunder. Thunderfire hastily raised the shield in his hand, bracing for the impact. With a resounding clang, his left hand quivered slightly, and he quickly retreated to dissipate the force. This seemingly casual strike possessed the strength of thousands of pounds. After the blow, the creature swiftly pursued him, its frail yet remarkably robust hind limbs propelling it forward with astonishing speed. After evading a few attacks, Thunderfire gazed at the towering creature before him, his eyes narrowing. As he dodged another strike, he swung his blade forward. Again, A clang echoed, and a faint sting coursed through his arm, the recoil sending him hurtling backward. With a raspy sound, the creature bore a minute dent from his slash. Although the backlash had repelled Thunderfire, the force of his attack had indeed inflicted some damage upon it. Landing atop a stone, Thunderfire watched as the winged beast soared toward him, his eyes betraying no hint of fear. With a determined push, he charged forward, first using his shield to block the creature's strike. Simultaneously, he swung his sword, aiming for the other claw, and used the momentum to pivot, delivering a kick to the creature's chest. The impact was formidable, sending the beast flying. With a thunderous crash, the ground was gouged, a massive crater forming as dust enveloped everything beneath. Soon, a roar echoed, and the monstrous creature ascended, diving toward him with its wings spread wide. Undeterred, Thunderfire met the charge head-on, slashing at the creature. The clash reverberated, both figures propelled backward, crashing into the ground and creating two enormous craters. Before long, they surged forth once more, colliding mid-air. The two formidable beings, equally matched in strength, engaged in relentless combat, the earth trembling beneath the force of their struggle. At the edge of the residual cloud mouth, Wei Qi and his companions heard the tumult, standing at their camp and gazing into the depths of the residual cloud. Since dawn, a series of thunderous roars had echoed from within. Their brows furrowed slightly as they exchanged glances, concern etched on their faces. The disturbances from the previous night suggested the emergence of a rift, likely associated with those iron beings. It seemed that the black-toothed creature from yesterday had encountered them. The intensity of the sounds indicated a fierce confrontation. Should we not investigate? One suggested. Absolutely not. The fiercer their battle, the more likely the spatial rift will manifest. While we are uncertain of Thunderfire's capabilities, it is evident that the clan leader had her reasons for sending him. Regardless, we must remain vigilant, relay the command for everyone to be on high alert, prepared to confront those iron beings. The absence of intervention from their side stemmed from their unwavering faith in their clan leader, and the presence of an unfamiliar warrior did not warrant risking their lives. A resounding crash echoed through the air as two figures were sent hurtling backward. Emerging from the swirling dust, Lei Yan gasped for breath, his gaze fixed on the creature lying weakly in the pit before him. In that moment, he appeared utterly disheveled, with two jagged scars marred on his left cheek, now scabbed over and in the process of healing. The peculiar being struggled to rise, its body marred by countless wounds. Resembling a shattered piece of metal art, gasping for breath, the creature emitted feeble sounds. Despite its pitiable state, Lei Yan showed no mercy. He raised his blade with determination and delivered a powerful strike, severing the creature's head. After dispatching the being, he took a moment to steady his emotions. Suddenly, a tremor emanated from the black gourd at his waist. An idea flickered in his mind. The gourd desired the corpse of this strange life form. With that thought, he examined the gourd in his hand. It was not merely an inanimate object, but rather a sentient entity, or perhaps a living being. Without hesitation, he uncorked the wooden stopper. With a resounding pop, a forceful suction emerged from the gourd's dark opening, drawing the creature's lifeless body into its depths. After engulfing the corpse, it seemed as though the gourd sought to communicate with him. Elated, he prepared to calm his mind, when suddenly the surrounding space began to warp, an unusual wave of energy rippling through the air in the distance. A distorted space materialized before him, approximately 100 feet away. Filled with excitement, he stowed the gourd and dashed towards the warped area, moving with remarkable speed, leaving only a shadow in his wake. After 2 breaths, the distorted space emitted a sharp sound, and a fractured black hole appeared. This black hole measured a mere 3 feet in diameter and, after its emergence, existed only for the briefest moment before gradually sealing itself. Lei Yan, however, found himself unable to reach it in time. Midway, he raised his hand, swinging his blade forward, releasing a razor-sharp air blade. The air blade sliced through the void, arriving at the rending fissure before him. As the fissure attempted to heal, the air blade pierced through, causing it to expand rather than mend, growing to a size of about 10 feet. Emanating a faint, consuming force. Once the fissure reached its maximum size, he made a bold decision and charged into it. As his body plunged into the inky darkness of the rift, he suddenly felt weightless, his surroundings engulfed in blackness, and his breath stolen away. Yet this sensation lasted but a fleeting moment before a misty gray landscape materialized before him. He felt an immense gravitational pull, drawing him downward until, With a thunderous crash, he collided with the ground. Upon making contact, his first sensation was the unyielding hardness of the surface. Next, he noticed that his weapons felt heavier than before. The remnant cloud realm. This realization sparked joy within him. The inability to breathe and the intensified gravity were indeed the two defining characteristics of this realm, as Nine had previously described. Only the formidable beasts of the realm are capable of entering this domain and surviving. For the advanced demonic creatures possess the ability to subsist without breathing, drawing energy from the very essence of the world around them, a characteristic inherent to most high-ranking beasts. Although they do not require respiration, they can consume the ambient energy through their bodies, compensating for their inability to breathe. Having adjusted his state, he rose to his feet and surveyed his surroundings. The sky was shrouded in a murky gray haze, obscuring the sun, with only scattered remnants of clouds drifting lazily by. Standing there, he felt as if the weight of his belongings had increased tenfold. The ground beneath him was uneven and marred, riddled with craters that a few peculiar plants grew sporadically, their numbers few and far between. That a raspy call echoed through the air, the sound emanating from a considerable number of creatures, at least a dozen. The sound of wings flapping resonated from the distant sky, prompting him to gaze towards the source. There, he beheld over 10 creatures he had previously encountered, albeit significantly smaller in stature, suggesting a lesser degree of power. As he observed these metallic-like beings, they charged toward him with reckless abandon. That he raised his shield, bracing for impact as the foremost metal beast collided with it. The resounding crash reverberated as the creature's body struck the shield, forcing him to stagger back several paces. However, in contrast, the metallic beast was sent hurtling backward, its skeletal structure evidently compromised. Despite this setback, the metallic entities did not relent. Rather, they grew more ferocious in their assault. Humph! Witnessing this, he furrowed his brow slightly, letting out a faint snort. He brandished his blade and charged forward, ready to confront these resilient adversaries. Upon his first arrival in this place, he was met with their aggressive onslaught, having already endured a life-or-death struggle prior. Thus, he showed no mercy. After half an hour, the ground was marred with numerous deep craters, the lifeless bodies of metallic beasts strewn about, devoid of blood. Instead, a viscous, bronze-hued liquid seeped from them, reminiscent of human blood. The gourd at his waist once again emanated a sense of thirst, compelling him to open the black gourd. That a powerful suction drew the carcasses of the metallic beasts, along with the bronze liquid, into its depths. Having completed this task, he sought refuge not far away, discovering a secluded spot adorned with several large trees. This area provided adequate concealment, particularly given his imposing stature, requiring at least a dozen individuals to encircle him. Among the trees was a naturally formed hollow, perfectly suited as a temporary resting place. After arranging himself, he settled cross-legged within the hollow, the realm of residual clouds. A place that seemed to resonate with their homeland, appeared boundless. Since a passage existed between here and the black ferocious forest, perhaps other locations also held such connections. His objective was to seek out these pathways. Just as Lei Yan discerned a sizable spatial rift, elation surged within him. But he suddenly noticed a peculiar being emerging from the fissure. Its face was gaunt, with a sharp chin reminiscent of a mantis, and its limbs were elongated, its skin bearing a bronze hue. The palms and soles resembled the three-clawed form he had encountered. Exceedingly sharp .2 wings, still of a reddish-brown hue, were currently retracted against its back, obscuring their precise appearance. This peculiar creature grasped the edges of the spatial rift with its two forelimbs, seemingly tearing at the fabric of space while simultaneously attempting to widen the fissure. A hoarse roar erupted. The strange being opened its maw, revealing a mouthful of fangs, numbering in the several rows, short yet incredibly sharp. That a piercing sound sliced through the air, as the creature's forelimbs trembled violently, causing the rift to enlarge further. Witnessing this, Lei Yan inhaled sharply. He realized that the enigmatic life form had also noticed him, its pair of dark red eyes fixed upon him, exuding a chilling aura of bloodlust. The rift expanded to several zhang in width, revealing an abyss of darkness within, accompanied by distant cries. That as the rift widened, the strange being finally leapt forth, towering over a zhang in height, yet appearing almost skeletal. Its neck was elongated, head slightly drooping, and its wings unfurled at its back, each spanning nearly a zhang, accompanied by a tail nearly as long as its body, resembling an iron whip. Upon emerging from the rift, the creature bared its fangs and let out a fearsome roar. With a swipe of its sharp claws, the air whistled as if it were about to be rent asunder, Lei Yan hastily raised his shield to block the strike. The impact resonated with a clang, causing his left hand to tremble slightly as he quickly retreated to dissipate the force. Such a casual blow possessed the strength of thousands of June. After the strike, the creature swiftly pursued, its slender yet robust hind limbs propelling it forward with remarkable speed. After dodging several attacks, Lei Yan, staring at the creature that towered over him, focused intently as he evaded another strike and swung his blade forward. A resounding clang echoed, and a faint sting coursed through his arm. The recoil from the impact sent him hurtling backward. Despite having been struck, the creature bore a slight indentation from his attack. Although the force had repelled Lei Yan, the blow had nonetheless inflicted a measure of damage upon it. Landing atop a rock, Lei Yan observed the creature soaring toward him with outstretched wings, his eyes betraying no hint of fear. With a determined thrust of his legs, he charged forward, first using his shield to parry the creature's assault. Simultaneously, he swung his blade, striking one of the creature's claws. And utilizing the momentum, he delivered a powerful kick to its chest. The impact was formidable, sending the creature hurtling away, crashing into the ground with a thunderous boom that created a massive crater, dust obscuring all beneath. Soon after, a roar reverberated through the air as the beast took to the skies, diving toward him. Undeterred, Lei Yan met the challenge head-on, unleashing a powerful strike with his blade. The clash reverberated, and both figures were sent reeling back, colliding with the earth, creating twin colossal pits that in no time. Both figures surged forth again, clashing mid-air. The two formidable beings, each possessing immense strength, engaged in a relentless exchange of blows. The earth trembling beneath the cacophony of their battle at the edge of the Songyun Pass. Wei Qi and his companions heard a sound and gazed into the depths of the pass from their camp. Since dawn, a continuous rumbling had echoed from that direction. They furrowed their brows slightly, exchanging concerned glances as apprehension filled their hearts. The disturbances from the previous night likely indicated the emergence of a fissure, suggesting that those metallic entities had surfaced. It appeared that the lightning flame from yesterday had encountered those iron beings. Judging by the intensity of the sounds, the clash was indeed fierce. Should we go take a look? No, we must not. The fiercer they battle, the more susceptible the spatial fissures become. Although we are uncertain of the lightning flame's strength, the fact that the tribe leader permitted its presence surely carries her reasoning. Enough of this. Relay the order for everyone to remain vigilant, ready to confront those metallic entities at any moment. The absence of intervention from this group stems from their unwavering faith in their tribe leader. Moreover, a warrior they do not recognize is not worth the peril of their lives. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resounded, and two figures were sent flying. Emerging from the dust, the lightning flame gasped for breath. Gazing at the creature in the pit before him, barely clinging to life in that moment, he appeared disheveled, with two scars marring his left cheek, now scabbed over and in the process of healing. The peculiar with a sharp sound, the fissure, which had been on the verge of healing, was interrupted by this blade of energy, causing it not only to remain unhealed but to widen significantly. Reaching a size of nearly 10 feet, that a subtle yet potent force of devouring emanated from it. Once the fissure expanded to this considerable size, it soon began to mend itself, in that moment of maximum expansion. He dashed straight into it, as his body plunged into the inky darkness of the fissure. He suddenly felt an overwhelming lightness, his vision engulfed in black, and he found himself unable to breathe. However, this state lasted not even a breath's duration before a grayish haze materialized before him. He then sensed an immense gravitational pull, causing him to sink downward until, with a thunderous crash, he collided with the ground. The instant he made contact, his first impression was of the ground's extraordinary hardness. Next, he noticed that the weight of his weapons had increased significantly. The realm of residual clouds. This realization brought a surge of joy to his heart. The inability to breathe and the intense gravity were the two foremost characteristics of the realm of residual clouds. As introduced to him by Joe General, only the mightiest of beasts could enter and survive here. For advanced creatures could sustain themselves without breathing, drawing energy directly from the heavens and earth, a trait common among most high-level beasts. While he could not breathe, he could still absorb the surrounding energy, compensating for his lack of respiration. After adjusting his state, he rose to his feet and surveyed his surroundings. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze, obscuring the sun, with tattered clouds drifting slowly by. Standing there, he felt as though everything on him had become at least tenfold heavier. The ground around him was uneven and scarred, marked by numerous pits. A few peculiar plants grew in sparse clusters. Their numbers scant. A raspy sound echoed in the air, the source numerous, at least a dozen. The sound of flapping wings reached his ears from the distant sky, and he turned to face its origin. He beheld more than 10 of the creatures he had encountered previously, though they appeared much smaller, suggesting a lesser degree of power. As these metallic-like beings approached with reckless abandon, he raised his shield, bracing for impact as the foremost creature charged at him. With a resounding clang, the metallic beast collided with his shield, forcing him back several steps. However, the creature was sent flying, its body seemingly suffering fractures. Despite this setback, the metallic beings did not relent. Rather, they became even more ferocious in their assault. Humph! Observing this, he furrowed his brow slightly and snorted softly. He brandished his blade and charged forward, ready to strike at these tenacious, metallic adversaries. On his first visit to this realm, encountering such aggressive beings and having already engaged in a life-and-death struggle, he held nothing back. After half an hour, the ground was riddled with deep craters, and the lifeless forms of the metallic beasts lay strewn about, devoid of blood. Instead, a viscous, bronze-hued liquid seeped from them, reminiscent of blood. The gourd at his waist emanated a longing sensation once more, prompting him to unseal the black gourd. A powerful suction drew the lifeless forms of the metallic beasts into the gourd, accompanied by some bronze-hued liquid. Once this task was accomplished, he paused not far away, finding a secluded spot adorned with several grand trees. This location offered a degree of concealment, particularly considering the imposing stature of this individual, which would require at least a dozen people to encircle him. Among the trees was a naturally formed hollow, perfectly suited to serve as his temporary refuge. After making some adjustments, he settled cross-legged within the hollow. The residual cloud realm, a place that seemed to have connections to their own world, appeared boundless. If there was indeed a passage to the black fierce forest here, it was conceivable that other avenues of contact might exist elsewhere. His purpose for venturing into this realm was to seek out such pathways. After resting for approximately a day, he observed that the sky outside remained shrouded in a persistent gray, showing no signs of change. In this place, the concepts of day and night ceased to exist. Once his spirit was rejuvenated, he gazed at the black gourd in his hand, feeling a flicker of hesitation within. As he grasped the gourd, a sensation of bloodline connection surged through him, evoking a sense of familiarity towards the object. After considerable contemplation, he extended his hand, releasing 2 black-striped ants to stand guard outside. With the presence of these vigilant ants, a sense of tranquility enveloped him. Calming his mind, he clutched the gourd and projected his thoughts into his consciousness, simultaneously attuning himself to the essence of the black gourd. However, this time was different. His thoughts did not merely enter his mind but instead traversed into a gray, ethereal space. On either side, black and white contrasted sharply, with a boundary where they intersected. This junction rotated slowly, as if the two sides were engaged in a delicate balance, neither encroaching upon the other. Upon arriving in this realm, he felt an inexplicable warmth, as though he possessed dominion over everything within. In this space, there existed a sphere of black and white, substantial in size, measuring over 3 feet in diameter, divided into 2 hemispheres, one black and one white, each containing peculiar liquid. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Lei Yan could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, for within the liquid of the black and white sphere were 2 humanoid figures submerged. Their limbs were not yet fully formed. Appearing somewhat grotesque, they seemed to be breathing, their bodies gently rising and falling, yet remained in a slumbering state, oblivious to their surroundings. Suspended around them were the remains of the metallic beasts, from which wisps of ethereal energy emanated. Drawn into the sphere. In this moment, he felt a surge of intent, effortlessly drifting to the vicinity of the sphere. As he extended his hand, he noticed that it appeared almost insubstantial, along with his entire being, consisting only of faint luminescence. When his palm met the surface of the sphere, an overwhelming sensation of connection surged through him, akin to that which he felt while holding the black gourd. Upon entering this realm, his consciousness seemed to merge with the very essence of the space itself. The surroundings gradually materialized within his mind, and no longer did he seek to explore. Instead, he chose to quiet his thoughts, closing his eyes to deeply integrate with this space. Slowly, he fused with the realm within the gourd, descending into a state of profound contemplation. Unbeknownst to him, events transpired outside. Yet he found solace in the presence of 2 black-striped ants diligently patrolling and safeguarding him. Their vigilant watch was his greatest assurance, Allowing him to immerse his mind within the confines of the gourd, he placed unwavering trust in these two black-striped ants. Time slipped away, and he was oblivious to how long it had been. When the space within the black gourd was entirely under his command, he awakened. As he opened his eyes, the surroundings appeared shrouded in a gray haze, unchanged since he had succumbed to his reverie. Save for the remnants of clouds drifting in the sky, rising to his feet, a fine layer of dust cascaded from his body, revealing a depression in the ground where he had been seated. A testament to his weight, it seemed he had lingered for quite some time. After a moment of contemplation, a thought emanated from him, and two tiny black dots materialized, entering his palm, whereupon they vanished upon his grasp. Shaking off the dust from his form, he clutched the black gourd and focused his intent. A circular space, measuring over 10 feet in diameter, manifested in his mind, containing a small dot, the black and white orb within. At this moment, everything in his consciousness seemed considerably diminished. He had now gained mastery over the black gourd, and a portion of its capabilities filled him with a desire to laugh joyously towards the heavens. Within his belongings lay 10 inner cores from level 6 to 7 demonic beasts, alongside a pouch containing various medicinal liquids. These were all prepared by Jiojin for him. In this realm. For ordinary consumption, he could absorb the energy of the world through his breath to replenish his expended strength. However, in the event of battle, recovery would be impossible in a short span of time, especially if he sustained injuries. The pouch contained medicinal liquids that could be applied to wounds or ingested. Placing these two items before him, he directed the mouth of the gourd towards them and focused his intent. A powerful suction emanated from the gourd, drawing in each of the demonic beast cores one by one. The cores diminished in size before ultimately being consumed by the gourd. Following suit, the viscous medicinal liquids were also drawn into the gourd. After absorbing these items, he sensed within the gourd's space the presence of the demonic beast cores and the medicinal liquids. He then attempted to pour them out, finding no issue whatsoever. Tidying up his belongings, he departed from the tree hollow where he had unknowingly spent an extended period. Outside, nothing appeared altered. He walked barefoot upon the dry ground, the weight of his weapons feeling particularly burdensome, leaving distinct footprints as he advanced. As he ventured forth, he concurrently practiced his archery skills that he had never trained with this shield bow before, having always hesitated to wield it. Now, whatever he beheld, he nocked an arrow and released it. This shield bow proved difficult to master, particularly as its power relied solely on the elasticity of the snake tendons. Beneath the grayish sky of the residual cloud realm, amidst a desiccated yet vibrant forest, two sizable metallic beasts dug into the ground with their powerful forelimbs, their surfaces reminiscent of wild boars. Yet, the metallic beasts gleamed with a golden hue, their bodies comprised of interlocking plates. Their robust limbs bore strength. And atop their snouts, a singular horn, measuring nearly a foot in length, protruded sharply. There stood Lei Yan, shield in his left hand and blade in his right, facing these two metallic beasts, each towering over 2 yards in size. A thunderous roar erupted from the throats of the two metallic beasts, causing the ground beneath to tremble ominously. At that moment, Lei Yan shifted, transforming into a shadow that soared above one of the metallic creatures, striking down with a blade. With a resounding clang, it became apparent that the creature's defenses were formidable, its massive size rendering his assault insufficient to breach its armor. However, his intent was not a direct attack. Instead, he harnessed his dark energy technique to channel his strength into the beast's interior, where it erupted with force. The dull thud resonated from within the metallic creature, causing the ground to shudder. The beast staggered momentarily, emitting a shriek of agony, yet soon shook its head and regained its composure. The resilience of these metallic beings was astounding. To vanquish them was no simple feat with his current prowess. Dispatching the frilier metallic beasts would be a matter of a few strikes, but these colossal entities, though not particularly strong in their offense, would require an indeterminate number of blows to fell. The internal detonation of his dark energy could inflict significant damage, and repeated assaults would eventually wear them down. After several exchanges, the eyes of both metallic beasts dulled, and they slowly collapsed, observing their downfall. Lei Yan uncorked his gourd and directed it toward the fallen beasts, drawing them inside. The gourd already contained over 10 metallic creatures, some of which had been drained by the spheres within, leaving only fragments of hardened metal. After collecting the remains of these two beasts, he took a brief respite before preparing to depart. Just then, he felt a stir in his left palm. 2 black-patterned ants emerged without his summons. Once free, they circled the pits left from their battle, uncovering a small, red-hot object the size of a soybean beneath the earth. Upon receiving the object, he examined it closely, perceiving it as a piece of glowing metal radiating a faint metallic scent. The heat emanating from it startled him, rivaling even his blood flames. This is the earth element. Upon closer inspection, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the earth element described by GeoGeneral. The earth element encapsulated immense energy. Consuming it would grant one formidable strength. However, it also harbored a savage essence. While it would bestow great power and longevity, the consumer would become overwhelmingly bloodthirsty, capable of spewing fire and losing all semblance of rationality. Akin to the fire serpent he had slain at that moment, the sinew of that serpent still lay in his hand, its capabilities etched vividly in his memory. The black-patterned ants displayed an intense desire for the earth element. But he resolutely shook his head. This substance is not for consumption. He retrieved the ants and placed them back within his possession, simultaneously stowing the earth element in his black gourd. The earth element had been concealed underground, its exposure triggered by the tumult of their battle, which had loosened the once solid soil. Yet, something about this situation felt amiss. Previously, his battles with those metallic beasts had torn the ground asunder for several zhang. Yet he found no traces of the earth element. Had there been any, the two black-patterned ants would surely have reacted. After contemplating for a while without a clear direction, he decided to cast aside his thoughts, tidied himself up, and continued on his journey. Along the way, he spotted several conspicuous targets, knocking an arrow and shooting. Initially, his archery skills were rather lacking. Within 100 zhang, he could manage, but beyond that, accuracy became elusive, and his arrows frequently strayed off course. However, as time passed, he gradually honed his mastery of the bow, improving his precision. While on the road, he also contemplated the wind control technique, hoping to swiftly comprehend it and be able to ride the winds as he wished. In the realm of the remnant clouds, he traveled alone. His pace was remarkably swift, having traversed countless miles. Along the way, he encountered some metallic beasts. Upon sighting him and realizing he was not one of their kind, they would unleash ferocious roars and charge at him. Under his blade, over 100 metallic beasts had already fallen. With each beast he vanquished, the ferocity within him intensified, and the aura of killing surged around him. As he progressed, encounters with the metallic beasts turned into a frenzied clash, both sides blinded by rage, fighting until one party lay defeated. He was acutely aware of the transformations within himself, yet he found them utterly uncontrollable. Gradually, he amassed 6 earth elements, varying in size. Drawing his bow, an arrow pierced through a shield, his shield serving as the bow's body, and the sinew of a serpent as the bowstring. The serpent's sinew possessed immense elasticity, allowing continued tension even when the arrowhead grazed the edge of the shield. However, the arrow's length limited further drawed at this moment. He had yet to reach the limits of the Thunderfire's power. Over time, his body had grown increasingly robust, his strength far surpassing that of when he first began. Now he focused intently on a hill over 300 zhang away, towering 10 zhang high. Drawing the bow fully consumed a significant portion of his stamina. After several heartbeats, he slowly rotated the shield in his left hand, causing the bowstring to wrap halfway around the arrow. With a whoosh, the sound of air being split echoed as the arrow shot through the small opening in the shield, spinning rapidly as it advanced, generating a powerful vortex of airflow at its tip'd at a distance of over 300 zhang. The average person would struggle to discern anything, and even a hill of 10 zhang would appear insignificant to most. Yet, to him, the hill was distinctly visible. The arrow flew forth, exhibiting no arc, for after drawing full strength, he harbored no certainty in halting its momentum. With a resounding boom, the arrow struck the hill, which instantly shattered into countless fragments. Transforming into a cloud of dust, the ground trembled, and even he felt the tremendous force of the impact. A smile graced his face. His archery skills had finally shown signs of improvement. From afar, a cacophony of metallic beast shrieks pierced the sky, accompanied by several flapping sounds. Turning towards the noise, he beheld 5 metallic beasts soaring towards him, likely disturbed by his shot. Witnessing these beasts, a cruel smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, hinting at a sinister delight. Once more, he nocked an arrow, aiming at the foremost of the metallic beasts. With full draw, he gave his shield a slight rotation before releasing. The arrow soared through the air, its rotation generating a powerful vortex, resulting in an immense force upon impact. The arrow struck the metallic beast's head with a resounding crash, instantly exploding into fragments. shards of metal rained down from the sky. And in that single shot, the creature was slain. The 4 remaining metallic beasts nearby took to the air, scattering momentarily, but in the next heartbeat, they converged upon him, undeterred by the threat of death. These metallic beasts moved with remarkable speed. By the time he attempted to knock another arrow, it was too late. He swiftly drew his blade to meet them, using his shield to deflect their attacks, while simultaneously countering with his sword. The beasts, comparable to 6th or 7th level warriors, were no match for him. All he needed was a fleeting opportunity to dispatch them with a single strike. After collecting the corpses of several metallic beasts, he turned his gaze toward the direction from which they had come. There, a towering peak obstructed his view. Beyond the mountain lay a vast basin, stretching endlessly before him. Below, a forest sprawled, its towering trees reaching heights of over 10 zhang. Their trunks numerous yet, like the trees here, devoid of leaves. The trees that thrived in this land were exceptionally resilient, rivaling even lower-quality iron. From his vantage point, they appeared as ominous claws, poised to seize any life that dared approach. In the distant sky, several dark specks circled ominously. He quickly maneuvered to evade detection. Once the shapes vanished, he emerged, scanning his surroundings before leaping down. The forest floor was remarkably solid, yet there were signs of past battles scattered throughout. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from afar as he ventured deeper into the woods. He turned sharply toward the source of the sound. This roar was not emitted by the metallic beasts of this realm, but rather reminiscent of a wild beast he had heard before. The sound originated several dozen miles away, reaching him as a mere murmur. Intrigued, he considered the possibility that it might be one of the mountain spirits he had heard about. Wuyan had mentioned that only formidable beasts could traverse this area. Within the realm of Haimo continent, only the ruins of residual clouds offered passage. No other place had been found to lead into the residual cloud realm. Yet Wuyan had spoken cryptically, suggesting there might be other entrances to this enigmatic realm. With this thought in mind, he hastened toward the origin of the sound. Along the way, he observed numerous signs of metallic beast activity. Yet fortunately, none were present in the vicinity. Halfway to his destination, the sounds of battle reached his ears. The ground trembled intermittently, accompanied by roars and anguished cries. Hearing these sounds intensified his desire to encounter creatures other than the metallic beasts. As he drew nearer, the cacophony grew louder, a palpable aura of murderous intent wafting toward him, igniting his bloodlust. Ever since entering this realm, a pervasive scent of blood had enveloped him, subtly infiltrating his very essence. At this moment, he remained unaware that his eyes glowed crimson, filled with a sanguine light, while an elusive yet palpable aura of slaughter emanated from him, infused with a savage energy, as if he were a furnace of fury. Boom! In a distant place, a colossal metallic beast hurtled through the air, barreling directly towards him. He fixed his gaze on the approaching creature and swiftly cleaved through the air. The commotion drew the attention of the battle ahead. There, numerous metallic beasts swarmed both above and below. The ground had been ravaged into a deep pit, within which stood a majestic black tiger. This formidable creature towered over 3 meters, adorned with wings, and bore a prominent royal symbol upon its brow. At that moment, its massive claws pinned down 2 metallic beasts, humans. Upon seeing him, the black tiger momentarily hesitated, then spoke with human words. Mountain spirit, with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Lei Yan finally beheld a being not of metal. However, the instant he revealed himself, over a dozen metallic beasts surged towards him. The ground trembled beneath the relentless march of the metallic beasts, while the sky echoed with the shrill cries of those with wings. Be cautious. There are many exotic beasts here. Yet, despite facing these metallic foes, he exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, a profound battle fervor ignited within him. Observing his demeanor, the great black tiger displayed a hint of admiration and called out, "Are you the mountain spirit of the black ferocious forest?" Lei Yan charged forth against the metallic beasts, cleaving one apart with a single stroke, while inquiring, "Roar, let us finish this first." Very well. After this affirmation, Lei Yan engaged in a fierce battle against the metallic beasts, the sounds of thunderous clashes resonating all around. One by one, the relentless metallic beasts charged forth, yet none escaped unscathed, all meeting their demise at his hands. Meanwhile, the black tiger, with a flick of its tail, a powerful paw strike, and a fierce bite, dispatched the metallic foes with equal ferocity. Though the metallic beasts possessed life and intelligence, once battle commenced, it became a fight to the death. Even when faced with overwhelming odds, they pressed forward. Among them, the weakest boasted the strength of a 6th-tier beast, while the strongest reached 8th-tier prowess. After half an hour, the earth lay strewn with debris, deep craters emerging in the aftermath. The metallic beasts had become mere scattered corpses. The towering black tiger and Lei Yan stood amidst the remnants of battle, exchanging glances. Despite their vast difference in size, their presence bore equal weight. Blackstone territory, Black Tooth, Lei Yan remarked. The name of the black ferocious forest evoking an unusual sensation. He chose a name for himself that resonated with the locale, simple and easy to remember. He scrutinized the black tiger, perceiving it to be merely a larger version of a typical tiger. Augmented with wings. I am the guardian of ancient Fong Island, Black Tiger King. Black Tiger King. Lei Yan furrowed his brow slightly. Unfamiliar with the title, he was unaware of ancient Fong Island or its significance. Noticing his puzzled expression, the Black Tiger King inquired, "What is the matter? Did Nine Roots and the White Wolf not mention our ancient Fong Island or speak of me?" The Black Tiger King. "Well, I'm still quite young." Lei Yan chuckled, scratching his head sheepishly. The Black Tiger King squinted at him for a considerable time, a flicker of doubt passing through his eyes, yet he did not pursue the matter further. Instead, he remarked, "The circumstances here are markedly different from those in other places. These are merely insignificant minions. Do you dare to accompany me in exploring the heart of this realm, the hiding place of that old fellow? Which also happens to be the most perilous location, the most dangerous location?" Lei Yan glanced around, observing the myriad metallic beast corpses scattered across the ground, their numbers comparable to those he had slain previously. The thought of abandoning this endeavor stirred a reluctance within him. However, he found himself unable to fully trust this self-proclaimed guardian of Gufong Island, the Black Tiger King. "Very well, I shall accompany you." He projected a thought, suppressing the movements of two black-patterned ants, instructing them to remain still. "Here, that fellow conceals himself at the center of this place. The last time I came, I suffered some setbacks. This time, humph," the Black Tiger King murmured as he moved aside. Lei Yan trailed closely behind him, observing with keen attention. The aura emanating from the Black Tiger King was imbued with a regal presence, an innate quality that resonated from within him rather than a deliberate affectation. Moreover, he seemed to possess considerable knowledge about the Blackstone tribe and the Nine Horns, his tone towards them lacking any semblance of respect. The White Wolf he mentioned likely referred to the wolf-headed deity of the White Wolf clan. The duo, a tiger and a man, eventually arrived at the edge of a deep pit nestled within the heart of the forest. This pit boasted a diameter of considerable extent. From above, it appeared shrouded by a faintly red mist, and the temperature in the vicinity was noticeably higher than elsewhere. Concealed beneath lay a massive beast of extraordinary size. "The last time I entered here, I sensed something amiss and descended to investigate. Unexpectedly, I was ambushed by them, sustaining injuries that forced me to flee. This time, however, I am eager to see what transpires," the Black Tiger King declared, his demeanor shifting dramatically upon arriving at this location. "What is the situation down there?" Lei Yan inquired, acutely aware that the Black Tiger King possessed far greater strength than himself. If even he had suffered misfortune, their predicament could be perilous. The Black Tiger King cast a glance at him and replied, "The last time I rashly descended, I failed to deal with that group above and paid the price. This time, it is merely a matter of handling a few below. Leave the largest one to me. You simply need to divert the smaller ones. Then it is settled." A faint smile graced Lei Yan's lips, inexplicably filled with a sense of anticipation for the impending clash below. "Let us proceed." Upon receiving his affirmation, the Black Tiger King grinned broadly, unfurling his wings and soaring downward. The Black Tiger King's form plunged into the red mist below, vanishing from sight. The wind stirred, carrying with it a potent scent of blood, accompanied by a wave of heat. As his body came into contact with this aroma, his blood felt as though it had been ignited. Bubbling with fervor, the blood flame, long dormant within his heart, suddenly awakened. His eyes flared with crimson light, resembling blood-stained orbs, and he could faintly discern a flicker of flame manifesting within his pupils. Realizing the peculiar sensation coursing through him, he closed his eyes to attune himself. The blood flame had revived unbeknownst to him, now drawing energy from the external world, infused with an unusual and fervent warmth. With a thunderous roar, the Black Tiger King bellowed from below, shedding all hesitation as he leaped down. His body utilized the slope's incline several times before ultimately descending to the pit's bottom. The pit was relatively flat, marked only by a few small indentations. remnants of past battles. That moment, the Black Tiger King stood before him, back turned, confronting a metallic beast of similar stature. This metallic creature was a massive entity devoid of wings, its snout adorned with 3 prominent horns. Its body a fiery red and yellow, akin to a glowing iron ingot, albeit slightly dimmed. With a resounding roar, the metallic beast emitted a thunderous sound, prompting 2 smaller, yet formidable metallic creatures, each standing 6 to 7 zhang tall, to emerge from behind. Witnessing this spectacle, Lei Yan grinned broadly, brandishing his blade in quick succession, unleashing 2 razor-like gusts of energy aimed directly at the 2 metallic beasts. The energy blades expanded in the wind, transforming into formidable projectiles of considerable size. With a resounding clash, the blades collided with the metallic creatures. Though the initial force of the energy blades was not overwhelming, Lei Yan had, unbeknownst to himself, cultivated a deeper understanding of the wind control technique, rendering the blades even more potent. With a mighty roar, the 2 metallic beasts steadied themselves, scraping against the ground before charging towards him. Lei Yan swiftly darted aside, diverting the 2 beasts and leaving the largest metallic creature to face the Black Tiger King in a one-on-one confrontation. With a triumphant roar, the Black Tiger King gazed skyward, exhilarated, and surged towards the largest metallic beast with a powerful flap of his wings. As he did so, a fierce gust of wind spiraled towards the creature, generated by the flapping of his wings. However, despite the might of the gale, it left not even a scratch upon the metallic beast. Unperturbed by the lack of effect, the Black Tiger King charged forward, claws poised to strike. The 2 colossal beasts collided with thunderous resonance, engaging in a primal exchange of blows, each employing the simplest forms of attack, while simultaneously using their formidable bodies to withstand each other's onslaught. Meanwhile, the 2 massive metallic beasts relentlessly assailed a human who, to them, was but a mere speck. Yet, Lei Yan remained undaunted, for the beasts proved incapable of reaching him. He leaped upon their forms, seeking opportunities to launch his own attacks. After half an hour of tumultuous conflict, the Black Tiger King and the gigantic metallic beast had battled to the far side of the pit, leaving devastation in their wake. On this side, one metallic beast had lost a forelimb and a horn from its snout. The other had been blinded in one eye and had its tail severed. As for Lei Yan, he stood at a distance, his chest heaving with exertion. In desperation, he retrieved several beast cores and swallowed them hastily. Yet, before the energy could coalesce, the 2 metallic beasts charged at him once more. The cacophony of battle within the deep pit persisted for several hours before gradually subsiding. On this side, Lei Yan lay upon the ground, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, while his long blade had been reduced by a foot in length. The shield bore several indentations after withstanding the assaults of the 2 metallic beasts. Struggling to endure the onslaught, his left arm lay limply upon the ground, appearing as though it were fractured. Before him, the remains of the 2 metallic creatures lay in disarray, their severed limbs scattered about. On the other side, the Black Tiger King closed one eye, adorned with nearly 100 wounds of varying sizes, each festering with scabs. Its wings drooped, clearly injured. In stark contrast, the massive metallic beast had its head wrenched off, its body a mangled wreck, resembling disassembled metal. Though victorious, they bore heavy injuries. After lying on the ground for a spell, Lei Yan suddenly opened his eyes, clutching a black gourd, and gulped down several swigs of the earth's milk within. As the nourishing liquid coursed through him, a refreshing sensation enveloped him, hastening the recovery of his wounded body. Uncertain of how long he had been resting, he found himself rejuvenated to about 70 or 80%. And when he clenched his left fist, there was no trace of sluggishness. Gathering his belongings, he stood and surveyed his surroundings. 100 paces away, the Black Tiger King lay still, unmoving in the very center of the deep pit. There was a smaller hollow, conveniently avoiding their battle. The surrounding heat radiated from that very spot. An unusual allure tugged at his feet, drawing him slowly toward it. Approaching the edge of the pit, he discovered a small, roughly 3-foot-deep hollow, shaped like a pot. At the bottom, a red stone, slightly larger than a fist, caught his eye. The stone glowed with a vibrant red hue, emanating an intense heat. It also exuded a potent scent of blood, which, upon contact with his skin, silently ignited his ferocity. Upon seeing this stone, the blood fire within him surged wildly, crimson threads spreading across his body. At this moment, the garments adorning his form seemed to meld seamlessly with his very being. rendering him a singular entity, adorned with crimson threads of blood that surged frantically, resembling flames. He hovered several feet above the ground, which was being melted away by the searing heat beneath him. The tremendous commotion roused the slumbering Black Tiger King from his repose. The mighty beast rushed forth, positioning himself at the edge of the flames, his eyes betraying an unmistakable horror, his brow twitching slightly. What a ferocious fire! His body was on the brink of succumbing to its intensity. Circling the flames several times, the stones beneath him were liquefied into magma by the blood fire unleashed by the thunderous blaze. After a prolonged contemplation, the Black Tiger King let out a deep sigh. Parting his jaws, he released a roar. Compared to the thunderous sound from before, this roar exuded an aura of dominance, akin to that of a sovereign ruling over all. The sound resonated for miles, scattering the remnants of clouds drifting above, leaving the sky clear for 10 miles as the roar echoed. Gusts of wind began to swirl around the Black Tiger King, coalescing into 36 visibly distinct currents. These winds were far more substantial than the air blades produced by the swift strikes of the thunderous flames. This was a mastery of wind, not merely a rudimentary technique that relied on speed and strength to manipulate the air. The tiger's roar summoned forth the winds. The scorching air currents emanating from the red stone held in his right hand relentlessly battered against his form at this moment. His physique rivaled that of a ninth-tier demon beast. Yet, under the relentless onslaught of this heat, he felt akin to a withered branch, poised to ignite at any moment. Were it not for the blood fire within him, voraciously consuming the intense heat, he would have surely ignited by now. However, had it not been for this blood fire, perhaps grasping the stone would have posed no threat at all. Even so, his body struggled to endure. The black garment he wore had integrated into his form, enhancing his defenses, yet still failing to repel the searing currents. The small welts upon his body were mere manifestations of the high-temperature air streams. Though he was enduring excruciating pain, he maintained his composure, observing as the Black Tiger King's roar coalesced into 36 gales. This whirlwind concealed his movements, dissipating the heat, preventing the unusual activity from attracting further metallic beasts. Black Tiger King, swiftly, employ the winds to assault my body. The heat within me threatens to rupture my being. The highly concentrated currents collide violently within, displacing my very organs. The Black Tiger King paused, momentarily taken aback, yet quickly regained his focus, having lived for an extensive duration. Be cautious. After issuing a warning, the Black Tiger King let out a low growl, dispersing the winds around him, transforming them into a vortex that ensconced them within its embrace. Simultaneously, 36 wind blades manifested, each roughly a foot long, resembling sickles. The blades surged towards his body, striking him one after another. The clang of metal reverberated as the wind blades collided with him, ricocheting off without dispersing or exploding. His formidable physique evoked a reflexive narrowing of the Black Tiger King's pupils. The wind blades conjured by the Black Tiger King stirred a sense of intrigue within him. These blades, now halved in number, spun rapidly. With a swish, one blade sliced through the bulging swell on his body, causing it to shatter and splatter a searing stream of blood. As the first wind blade cleaved through him, the remaining blades followed suit, severing each of the protrusions on his form. Soon, a copious amount of blood cascaded from his body, its temperature alarmingly high. Despite the injury, a peculiar sense of relief washed over him. At that moment, the black gourd that hung from him took flight, hovering in midair as the cork, unbeknownst to him, was dislodged. A powerful suction emanated from the gourd, faintly rivaling the wind wall conjured by the Black Tiger King. This force drew in the blood that flowed from him, while simultaneously pulling the lifeless metallic beasts that lay around them. As they neared, the corpses of these metallic creatures diminished in size, until at the gourd's mouth, they had shrunk to the size of sesame seeds, easily drawn into the gourd's interior. In the astonished gaze of the Black Tiger King, dozens of minute red objects erupted from the ground around them. Upon witnessing these objects being unearthed, the Black Tiger King narrowed his eyes, a surge of energy erupting from him. The wind blades that had sliced through the thunder fire split and multiplied, swiftly becoming 72. Ensnaring these red objects, the gourd's suction intensified, drawing the ensnared objects even closer to its mouth. With a roar, a tug-of-war ensued, the objects wavering between them. Observing this scene, Thunderfire emitted a mental command. The gourd paused, its force of attraction dissipating, instead extracting a considerable amount of blood from his body. The objects lost some of their pulling power, and the Black Tiger King's eyes sparkled with delight. He opened his mouth wide, swallowing all the objects into his belly, the corners of his mouth twitching as if in a smile. After a dozen heartbeats, Thunderfire's complexion turned pale. The gourd's suction ceased. He gradually descended onto the molten rock beneath him, his feet resting on the lava, revealing the set of black garments that adorned him. In that moment, he had weathered the onslaught of the heat, yet the traces of blood upon his body showed no sign of abating. "Are you all right?" The Black Tiger King, content with his acquisition of the objects, felt little concern for him. Thunderfire glanced at his exposed skin, the veins of blood starkly visible, and with a bitter smile, replied, "Fortunately, I'm not dead." Regaining his composure, he stumbled slightly, but his solid foundation ensured that walking posed no significant challenge. With a broken blade, a shattered shield, and an injured body, the Black Tiger King had spent considerable time in this place. After a brief exchange, guided by the Black Tiger King, they arrived at the foot of a towering mountain. Below lay a vast cavern, which the Black Tiger King had previously prepared for himself. It was a journey of over 10 hours from the forest where they had battled, a reasonable distance indeed. "This is my designated refuge, quite safe," the Black Tiger King declared as he settled into a comfortable spot. Thunderfire too found a clean and flat area to recline, using his shield as a cushion beneath his head. Although their injuries were rather severe, their innate strength would soon enable them to recover swiftly. Lei Yan, having consumed a potion prepared by Jiu found his body's recuperation accelerated even further. Once reclined, he immersed his consciousness within the gourd. Within it lay the bodies of several dozen metallic beasts, their vitality being drawn away by the central sphere of the gourd. However, this sphere exhibited no discernible change. Thus, in contrast, a faint mist of blood enveloped its periphery, a remnant of the searing heat that had nearly ruptured his body. Along with traces of his own blood, simultaneously, he contemplated the intricate characters of the 360 wind control techniques swirling in his mind. They had lingered in this cavern for an indeterminate duration. Without any significant movement, the wind was omnipresent, an essence that permeated all, even within the desolate realm of the Zhongyun, where he had never sensed the existence of a breeze. The Black Tiger King could conjure blades of wind, their potency far surpassing the air current stirred by his own blade. The peculiar symbols of the wind control techniques within his mind began to undulate slowly under his unwavering gaze. Reminiscent of a gentle zephyr, at times they raged violently, at others they exuded elegance. When swift, they could uproot mountains, and when calm, they caressed all that existed. In that moment, he found himself entranced, as if enveloped in a realm dominated by the wind. A faint current of air flowed around him, tracing the contours of his body. This breeze was feeble and almost imperceptible, yet within the previously windless Zhongyue realm, it felt extraordinarily unique. The Black Tiger King, lying nearby, suddenly opened his eyes wide as the wind coalesced and danced around him. Fixating on the reclining Lei Yan with a hint of astonishment, devoid of hostility, in that instant, his trust began to deepen. For the wind control techniques were exclusive to the Blackstone clan, a privilege not even shared by the rival Earth clan. For the first time, Lei Yan felt an intimate connection with the wind, igniting a fervent desire within him. This yearning intensified, causing the blood flames within him to surge violently once more. The longing in his heart, influenced by this tempestuous energy, transformed into a powerful yearning. A domineering desire. That moment, an explosive surge of fiery energy erupted from his exterior, dispersing the winds surrounding him. The Black Tiger King, who had previously closed his eyes, abruptly opened them again, observing Lei Yan with a frown of discontent. This aura, which had initially fostered a sense of camaraderie, now elicited a tinge of aversion from the Black Tiger King. Just then, a raspy roar from the metallic beasts outside pierced the air. Upon hearing this sound, the Black Tiger King acknowledged it with a grunt and hurried to the cave entrance. Lei Yan, awakening from his extraordinary reverie, sensed a sheen of perspiration upon his brow. However, the cacophony from outside thwarted his attempts to delve deeper into his experiences. He too approached the entrance to discern the unfolding events. As he stepped outside, the Black Tiger King let out a thunderous roar. Taking to the skies, before them soared over a dozen flying metallic beasts, each varying in size, but all with eyes glowing a fierce crimson. These metallic beasts exuded an air of madness, a stark contrast to what they had previously encountered. As though something had driven them to insanity. There were so many. The Black Tiger King gazed at the metallic creatures before him, and both he and Lei Yan noticed the creature's eyes fixated intently on Lei Yan. Perhaps it was the allure of that crimson stone that had summoned them that a slight furrow creased Lei Yan's brow. But upon reflection, he recalled the crimson heat that surged through him when he had clutched that blood-red stone. This torrent of heat had nearly overwhelmed him, simultaneously igniting the blood flames within him, rendering them almost uncontrollable and perpetually in an active state. You can absorb these monstrous entities with your black lump, and I'll grant you the ones we eliminate. However, in the future, any untouched G you find must be offered to me. The Black Tiger King casually uttered this enigmatic statement, seemingly indifferent to its implications. Untouched G? What does that mean? Lei Yan inquired with a slight frown. It referred to those G that remained in their solidified blood state, untransformed into these grotesque beings. The Black Tiger King paused momentarily before hastily adding, "Let us discuss it after we're done fighting." Very well. Though perplexed, Lei Yan chose not to dwell on it any further. The throng of metallic beasts charged toward them, or more accurately, directly toward him. To these creatures, he was an enticing target. Alone, Lei Yan could vanquish these metallic beasts, not to mention the formidable presence of the Black Tiger King by his side. Within mere heartbeats, the metallic beasts were dispatched. After consuming them into the black gourd, they tidied themselves briefly and resumed their journey. Originally, this vicinity was devoid of metallic beasts, yet their sudden appearance suggested that something about Lei Yan was drawing them forth. Though they could not perceive it, the metallic beasts residing in this area could sense it from afar, racing toward it in a frenzy. Since the searing substance from the crimson stone had coursed through his body, it ceased to emit heat, resembling merely a red stone now, and had also been absorbed into his black gourd without further examination. Throughout their journey, both parties engaged in some conversation. He were abundant in this region, yet difficult to locate, as the land stretched infinitely and the G were diminutive. Finding them relied solely on fortune. As for the metallic beasts, they were a product of the extraordinarily unique conditions of this place, which had caused the G buried deep beneath the ground to undergo mutations, evolving into sentient beings. The sizes of the G varied, resulting in differing strengths among the metallic beasts that emerged from these mutations. However, they found it curious that the metallic beasts were categorized into aerial and terrestrial types, a distinction that remained unexplained. These G, transformed into metallic beasts, had acquired a semblance of intelligence and tended to linger in areas where G existed, awaiting the metamorphosis of more G into their ranks. Thus, it was generally observed that wherever metallic beasts made their abode, some G would be present underground. The primary objective of the Black Tiger King's entry into this realm of dissipating clouds was to gather G. Furthermore, there lies the necessity to delve into this realm of dissipating clouds. This time, upon entering these confines, a considerable amount of elemental energy has been acquired, and the Black Tiger King has already resolved to depart. Considering the distances traversed by both parties, it seems more prudent to return to the entrance that the Black Tiger King originally utilized to enter this realm of dissipating clouds. Thus, they set forth towards the exit where the Black Tiger King had entered. Their bodies had nearly fully recuperated, and along the way, they encountered several metallic beasts, none of which could impede their advance. However, the increasing number of these metallic creatures was a source of unease. Based on his estimations, the strength of the Black Tiger King was nearing the threshold of the void-breaking stage, with the ability to manipulate the wind, showcasing formidable combat prowess that instilled a sense of danger within him. The presence of such powerful entities within the realm of dissipating clouds was indeed significant. As they journeyed, he also contemplated the wind manipulation technique that resided within his mind. The Black Tiger King, while capable of controlling the wind, had not been born with such an ability. Rather, he had comprehended it through his own insight. Should any uncertainties arise, he would not hesitate to inquire of the Black Tiger King. Within the realm of dissipating clouds, the remnants of clouds in the air were dispersed. Lei Yan and the Black Tiger King engaged in battle, vanquishing dozens of approaching metallic beasts that it was estimated that within the past 3 days. They had encountered 3 waves of these creatures. As their numbers grew, they became increasingly formidable, while they had initially paid little heed to smaller groups. Once their numbers reached a critical mass, the effort required to slay them became a significant drain on their stamina. Relying solely on their natural recuperation was no longer sufficient to match their consumption. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the ground beneath them. Lei Yan, his body marred with crimson streaks, now appeared particularly fearsome, akin to a bloodthirsty demon. Not a single metallic beast lay slain beside him in a whole state. Lei Yan remained composed. The Black Tiger King sensed the murderous aura emanating from him, which had coalesced into a palpable force, faint tendrils of energy swirling around him. This was not the wind summoned by the mastery of the wind manipulation technique. It was pure killing intent. Within Lei Yan, emotions such as madness and volatility surged with increasing frequency. Ever since the essence contained within that red stone had fused with his being, he had transformed dramatically, once silent and composed. He was now a volatile entity, quick to anger and ruthlessly brutal. Upon hearing the sound, Lei Yan turned to glance at the Black Tiger King, a fierce determination igniting within his eyes that he raised his right hand slightly. Lifting his broken blade, it seemed he intended to challenge the Black Tiger King to a duel. Observing this scene, the Black Tiger King, brimming with pride, let out a roar, swiftly conjuring a swirling vortex of energy with his mouth. In that moment, Lei Yan, his eyes ablaze with fury, grinned and leapt forward, charging towards the Black Tiger King that a keen observer would notice the flicker of internal conflict within his gaze. The vortex materialized from the Black Tiger King's mouth, expanding to a considerable size before hurtling towards Lei Yan. With a thunderous explosion, Lei Yan did not evade or retreat from the powerful gust. Instead, he surged forward to meet it head-on. The resulting blast sent him hurtling backward. A mouthful of searing blood erupting from him as the crimson liquid spilled forth. His once fiery gaze gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy. Witnessing Lei Yan's body being flung back, the Black Tiger King sighed. Soaring to his side. Are you all right? It was shorter in duration compared to the last episode. Will you awaken if I do not strike you? Black Tiger King murmured softly. How much longer can this persist? I am uncertain if I will continue to descend into madness. Lei Yan, mustering his strength, rose to his feet. Recently, such occurrences had become frequent, and the responses from both sides had been somewhat adequate. Yet, each episode of insanity seemed to shorten in duration and intensify in ferocity, a situation that left him deeply unsettled. Very well. The Black Tiger King swiftly diminished in size, transforming into a black tiger with wings. Standing only a few feet tall, Lei Yan mounted the back of the Black Tiger King, resting upon its bristly fur, which bore a few hard and prickly tufts. With a powerful flap of its wings, the Black Tiger King soared into the sky, carrying Lei Yan away at great speed. The rush of air howled past his ears. Although the remnant cloud realm lacked naturally occurring winds, the winds still prevailed. Omnipresent in their existence, Lei Yan calmed his mind, deeply contemplating. After approximately 10 days, they arrived at a location within the remnant cloud realm where a slight distortion in space could be discerned. The Black Tiger King opened its mouth, and the surrounding air currents surged rapidly, coalescing within its maw to form a swirling vortex. Opposite him, Lei Yan held his blade with both hands, his gaze fixed intently upon its edge. Gradually, he raised the sword, closing his eyes to attune himself to the intangible winds surrounding him. Slowly swinging the broken blade as the blade sliced through the air, the winds coalesced around it. Or perhaps it was the blade that stirred the winds into motion. Although he had yet to master the wind manipulation technique fully, his understanding, combined with the guidance of the Black Tiger King, empowered the air blades he could summon with his swings. The force of his strike was substantial. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Come!" Despite the distance of over 100 feet between them, a thunderous sound erupted in the intervening space. The surrounding atmosphere was already exceedingly unstable, with occasional glimpses of distorted space, akin to that scorched by extreme heat. However, the appearance of these distortions was a matter of chance, and they dared not linger, for the metallic beasts they had encountered along the way had instilled a sense of dread within them. After a brief respite, they resolved to use brute force to assail the space, compelling the inherently unstable realm to tear apart. A resounding boom echoed as they gazed wide-eyed at the point of their assault. The once tranquil space remained intact, as tearing the fabric of space required at least the strength of a void-breaking level, an existence beyond that of ordinary beings. Lei Yan had never encountered a human of such caliber. Nevertheless, while they did not manage to rend the space, the previously calm atmosphere rippled as if a stone had been cast into a still lake, creating a multitude of distortions. Onward, the Black Tiger King glared fiercely, its fur bristling as it summoned dozens of air blades that coalesced wildly around it. Once these blades had formed, they swiftly darted towards the distorted space. Lei Yan furrowed his brow slightly, but remained silent. Shifting from a two-handed grip to wielding the sword with one hand, he continuously unleashed his own air blades, albeit far inferior to those conjured by the Black Tiger King. As the two sets of air blades collided, They erupted in a violent explosion, further destabilizing the already wavering distorted space. With each clash, the weakened distortion succumbed further to their assaults. Hundreds of energy blades collided, their thunderous roars echoing incessantly in a fleeting moment. The distorted space could no longer be sustained, and with a sharp crack, a pitch-black void emerged. Witnessing this spectacle, both Lei Yan and the Black Tiger King were filled with exhilaration, and without a moment's hesitation, they surged forward. The duration of the Black Fisher's appearance was exceedingly brief, yet their speed was even swifter. In the very next instant after they entered the rift, the torn space began to mend itself. In the remnant cloud realm, at this entrance, distorted spaces occasionally manifested, with fissures appearing intermittently. Centered around this location, the metallic beasts that had been frantically converging here came to an abrupt halt, their expressions one of bewilderment, eyes revealing a glimmer of confusion as they failed to comprehend why they had come to this place, why they had left their posts unguarded. Upon entering the spatial rift, Lei Yan felt an immediate lightness wash over him, his body landing steadily upon the ground. With a single breath, the fresh air surged into his lungs, bringing a wave of comfort. Before him lay a bright expanse, no longer the dreary skies of the remnant cloud realm. Lush green branches and grasses, moist earth, and invigorating air all made it abundantly clear that he had departed from the remnant cloud's grasp. Releasing a long sigh of relief, he smiled faintly. "Follow me, for the stability of this space is still rather tenuous." The Black Tiger King led him away from their point of emergence, revealing a landscape even more enchanting, where simply walking through evoked a sense of tranquility. The sounds of birds singing and the fragrance of blooming flowers enveloped Lei Yan, creating an atmosphere of sheer bliss. Small insects and creatures in the vicinity exhibited no fear towards them, and there were no sentinels to be seen, suggesting a complete lack of concern regarding the metallic beasts breaching through the spatial rifts. As they walked, little birds perched upon the Black Tiger King, who, at that moment, had shrunk to a size of roughly 10 feet, devoid of the menacing aura he once possessed in the remnant cloud realm. "How do you feel now that we are here?" Lei Yan paused. Closing his eyes to attune himself, he discovered that while the blood fire within him remained vibrant, his negative emotions had notably diminished, much improved, though remnants still lingered. Observing his arm, he noted that the crimson threads persisted, showing no signs of fading. "Follow me. We are to meet the ancient god of directions. Perhaps he possesses a means to assist you." The Black Tiger King sighed deeply, leading him toward the heart of the dense forest. "This is Ancient Direction Island, quite a distance from your Black Fierce continent. Currently, only I and the Earthfire Guardian remain as protectors here, along with the Ancient God. With your presence added, to be honest, I am uncertain whether the Ancient God will choose to retain you, as it has been ages since anyone has graced this place." As he spoke, a voice resonated from afar, imbued with immense authority, and the ambient temperature suddenly surged. "That is the Earthfire Lizard, possessing strength comparable to mine, and a rather poor temperament. You need not concern yourself with him." The Black Tiger King's brow furrowed, the character for king twisting upon his forehead as he spoke. No sooner had he finished his words than a gust of wind swept through, intensifying the heat, revealing a copper-hued lizard adorned with fiery red wings soaring toward them. The sweltering heat surrounding them emanated from the body of the fire lizard. Adorning its neck was a layer of backward-facing spines, and at this moment, its fiery red eyes fixed upon him as it spoke. "Where did you find this lad?" "This individual, I encountered him within the remnant cloud realm. He hails from the Blackstone tribe." The Black Tiger King stood between Lei Yan and the fire lizard, continuing, "I intend to take him to meet the Ancient Way deity." "Black Tiger, bringing someone to Ancient Way Island without authorization is already a breach of protocol. Are you not concerned about the consequences of taking him to meet the Ancient Way deity?" The temperature of the fire lizard's body surged suddenly as it faced off against the Black Tiger King. "Humph." The Black Tiger King narrowed his eyes slightly, visibly displeased, and declared, "I shall take responsibility for the person I bring. If he were to be in danger, I would not have brought him here." This statement left the Black Tiger King somewhat taken aback. Before they could utter another word, the fire lizard spread its wings and soared away. "It seems like there's some discord between you two," Lei Yan remarked, trailing alongside the Black Tiger King and surveying the surrounding scenery. "We are all guardians of Ancient Way Island, protectors of the Ancient Way deity. Our strengths are quite comparable, hence there are occasional frictions. However, generally speaking, he wouldn't trouble himself to seek out conflict without cause." As the Black Tiger King spoke, he abruptly halted, lowering his voice. It appears he mentioned that recent times have been turbulent. Judging by his demeanor, he was not jesting. Yet, what new troubles could possibly have arisen? Is there something amiss? Nothing of concern. Let us meet the ancient Wei deity first. The lush greenery along the path brought a sense of refreshment to Lei Yan as he walked. Towering trees, each over 10 zhang high, required the embrace of numerous individuals, exuding an air of ancient grandeur. Beneath these colossal trees, he felt an uncanny sensation, as if he were being watched. It was as though an unseen presence was observing him. Yet, apart from the Black Tiger King, only these ancient trees surrounded him. After traversing several dozen li, the towering ancient woods obscured the sky, enveloping the area in coolness and humidity that a crystal-clear stream meandered through, where small fish swam with an air of carefree joy. Upon rounding a massive ancient tree, the path opened up to reveal a large pond, its waters reaching depths of over a zhang. Crystal clear, with fish darting about playfully. In the center of the pond stood a small patch of land, measuring over 10 zhang in circumference, upon which grew a tree exceeding 3 zhang in height. This tree bore only a few banana-like leaves at its apex, while its trunk spiraled in concentric rings, resembling layers stacked upon one another. At this moment, beneath the tree, stood a creature over 3 feet tall. Its body akin to that of a goat, yet devoid of horns, with ears reminiscent of a cow's. Ancient Wei deity, Black Tiger has procured sufficient earth source. Upon arriving, the Black Tiger King exhibited no trace of arrogance. Appearing as docile as a kitten, "Come forth, child," the ancient Wei deity turned to reveal an extraordinarily human-like visage, albeit with a somewhat darkened complexion and lined with deep wrinkles, akin to that of a venerable elder in his 80s or 90s. His gentle eyes caused Lei Yan's heart to settle in tranquility. "Approach." The Black Tiger King, taken aback by the ancient Wei deity's manner of speaking, felt a mixture of astonishment, yet proceeded to gently prompt the bewildered Lei Yan. "Oh." Lei Yan nodded slightly, inhaling deeply before striding forward. The soles of his feet pressed against the crystalline waters of the pool, a refreshing chill enveloping him. As he stepped upon the surface, it felt as light as a floating leaf, almost insubstantial. With each careful step, ripples emanated outward from his center, spreading across the water's surface. The Black Tiger King, witnessing this spectacle, widened his eyes in disbelief. Unable to fathom what he was seeing, Jiu Fang observed Lei Yan approaching, a smile gracing his face, which rendered him even more venerable in appearance. Upon reaching the small island within the pool, Lei Yan gazed at Gu Fang and slightly bowed, addressing him, "Elder Gu Fang. There is an unfamiliar aura about you. You are not from this place." Gu Fang closed his eyes and took a deep breath, responding slowly, "Indeed." Lei Yan swallowed dryly. Jiu Fang scrutinized him for a long moment. The surroundings steeped in silence. Even the chirping of insects ceased. Both Lei Yan and the Black Tiger King felt an involuntary tension. Unable to decipher Gu Fang's thoughts, the sudden pang of regret surged within the Black Tiger King. Gu Fang was the true guardian of this realm, capable of purifying all negative influences. At this moment, Lei Yan appeared increasingly unstable, veins coursing with blood, his visage grotesque. "You have been invaded by an exceedingly violent energy, awakening the negative emotions within you. Should you lose control, it may lead to madness. Am I correct?" Gu Fang spoke slowly. "Yes," Lei Yan affirmed. "Then it is as I suspected. Poor child, your heart harbors discontent, resentment, and rage. They lie hidden deep within your soul, even unbeknownst to you. This force has not only augmented your physical prowess, but has also rendered your emotions more pronounced." Gu Fang's eyes reflected a hint of compassion, akin to that of a wise elder. Lei Yan felt utterly exposed before Gu Fang, as if he had no secrets left. "What should I do? Unconsciously, I find myself spiraling into madness, desiring to eliminate everything I see. I truly," he lamented, feeling helpless about his transformation, with no apparent remedy in sight. "Fear not. This place is tranquil. You may remain here in peace. The spring water is serene and pure, capable of cleansing the grievances within your heart." Gu Fang approached the edge of the pool, gently sipping the water before stepping forward. He stood upon the surface, his limbs lightly touching the water, just as Lei Yan did. The divine Gu Fang. "He can remain here." The Black Tiger King, overhearing their conversation, was momentarily dazed, perplexed by the seemingly transcendent Gu Fang's kindness towards Lei Yan. "Indeed," the Black Tiger King nodded, casting a glance at Lei Yan before turning to depart. "Very well," Gu Fang smiled, observing the waters beneath him. "This water can purify your spirit. What should I do then? Lei Yan furrowed his brow, a flicker of crimson flashing in his eyes, the blood coursing visibly beneath his skin. Sit here and calm your mind. Noticing the change in Lei Yan, Gufang exhibited no surprise, his gaze filled with deeper compassion, for his heart was inherently kind. That I shall give it a try. Exhaling to the utmost limit, the sensation remains the same. It seems as though the murky air within has dissipated significantly. The clever child, indeed. Gufang smiled lightly, taking measured steps across the surface of the pond, leaving Lei Yan behind. Since Gufang's departure, not a single ripple has disturbed the tranquil waters, which reflect the trees above like a serene mirror. The surroundings are profoundly silent, devoid of any sound. Even one's own breath appears to have ceased. Yet, he continues to breathe at a leisurely pace, his body rising and falling gently. Once he is settled, he resembles a steadfast boulder. Time slipped away unnoticed, when suddenly the previously undisturbed surface of the water erupted into radiant ripples. The wind stirred, causing the mirror-like pond to recede in concentric circles. Lei Yan remained with his eyes closed, yet his garments seemed to flutter as if caught by an unseen breeze. Centered around him, the pond's waters receded in waves, akin to a pebble dropped into water, creating ripples. The wind swirled, revolving rapidly around the small patch of land beneath him, rising to a height of merely a few feet. It resembled a tornado, swiftly rotating and agitating the once placid pond. That moment, a figure appeared at the water's edge. It was Gufang. With a benevolent gaze, Gufang looked upon Lei Yan, a trace of a smile gracing his features. Despite the intensifying wind surrounding Lei Yan, Gufang approached steadily, reaching the wind barrier, revealing a breathtaking sight. It was as if Gufang had melded into the wind itself, offering no resistance as the gusts flowed past him unhindered. In his mind, the 360 characters had vanished without a trace. He found himself seated amidst those very characters, which were gradually merging with him, their forms becoming increasingly translucent, ready to fuse in a matter of moments. Once all the characters had completely disappeared, he suddenly opened his eyes, and the swirling winds around him instantaneously surged outward. The pond erupted with a splash, dispersing roughly a tenth of its water. Wind control technique. From this day forth, nothing shall impede the heavens and the earth. Excellent. Gufang observed the pond gradually filling once more, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow, as though everything were of no concern to him. However, when he glanced at Lei Yan, a flicker of something unusual would inevitably appear in his eyes. To him, Lei Yan was distinctly different from others. That a keen observer would discern a hint of compassion in his gaze, revealing insights invisible to others, including those unknown even to Lei Yan himself. Senior, how long have I been here? Lei Yan, regaining clarity, felt a sense of fatigue, as though he had exerted himself without realizing it. That a month has passed. You have been seated in quiet contemplation, and unbeknownst to you, have comprehended the wind control technique. However, the malevolent energy within you remains unpurged. Gufang gently shook his head, as if he deemed the removal of the malevolent energy far more crucial than the understanding of the technique. So long. Yet I was unaware. Lei Yan inhaled sharply, feeling as though he had merely sat for a moment. You still harbor something you cannot release. Gufang sighed deeply. My friend remains within the Blackstone sect, and I have departed without knowing how long it has been. Lei Yan nodded slightly, his brow furrowing ever so slightly, revealing a trace of concern. I am unaware of Zhu Shangyue's current situation within the Blackstone sect. However, it is a comfort to know that Cheng Zizai is nearby. Even if trouble arises, with his formidable strength, he should face no real danger. Yet, I cannot shake the worry from my heart, for my absence has already been lengthy. I yearn to leave this place. Thank you. However, may I inquire as to why you are so inclined to assist me, esteemed senior? Lei Yan expressed his gratitude with a fist salute, but questioned with a furrowed brow. If you prefer not to share, that is perfectly acceptable, he quickly added, for reasons unbeknownst to him. In the presence of Gufang, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease, as if ensnared by an unseen force, yet not entirely subjected to scrutiny. Confused, Lei Yan, seeing no immediate matters at hand, sent forth a thought, extending his left hand, whereupon a ball of crimson flame ignited in his grasp. Following this, he opened his right hand, closed his eyes, and attuned himself to the winds around him, perceiving the gentle breezes akin to the tranquil waters of a pond, responding to his call and coalescing in his palm. Soon, a vortex materialized within his right hand. The blood-red flame, having absorbed the energies from the crimson stone, exuded a sinister aura, its ferocity and power amplified. For the next 2 days, he remained in this state, relentlessly practicing his wind manipulation technique, deftly controlling the winds that enveloped him. The wind, formless yet sentient, upon receiving a message from Gu Fengxian, the Black Tiger King arrived at what was once Gu Fengxian's resting place. Curiously, Gu Fengxian was absent. Though this was within his expectations, to his astonishment, at the center of the pond, Lei Yan sat cross-legged in the air, approximately 3 feet above the water's surface. Beneath him, an ethereal vortex supported his form. Wind manipulation, the Black Tiger King gasped in awe, whispering to himself. Meanwhile, Lei Yan, with his eyes closed, sensed the winds surrounding him. The gentle, serene breeze allowed him to perceive the winds up to 10 miles away. Through these currents, he discerned the conditions within that radius, even identifying the number of trees and blades of grass with mere thought. Since the Black Tiger King had entered this space, he had already realized this. Long time no see. Releasing his focus, the winds beneath him dissipated, and he gracefully descended to stand steadily upon the water's surface. Thank you, Lei Yan smiled, having spent over a month here in quiet contemplation, managing to suppress some of the malevolent energy within, thereby regaining fragments of his former disposition. No need for thanks, my brother. The Black Tiger King grinned, exuding warmth towards Lei Yan. Taken aback, Lei Yan responded with a slight smile. Though they were not of the same kin, their shared battles in the Songyan realm forged a bond akin to that of blood brothers. Come aboard. I shall escort you from this place. Lei Yan, without hesitation, mounted the back of the Black Tiger King, brandishing his broken blade and shield. The Black Tiger King first exited the realm where Gu Fengxian had rested, then unfurled his wings and took flight. Perched high above, gazing down from a height of 100 zhang, the ancient Feng Island sprawls across nearly 100 li, vibrant and teeming with life. However, in one particular area, the flora appears notably lower than the surrounding vegetation, marking the entrance to the realm of the residual clouds. Indeed, there exists an entrance to the residual clouds both on the Black Fierce continent and here on Feng Island. Yet, those fellows on the Black Fierce continent have yet to clear the metallic beasts at their entrance, resulting in numerous casualties among them, instilling a sense of fear. How so? Lei Yan inquired. His curiosity piqued that it seemed that with only 2 guardians on Feng Island, there was little concern for ambush. The Black Tiger King paused momentarily before soaring into the sky, remarking, the guardians of Feng Island throughout the ages have consistently ventured into the residual clouds and explored other realms. The metallic beasts surrounding our entrance to the residual clouds have been largely eradicated. Although anomalies may occur in the elemental regions, each time we enter, we cleanse the area, preventing their numbers from escalating. By the way, do you originate from this Feng Island? Lei Yan nodded in affirmation, engaging in conversation with the Black Tiger King as they journeyed. The Black Tiger King, aware of Lei Yan's impatience, accelerated their flight. His mastery of wind manipulation far surpassed that of the novice Lei Yan, enabling a swift passage through the air. Yet, the exertion of wind manipulation proved to be mentally taxing rather than physically exhausting. Once fatigued, the Black Tiger King transitioned to flight using his wings, increasing their speed. Alternating between these 2 methods, they advanced at an extraordinary pace. After half a month, a dark silhouette emerged on the distant horizon. We've arrived. Upon seeing the landmass, Lei Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement, compelling him to rise and take a deep breath. That moment, a surge of blood coursed through his veins, his eyes igniting with a crimson hue, emanating a scorching aura. The Black Tiger King, sensing the anomaly, abruptly halted, executing a sharp turn that flung Lei Yan away. Simultaneously, a flurry of razor-sharp energy blades coalesced around the Black Tiger King. Realizing his unusual state, Lei Yan hurriedly sought tranquility, disregarding the external chaos. Gradually, his inner calm returned, and with a resounding splash, he plunged into the sea. The coolness enveloped him, and after a few heartbeats, he opened his eyes, the crimson tint dissipating, returning to normalcy. Surfacing from the water, he willed the winds around him to gently lift him. The Black Tiger King approached, scrutinizing him with keen eyes before breaking into a grin, stating, "Your recovery is quite swift." Thankfully so. Upon departing Feng Island, the winds here are considerably more challenging to control. Moreover, the aura in this vicinity pales in comparison to that of Feng Island. The malevolent energy has indeed manifested. Lei Yan sighed. The Black Tiger King shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. and continued their flight towards the Black Stone region. After half a day, they glided over lush forests, finally catching sight of the expansive Black Stone region ahead. It remains unchanged, resembling the same visage I first encountered, with an ancient aura enveloping the air. As we approached, still over 10 miles away, the Black Tiger King halted, flapping its wings and hovering midair. Before long, from the distant sky, a white wolf of similar stature, towering over 3 zhang, soared into view. This creature bore an uncanny resemblance to the divine white wolf clan that Lei Yan had previously encountered. Beside it stood an elderly matron, none other than the clan leader of the Blackstone tribe. General, upon their meeting, both parties displayed a hint of astonishment. Lei Yan? Jin remarked, his expression revealing surprise. Upon noticing the Black Tiger King, he slightly bowed and said, I have the honor of meeting the Guardian. What brings you here, accompanied by another? The white wolf then spoke with human words, showing no sign of unfamiliarity with the Black Tiger King. After this exchange, the Black Tiger King turned to depart, seemingly unwilling to linger in the vicinity. Jin gestured, and a breeze lifted Lei Yan, who watched the receding figure of the Black Tiger King. Letting out a soft sigh, let us proceed. The white wolf, displaying a glint of peculiarity in its eyes, also turned to leave, not casting a glance at Lei Yan in the blink of an eye. Both the Black Tiger King and the divine white wolf had vanished, leaving Lei Yan in a state of bewilderment, alongside Jin, who regarded him with a slight frown. What is their intent? 2 years have passed. The Black Tiger King had once conveyed to me that the matters concerning ancient Fong Island must remain obscured from others. Indeed, ancient Fong Island is a mysterious and formidable existence. As the clan leader of the Blackstone tribe, Jin was well aware of this and refrained from further inquiries. During their journey, Jin recounted events that had transpired since his departure, revealing that some tragedies had unfolded within the Black Fierce Forest. Several minor tribes had inexplicably vanished, and many demonic beasts had perished, prompting numerous small tribes to seek assistance. Furthermore, Chunzai had triumphed over all warriors who came to challenge him in the Black Fierce Forest a year prior, successfully marrying At present. Chunzai and Jiu Yi had received intelligence regarding the sudden disappearance of a small tribe. The entirety of the tribe, along with their guardian mountain spirit, had vanished without a trace. Over 1,000 individuals had inexplicably disappeared in the span of a single night, a revelation that left them astounded, leading to a significant mobilization, even involving Wei Er. And what of Xiao Yu? After conversing for a while, Lei Yan's greatest concern remained with Zhu Xinyu. Shall we go and check on them? A thought crossed Lei Yan's mind, prompting him to speak. Jin nodded and led him to the ice cellar they had once visited. Upon arriving, a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings, and the blood vessels on his exterior seemed to recede subtly. The deeper they ventured, the more tranquility enveloped his heart. Soon enough, the sounds of laughter reached his ears. One voice bright and melodious, akin to the gentle trickling of a clear spring. The other, aged and hoarse, yet still carrying a trace of elegance. As he heard these voices, a faint fragrance wafted through the air. The blood vessels that had begun to retreat surged forth explosively upon inhaling this scent. The fiery blood within him filled his body instantaneously, overwhelming him with an insatiable desire, as if he were on the verge of bursting, desperately in need of an outlet. Sensing the peculiar change within himself, Lei Yan abruptly halted, holding his breath. He even refrained from utilizing his breathing techniques, fearing it might trigger his frenzy. What is happening? Upon witnessing him come to a halt and close his eyes, Jin, filled with concern, inquired. His current demeanor was exceedingly fierce, suggesting that significant events had transpired over the past 2 years. It's nothing. Let us go. Lei Yan gradually opened his eyes and offered a faint smile. Old friend, Jin called out, his pace involuntarily quickening. Soon, they arrived at the ice cave where Lian Shi resided. As they turned a corner, they beheld the 2 individuals within. Lian Shi, seated in a meditative posture upon the ice platform, retained her youthful and enchanting appearance, her white garments lending her an ethereal quality, as if she were a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. Upon noticing his arrival, Lian Shi momentarily hesitated, but soon a hint of bitterness and relief flickered in her eyes. After bestowing upon him a slight smile, she turned her gaze to the girl resting upon her lap, Zhu Zhanyu. As for the reasons behind his transformation, she felt no desire to inquire, nor was it necessary. Zhu Zhanyu lay against Lian Shi's legs, her chin resting in her hands, her countenance, though still youthful, had matured beyond that of the chubby little girl she had been 2 years prior. Now, she appeared slightly tanned and had grown considerably taller, clad in a set of animal hide, with a short skirt of the same material. Unlike her first visit, she now showed no fear of the cold. Master, upon seeing him, Zhu Zhanyu first paused in surprise, then leapt into his embrace as he caught the girl, lifting her up and examining her with delight. He remarked, "Little girl, you've gained some weight. Master, you." Zhu Zhanyu, perched in his arms, was now at eye level with him. Clearly noticing the bloodshot veins on his face, "It's nothing." Lei Yan smiled, scrutinizing her carefully. Lianxi offered a bitter smile and shook her head, saying, "I have endured this existence for far too long. I am weary, fatigued, and disenchanted." Her voice was hoarse, tinged with a sense of world weariness and resignation. "Then, I shall not disturb the two esteemed ones any longer," Lei Yan said, bowing slightly as he and Zhu Zhanyu took their leave. Watching them depart, Jiu Jin sighed and approached Lianxi, gently taking her hand as he began to converse. Once outside, Lei Yan observed Zhu Zhanyu, who appeared hesitant to speak, and remarked, "Over the past 2 years, I found myself in a peculiar place, a realm known as the Songyun realm." As they walked, Zhu Zhanyu guided him to the location where Jiu Yi once resided. Here, a humble thatched cottage had been erected, serving as Zhu Zhanyu's abode. The area was relatively spacious and flat, adorned with various flowers and plants. The interior was exquisitely decorated, exuding a sense of warmth, and upon entering, a faint fragrance wafted through the air. The two shared an overview of their experiences over the past 2 years. And before long, night had fallen. The following dawn, as Lei Yan listened to Zhu Zhanyu's animated recount of the events from the past 2 years, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Rubbing his aching head, he had previously overlooked her talent for conversation. Perhaps this was Zhu Zhanyu's true nature. Having followed him, a taciturn individual, her spirit had been stifled, but now, after 2 years, it had been thoroughly liberated. Well then, the dawn has arrived. Let us seek out the two esteemed ones. Lei Yan stretched his somewhat stiff limbs at the mention of this. Zhu Zhanyu stiffened, her smile fading as she replied, "Master, must we really go?" Lei Yan shook his head and crouched down to gaze at Zhu Zhanyu, solemnly stating, "I understand your desire to prevent the demise of Senior Lianxi, yet for her, survival only deepens her suffering. Allowing her to depart in peace would be a form of liberation." Their arrival did not interrupt the conversation between Jiu Jin and Lianxi. The two continued to converse for another 2 hours, ultimately finding themselves at a loss for words, with only sighs remaining. "Very well, let us proceed." Lianxi rose, nodding gently at Jiu Jin with a faint smile. Lei Yan gave Zhu Zhanyu a slight push, signaling her to step forward. Zhu Zhanyu bit her lips softly, nodding slightly before approaching Lianxi's side. "Are you prepared?" Lianxi leaned down, gently caressing Zhu Zhanyu's face, her eyes radiating a warmth that belied her youthful appearance. Zhu Zhanyu quietly affirmed. Over the past 2 years, she had often conversed with Lianxi, forging a deep bond. Especially at her age, the absence of family made it easy to develop a dependence on benevolent elders. Much like with Lei Yan, Lianxi offered a gentle smile and softly uttered, "Let us begin." Suddenly, with a sound of tearing fabric, Lianxi's garments disintegrated, revealing skin as pure as snow. Her long, straight legs, flat abdomen, and prominent bosom exuded an undeniable allure. Her waist-length hair flowed freely, and her delicate arms spread wide. Upon witnessing this scene, Lei Yan's face flushed, blood racing through his veins. He abruptly turned his head away, focusing his mind. "Observe carefully. This may be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Jiu Jin did not glance at him. Her misty, glistening eyes fixated on Lianxi ahead. Lianxi and Zhu Zhanyu levitated a foot above the ground, intertwined in a delicate embrace. That moment, blood-red butterflies emerged around Lianxi, and a pair of crimson wings appeared behind her, gently fluttering. Shortly after Lei Yan's gaze returned, Lianxi's arms began to move gracefully, akin to a dance, as the blood-red butterflies took flight one by one. A complete butterfly pattern manifested on her front, the butterflies harmoniously aligning with her body, their antennae resting precisely on her chest. As the blood-red butterfly emerged, the smaller butterflies began to stir with life. Lianxi's eyes narrowed, and the butterfly on her chest slowly detached. As it left her body, the blood hue that enveloped her vanished instantaneously. In that moment, Lianxi appeared as pale as snow, devoid of any color. Witnessing this, both Jiu Jin and Lei Yan felt a pang of heartache. Zhu Shanyu floated before Lianxi, her eyes closed as if in slumber. The blood-red butterflies departed from Lianxi's form, their wings separating as well. The butterfly and those wings merged, the butterfly's body, already diminutive, now lacking a sense of harmony. Yet, the butterfly slowly flapped its wings, as if still partially alive to go. Lianxi pointed at the butterfly suspended in midair, and it abruptly retreated, swiftly merging into Zhu Shanyu's body. As Lei Yan observed from the sidelines, he clenched his fists tightly, ever prepared to spring into action at the slightest hint of danger. The blood-red butterfly had penetrated Zhu Shanyu's body, and she, who had been with her eyes firmly shut, seemed to be enduring excruciating agony, her limbs arching back as she cried out to the heavens in torment. Girl! At this sight, Lei Yan could no longer contain himself and was about to rush forward. Fear not. Lian, she has it under control. Beside him, Jiao Zhen's eyes snapped open, his voice booming as he positioned his staff across Lei Yan's path, effectively halting him. After being obstructed, Lei Yan's eyes instantly turned crimson, the veins on his body surging alarmingly, more than doubling in intensity at that moment. His physique resembled a clay figurine, seemingly on the verge of shattering under the strain of the blood coursing through him. He emanated an intense heat, coupled with a menacing aura that subtly interfered with the inheritance before him. Sensing this ominous energy, Lianxi exhibited a look of surprise, casting a glance at Lei Yan. The malevolent force radiating from him infiltrated Lianxi's being like a demonic whisper. Focus, I will handle this. Upon noticing a flush of color grace Lianxi's cheeks, Jiao Zhen's expression shifted dramatically. He shook his staff, sending shockwaves through Lei Yan's body, pushing him back, and simultaneously summoned a wall of wind to shield Lianxi from them. Lei Yan stumbled backward, colliding with an ice block, and the redness in his eyes receded slightly. Suddenly, a flurry of wind blades surged towards him, striking his body and leaving him momentarily numb. Seizing this opportunity, Lei Yan quickly uttered, "Stop." Calming his mind, he held his breath, allowing his body to gradually revert to its former state. After a series of heartbeats, clarity returned to him. The surrounding chill invigorated his senses, keeping his mind sharp, preventing madness, and facilitating recovery. Jiao Zhen, maintaining a stern demeanor, questioned him sharply. We will discuss this later. For now, all is well. Lei Yan shook his head resolutely, fixing his gaze upon Zhu Shanyu's inheritance on her end. After enduring that immense pain, a red butterfly tattoo began to materialize upon her skin. After nearly half an hour, the butterfly was fully integrated into Zhu Shanyu's being. Simultaneously, the myriad tiny butterflies around her sought their resting places, merging into her essence. Once this was accomplished, Lianxi pointed her right hand, her fingertip gently touching Zhu Shanyu's forehead. Upon contact, a surge of crimson energy swirled within Lianxi's body, rapidly coursing towards her right arm and through her fingertips into Zhu Shanyu. The red energy that entered Zhu Shanyu's body seemed reluctant to remain, surging forth wildly and forming a halo of red energy around her. However, upon closer inspection, these red streams were slowly assimilating into Zhu Shanyu, merely overwhelming her body at that moment, which resulted in the current spectacle. After a little over an hour, all the red energy had fully merged into Zhu Shanyu's being. It is done. Lianxi's voice, now aged and weary, reached out, startling Jiao Zhen. The owner of that voice was evidently nearing the end of her journey. The tender body lay gently upon the ground, supported by 9 pillars. Meanwhile, Lei Yan cradled Zhu Shanyu's form, and as he held her, a surge of emotion coursed through him. Under the weight of his intense concern, he found himself attuned to the condition of Zhu Shanyu's body. At that moment, her being was permeated by a powerful yet gentle energy, gradually merging with her essence. Within her, frail blood butterflies slowly absorbed the crimson mist, steadily returning to their original state. She remained exceedingly weak. It was imperative to take her away. Farewell. Lei Yan carefully draped her garments over her as he prepared to depart. Upon returning to Zhu Shanyu's dwelling, he laid her upon her bed and kept vigil over her. A fierce wind erupted from the cave, swirling chaotically. Jiao Zhen, leaning on a staff, emerged from the icy cavern, traces of tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Compassionate elder, she has departed, I shall bury her with the wind, allowing her spirit to drift away. Wind burial. Lei Yan paused momentarily, letting out a soft sigh. Yet, impatience soon overtook him as he inquired, Elder, has the girl still not awakened? Jiao Zhen hesitated for a moment before continuing her stride, responding, Indeed, bring her here. I have prepared some medicinal liquid for her to soak in, which will aid in her recovery. Understood. He swiftly carried Zhu Shanyu, following closely behind Zhou Jin as they entered an ancient stone cave guarded by dozens of sentinels. Though the living supplies were scarce, everything necessary was present, exuding an aura of antiquity. Seemingly the abode of Zhou General, the surroundings were tranquil, yet aside from the visible guards, there were others lurking in the shadows. In a newly fashioned wooden barrel, a viscous green liquid simmered, emanating a faint fragrance. Place her within this medicinal solution, Zhou Jin instructed. Lei Yan hurriedly lowered Zhu Shanyu into the barrel, leaving only her head above the surface. Your temperament has changed somewhat. You are far more restless than before. Your emotions laid bare, Zhu Jin remarked, her brow slightly furrowing as she observed Lei Yan. Let us discuss the events of the past 2 years. How did you come to be in this state? Zhou Jin settled down, prompting him to share. On Zhu Shanyu's side, there seemed to be little amiss, so he composed himself and began recounting the occurrences of the last 2 years. Naturally, he concealed certain matters, yet his demeanor did not betray this, nor did Zhou Jin press him further. After a succinct narration, Zhou Jin spoke. Since you have not found a way to depart, do you intend to remain here and take root? Lei Yan was taken aback, unprepared for such a question from Zhou Jin. Momentarily lost in thought. Go ahead, she gestured, indicating the forge and informing him that Wei Er resided there. Following the direction given by Zhou Jin, he arrived at a relatively sunken valley. Surrounded by towering mountains, this place was unlike others, for the vegetation here was scant. The entrance was guarded by a dozen burly men, their bronze-hued skin glistening, muscles bulging like solid rock. Upon witnessing his arrival, the individuals present stepped forward, positioning themselves in front of him, scrutinizing the frail figure before them. One among them, a faint smile gracing his lips, remarked, "Youngster, what brings you here?" "It is hardly the time for weapons. I seek Lord Wei Er," Lei Yan replied, offering a slight fist salute, his demeanor poised and neither submissive nor arrogant as they discerned his features more clearly. The group was taken aback by the traces of blood adorning his face. "Wait," one of them exclaimed, regaining composure and nodding slightly, his countenance now tinged with an unsettling fear, a stark contrast to their earlier teasing demeanor. "How did you come to look like this?" Wei Er questioned, astonished by the transformation that had befallen him. "It is of no consequence that I require access to the forge. My weapon is in disrepair," Lei Yan stated, raising the broken blade in his hand, accompanied by the battered shield slung over his shoulder, shrugging nonchalantly. "Are you handling it yourself?" Wei Er inquired, casting a scrutinizing glance over him as he led him inside. Upon entering, the sound of clanging metal resonated through the air, accompanied by a wave of heat that enveloped them. The forge was notably warmer, now vacant, as the previous blacksmith had grown too old for the craft and retired to a life of leisure. "This is fortuitous. You may utilize it. There are still some supplies within. Take a look and see what you might require." Wei Er guided Lei Yan into a forge embedded within the adjacent mountain peak. The forge was well equipped, with various tools and metals piled nearby. "This is sufficient. It will serve my needs well," Lei Yan remarked with a nod of satisfaction. "Ready to commence work. Excellent. Hurry and repair your weapon. I await the opportunity to engage in battle with you," Wei Er declared, his eyes alight with fervor as he patted Lei Yan's shoulder. With the stone doors sealing shut behind him, Wei Er departed, leaving behind the flickering oil lamps illuminating the surroundings. Lei Yan stood at the forge, testing the weapons in his grasp, finding them to his liking. With a swift motion of his left hand, flames erupted, intensifying the heat, causing the nearby metals to show signs of melting. Even the sturdy forging hammer and other tools began to exhibit similar traces of liquefaction. That a frown creased his brow. At this rate, these tools would be inadequate to support his weapon crafting endeavors. He had not come solely to mend his blade and shield. Resolutely, he unsheathed the black gourd from his waist, and with a focused thought, a cascade of varied-sized bronze-colored metal fragments spilled forth. These remnants had been absorbed by the orb from the metallic beasts he had slain in the Tsangyun realm. While their individual quantities were modest, their overall number proved advantageous. With a gesture of his left hand, blood flames swiftly enveloped the metals, melting them expeditiously. He then wielded the forging hammer, shaping the molten metal into a suitable forge. In addition to this, he crafted a complete set of forging tools for himself. All these implements were forged from the remains of the metallic beasts, remarkably sturdy. Without the blood flames, heating them would have been an arduous task. Upon completing these tasks, he proceeded to repair his original broken blade and shield, restoring them to their former glory. After meticulously repairing his weapon, he produced a vibrant red stone, which, at that moment, appeared no different from an ordinary rock. Devoid of any peculiarities, the blood flame had been heated for an extended period before he began to hammer it. This crimson stone was remarkably hard. He relentlessly struck it, losing track of time, until he finally forged it into a blade measuring 3 feet and 7 inches in length. Although it fell slightly short of his original aspirations, it was still quite impressive. The moment the blade was completed, it trembled ever so slightly. Almost as if it were alive, he blinked his blood-red eyes, questioning whether he had misperceived it. His head felt unusually heavy, as if it were unbalanced. Shaking his head, he gazed at the long knife in his hand, pulsating with a searing heat, and a faint smile crept upon his lips. With blood upon its blade, he named it Blood Blade. This weapon, crafted by Lei Yan himself, would henceforth be known as Blood Blade. At this moment, his eyes glowed crimson, and the blood streaks on his body were strikingly conspicuous, glimmering subtly in the firelight. A warm sensation emanated from the hilt, filling him with a sense of comfort, as the flow of blood within him quickened significantly, radiating an intense murderous intent. It would surely incite panic if wielded in the open. Yet, he felt that something was still amiss with the sword. Frowning slightly, a sudden realization ignited within him, causing his eyes to brighten. Although the blade had just been forged, it was yet to taste blood. It could not be deemed complete until it absorbed the essence of life, transforming it into a true treasure of a sword. With renewed clarity, he opened his eyes wide, and with a swift motion of his right hand, he tossed the blade into the air. The black gourd emitted a sharp sound as it opened, releasing a powerful suction that drew the blood blade into its depths. The blade, suspended in midair, struggled momentarily, but ultimately succumbed to the gourd's pull. After securing the blood blade within the gourd, he also collected his forging platform and tools. Holding on to his original sword, he stepped out of the forge, having lost track of the time he had spent within its confines. As the stone door swung open, long-forgotten sunlight bathed him in warmth. The guard stationed outside the door saw him emerge. One stepped away while the other inquired if he required a moment to rest. My lord, Lord Wuyan has arranged a resting place for you. Please follow me. The remaining guard was robust, radiating an aura of power. However, upon seeing the crimson streaks on his body, which appeared to writhe like serpents, he involuntarily shuddered and quickly bowed his head. Lei Yan nodded in acknowledgement, but just then, he heard Wuyan's voice calling from a distance. Turning to look, he exclaimed, after nearly a month in here, I'm finally out. I've been waiting for you to engage in battle with me. Though Wuyan had not yet arrived, his voice was already filled with energy. Upon hearing these words brimming with combat fervor, Lei Yan's feet, which were set to depart, halted abruptly. A slight smile tugged at his lips, distorting the blood streaks on his face, rendering him even more otherworldly. Very well, I shall battle you. His voice rang out powerfully, reaching Wuyan's ears and capturing the attention of many nearby. The mention of combat ignited excitement among the onlookers. War has always been a defining characteristic of this fierce and untamed forest, not to mention the valiant warriors, robust and powerful, who far surpassed the average person in strength. Suddenly, a resounding shout accompanied by a towering figure descended, shaking the entire valley with a thunderous echo. Captain Wei of the 2nd Squad, who has offended him to provoke such immense battle intent? It seems someone must have issued a challenge, doesn't it? Come, let us see. It has been a while since Captain Wei has engaged in combat. A chorus of curious and questioning voices arose as scattered individuals hurriedly gathered. Upon witnessing Lei Yan's current state, Wuyan was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow and remarked, "You should perhaps rest for a while." No need. Lei Yan replied with a grin, glancing around before asking, "Where shall we fight?" Wuyan squinted as he appraised him. Although the blood on Lei Yan's body was vivid and lively, his eyes retained their clarity and brilliance. Sensing the battle spirit emanating from him, Wuyan felt a surge of pride, breaking into a grin as he said, "Follow me." With that, Wuyan swiftly made his way out of the valley. Recognizing Wuyan's intent to spar, Lei Yan hurriedly followed suit. Wuyan moved with remarkable speed, a great sword strapped to his back, gripping the hilt but not drawing it. Once Lei Yan caught up, Wuyan flashed him a smile and instructed, "Let us move a bit farther away." Lei Yan nodded, somewhat puzzled but refraining from voicing his thoughts. Those trailing behind were primarily 5th to 7th tier warriors, considerably weaker than the two. Soon, as the distance widened, they were left behind. Nevertheless, Wei did not slow down. Instead, he quickened his pace, leading Lei Yan for over 2 hours until they arrived at a desolate sandy terrain, where the gusts of wind swept through, stirring up clouds of dust, with scant vegetation in sight. Suddenly halting, Wei unsheathed his great sword with a metallic clang. There are no outsiders here. We can engage in a proper battle. Few are aware of the gathering energy technique. Here, we need not fear being discovered, he proclaimed loudly. That's fine, Lei Yan replied, drawing his own long knife and shield, charging forward. After a moment of curious appraisal of Lei Yan's long knife, Wei, pleased with his eagerness, laughed heartily and met him head-on. The clash resonated with a sharp sound, sending sand flying around them as both were propelled backward. Lei Yan felt a tingling in his right arm. Startled internally to this moment, he possessed over 8,000 Jun of strength, nearly reaching the level of a 9th-tier warrior. However, compared to Wei, he still fell short. Wei's strength was at least double his own. While Lei Yan stumbled back over 30 steps, Wei merely took 3 steps back. Gritting his teeth, Lei Yan, despite the tingling in his arm, felt his blood circulate even more rapidly and charged at Wei once more. This time, as Wei swung his great sword, Lei Yan met it with a shield. At the moment of contact, the shield tilted slightly, dissipating much of Wei's force, allowing Lei Yan to pivot and maneuver around Wei's side. Wei, quick to react, evaded the strike and countered with a swift blow. The sound of collisions reverberated continuously, though Lei Yan had utilized the discharge technique to diminish Wei's offensive power by a significant margin. The battle remained fiercely contested. After more than an hour, both combatants were sent flying apart following another clash. Coughing and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lei Yan's eyes blazed with fervent determination, his body adorned with bloodstains that seemed poised to drip. Once more, Wei laughed heartily, shouting as energy surged wildly around him. After such a prolonged struggle, he was finally prepared to employ the energy-gathering technique. Lei Yan remained silent, his eyes bloodshot, emanating an intense heat that warped the surrounding space. Under Wei's command, energy surged uncontrollably, seemingly reaching the prowess of an 8th-level warrior. In the brief span of 2 years. Having just grasped the energy-gathering technique, he was now capable of wielding the power of an 8th-level fighter. Wei could certainly be deemed a genius. Moreover, his inherent physique had already possessed the strength of a 9th-level beast. The energy manipulated by Wei rapidly coalesced into a massive sword exceeding 3 yards in length. Despite its size, the dispersed energy indicated insufficient control. Nevertheless, this energy, sword's offensive capability, was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Witnessing this spectacle, Lei Yan grinned wickedly, a murderous intent suddenly igniting in his eyes that he charged forward with lightning speed, striking the energy sword with a swift slash. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as Wei's energy sword shattered. Causing his complexion to flush crimson, he stumbled back several paces, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His body subsequently repelled by the chaotic energy that a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. He had not anticipated Lei Yan's audacity. "Huh!" Wei bellowed as he erupted from the crater, casually wiping the blood from his mouth. Noticing the murderous intent in Lei Yan's gaze, he snorted coldly, brandishing the great sword and charging forward without uttering another word. Launching his attack directly. As Wei barreled towards him with reckless abandon, a hint of struggle appeared in Lei Yan's eyes. However, the surging blood within him drove him into a frenzy, reaching an apex of power. In that moment, he resembled a wild beast, his body infused with untamed strength. Meeting Wei's onslaught head-on, he made no attempt to evade, delivering a decisive strike. When blade met sword, unexpectedly, both combatants were sent hurtling backward. They crashed into the ground, creating a substantial crater, only to surge upward again, colliding mid-air. A resounding roar echoed as the earth trembled, sending shockwaves that loosened the soil around them. Some weaker creatures nearby were directly obliterated by the force. With each swing of his sword, Wei unleashed torrents of energy, forming waves of sword chi. Meanwhile, Lei Yan wielded his blade without restraint, each slash infused with his comprehension of the wind control technique. The blade's wind transformed into cutting edges, colliding with Wei's sword chi and shredding it apart. As the shattered sword chi twisted, the cutting edge veered towards Wei. Witnessing this, Wei's pupils constricted in shock. The wind control technique, only 2 individuals from the entire Blackstone tribe had mastered it. Jiao Jin and Jiao Yi. One is the current clan leader, while the other is undoubtedly the next in line. Presently, the wind control technique is under the control of an outsider. Could this lead to unforeseen developments? With this thought, Wei Er's expression darkened entirely, his anger dissipating, and his eyes regained their composure. As he gazed at Lei Yan, who was frantically attempting to slay him. A flicker of murderous intent glimmered in his eyes. With a swift motion, he shattered the waves of energy, and the moment the intent to kill surfaced in his gaze, it became clear that anyone posing a threat to the Blackstone faction would be considered his enemy. As guardians of the Blackstone faction, they bore a grave responsibility to eliminate any threats to their people. Kill. With a low growl, Wei Er's aura transformed dramatically. He no longer held back and charged directly at Lei Yan. Once in close proximity, the half-baked wind control technique wielded by Lei Yan would become ineffective. Wei Er showed no mercy, pouring all his strength into each strike, resulting in a slight deficiency in his defense. His eyes, though wounded and fatigued, gradually returned to clarity. Lei Yan, regaining his composure, observed Wei Er, whose intent to kill was palpable, clearly aiming to take his life. That he recalled his previous actions with some clarity. That it was only natural for Wei Er to harbor resentment against him, yet he never anticipated it would escalate to such a lethal degree. Confusion welled within him. Given Wei Er's character, such ferocity seemed unwarranted, but at this moment, he had no recourse but to withstand Wei Er's onslaught. Wei Er's attacks were relentless and overwhelming, akin to a mountain pressing down, making it difficult to breathe. Employing the unloading technique, Lei Yan struggled to parry the blows, his heart heavy with bitterness. In this dire circumstance, there was no room left for explanation. Strangely, while he should have succumbed to madness, he had regained his lucidity, only to find Wei Er madly intent on his destruction. With a resounding shout, Wei Er raised his great sword and brought it down with all his might towards Lei Yan. Bloodied, Lei Yan looked up at Wei Er suspended in midair, his eyes betraying a hint of murderous intent. Unlike his previous frenzy, he was now exceedingly calm. Stop. Just then, a voice rang out from afar. Wei Er, momentarily taken aback, found it hard to believe. From the distant sky, a figure soared with remarkable speed, followed closely by a massive white wolf over 3 yards in length. They rode the winds with astonishing swiftness, the breeze around them curling up like a docile kitten, snuggling against their forms. It was indeed Jiao Jin and the strongest of the White Wolf deity clan. The gentle winds surrounding Jiao Jin and the White Wolf deity formed a barrier before Wei Er, halting his descending strike. It was evident that the wall had sustained some dents, yet it remained unbroken. Observing this, Lei Yan released his tightly clenched left hand, spitting out a mouthful of blood and gulping down the remnants of the medicinal liquid from his gourd. Clan leader, upon seeing Jiao Jin, Wei Er lowered his head like a child caught misbehaving, too afraid to speak. Are you all right, child? Disregarding Wei Er, Jiao Jin gazed at the injured Lei Yan and let out a faint sigh. Clan chief, he possesses the wind control technique, Wei Er softly reminded, his concerns rooted in the potential threat Lei Yan's mastery of the technique posed to Jiao Ye's future position as clan chief. Such a threat could even extend to Jiao Jin's current role as clan chief. Though the likelihood seemed slim, caution was paramount. Despite his fondness for Lei Yan as a friend, loyalty to the Blackstone clan, which had nurtured him, prevailed. He had arrived from Gufang Island, escorted by the Black Tiger King. Jiao Jin remained silent, but the White Wolf god spoke up. These words. Wei Er's expression shifted. He was well aware of Gufang Island's esteemed status, far exceeding that of their Blackstone clan. Moreover, it was said that the wind control technique was linked to the ancient deity of Gufang. Although the guardians of the Blackstone clan and the Earthboar clan were revered as the White Wolf god and the Wild Boar god, the only one truly deserving of the title of deity was that of Gufang. Senior, Lei Yan nodded at Jiao Jin, and upon hearing Wei Er mention the wind control technique, he grasped the reason behind Wei Er's lethal intentions toward him. The murderous intent was palpable. The following day, Lei Yan sat cross-legged within a stone cave, his blood vessels pulsing and trembling as if alive. Yet still, it was ineffective. The tumultuous energy incessantly disturbed his mind, threatening to erupt at any moment. When that time came, he would be driven to madness, losing control of his actions. Opening his eyes, he glanced at Jiao Jin and forced a bitter smile. Senior, I seek a place of ice and cold to calm my mind, and see if I can merge with this raging energy. A place of ice and cold. The area was blanketed in snow and exuded an intense chill. Particularly at its peak, there lay a small icy pond, whose frigid temperatures could shatter even the hardest metals. If you desire a place of ice and cold, that is the optimal choice. Very well. Lei Yan's eyes brightened slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he added, I shall visit that girl in the wooden tub. Zhu Xianyu lay quietly within the medicinal liquid. Faintly, red butterflies flitted about her, their wings fluttering gently. A hint of helplessness flickered in her eyes as Lei Yan sighed and said, Senior, how do I reach the extreme north? I will go alone. Through starry nights and dawns, he journeyed ceaselessly, following Zhou Jin's provided route. Lei Yan hastened his pace and finally arrived at the extreme north after 7 days. Before him loomed a towering mountain, its height piercing the clouds, its expanse unfathomable. Looking up, he perceived that much of the peak was shrouded in mist. This is the place. He gritted his teeth, feeling an unmistakable chill enveloping the surroundings. Running swiftly, his blood circulated rapidly, and he sensed a surge of madness threatening to consume him. A deep breath of the cold air invigorated him, sharpening his mind. Ascending over 1,000 zhang, he found himself surrounded by a blanket of ice and snow. The biting cold caused the blood vessels on his exterior to dim, their flow seemingly stifled. Yet, in this place, he still could not suppress the boiling tempest within his veins. That he continued his ascent, the biting cold wind howling by his ears, while all around him, he stood utterly alone. A bitter smile crossed his lips, his heart heavy with sorrow, as he pondered whether he was destined to be forever solitary in his endeavors. Quickening his pace, he aimed to reach the summit sooner. The higher he climbed, the colder it became, the howling wind growing ever more fierce. The snow had accumulated to depths of several yards, and he traversed its surface, leaving not a single trace behind. His hands and feet grew frigid, the circulation of his blood sluggish. 2 days later, atop the mountain, a figure clad in black and white emerged against the stark whiteness of the surroundings. His presence akin to a drop of ink upon a blank sheet of paper. At last, he had arrived. Lei Yan exhaled, the mist immediately crystallizing into frost. The temperature here had plummeted to the point where breath turned to ice. The mountaintop spanned over 1,000 yards, with the snow-covered summit surprisingly flat, devoid of undulations. At the center, a pool of water, spanning about 100 yards, appeared, emitting white vapor. Though at a distance, the surrounding cold had sunk to a level he could scarcely endure. Even his body trembled in this frigid environment, his limbs increasingly unresponsive, with frost clinging to his brows. With great effort, he took a few steps, but his legs buckled beneath him, plunging him into the snow. He felt as though he were on the brink of asphyxiation. However, at that moment, the surrounding chill extinguished the warmth from his blood, plunging it into a profound stillness. Beneath the snow lay thick sheets of ice. He found himself atop the ice, acutely aware of the cold enveloping him. In this icy realm, all his restless emotions seemed to quiet. 3 days later, the snow erupted violently, and a dark figure burst forth. As his feet met the snowy surface, he exhaled a cloud of frost and glanced at his skin. Although the traces of blood were less vibrant, they remained, not faded. His eyes sparkled with vitality. Devoid of color, yet restoring their original form. At that moment, his mind remained unscathed, his demeanor somewhat dazed, a faint smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Almost there, gazing at the back of his hands. He shook his head slightly, fixing his gaze upon the central pool at the summit. Approaching, he was assailed by the cold, his body quivering slightly. Braving the chill, he walked along the edge of the pool. The water was crystal clear, yet its depths were invisible. He dared not test the waters, for even standing there, he was frozen to the point of his teeth chattering. His body could not linger in this place. Yet he settled into a cross-legged position, his consciousness delved within, where the strands of blood seemed to slumber. Yet, in this position, the temperature fell below what these blood strands could withstand. These strands represented the blood flame within him. Now beyond he remained able to connect with the blood flame. Seizing this opportunity to manipulate it. One by one, the strands of blood were absorbed, and his body, which had been on the verge of freezing, gradually regained vitality with the warmth that the blood flame provided. Time passed, though its measure was indeterminate. Upon the absorption of the final trace of blood within him, he suddenly opened his eyes. His obsidian pupils, devoid of any trace of blood, were restored to their original state. Shaking off the snow that clung to him, he smiled faintly, observing his arm, where his sun-kissed skin bore no remnants of blood. As he moved his body, the bones emitted a series of cracking sounds that a fierce gust of wind swept in, swirling the snowflakes atop the mountain in a chaotic dance. The wind was both powerful and frigid, akin to a myriad of sharp blades. Wind blades, Lei Yan murmured, his brows furrowing in a peculiar manner. He seemed to sense something, yet it felt just out of reach in that moment. His heart was as tranquil as ice, devoid of any urgency. As he pondered quietly, the snowstorm intensified, yet he remained seated by the pool, like an immovable boulder, impervious to the tumultuous elements that battered his form. After a lengthy interval, the wind gradually subsided until it was entirely still. By the edge of the icy pool, Lei Yan suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of amusement flickering within them. The previously calm wind began to stir once more, gently lifting the scattered snowflakes. Coalescing into a vortex centered around him, as Lei Yan opened his eyes, the winds began to swirl faster and faster. Despite the tempest being significantly weaker than before, it began to take shape. He made no move, yet the wind surged, growing increasingly ferocious under his command. Ultimately, this tempest coalesced into a wall of wind, encasing him within its protective embrace. The violent gusts tore apart the ice that had long lain beneath his feet, shattering it into fragments. These shards, propelled by the wind, sliced through the air like blades, emitting a chilling sound. After a quarter of an hour, a weariness crept across his countenance. He exhaled a long breath. Closing his eyes once more, the surrounding winds lost their control, gradually coming to rest, restoring tranquility. Indeed, he seemed to have reached a moment of clarity, yet the elusive insight remained just beyond his grasp, as if he were merely a breath away from understanding. After a moment of contemplation, unable to arrive at a conclusion, he shook his head and smiled, as if conceding the pursuit that he did not depart. Instead, he chose to remain. From that moment forth, the mountaintop was beset by relentless blizzards. The wind, as if imbued with life, spiraled around him. "We are almost there. Everyone hold on." At the mountainside, a dozen figures clad in black strained against the elements, drawing upon a reservoir of energy to shield themselves from the biting cold as they toiled towards the summit. Their forms were shrouded in darkness, revealing only their eyes and noses. Silence now. "It is best to move quietly," one of the leaders urged once again. Having reiterated this countless times along their journey, yet a sense of unease lingered within him, as if something were amiss. "Understood, young master," came the reply from the others, prompting a slight furrow of concern upon the brow of the one addressed as young master. With a quiet sigh, the individual fell silent, trudging along the path in a sullen manner. The wind in this region was fierce, laced with ice and snow, possessing an unusual ferocity. These travelers were compelled to expend considerable energy, manifesting streams of energy, to fend off the relentless onslaught. Observing their disheveled forms made it evident that they had been journeying for an extended period, utterly exhausted. The depletion of their physical stamina and energy had reached a critical point, with many clutching an array of energy-infused amethyst crystals to replenish their strength. At last, the group laboriously ascended to the mountain summit. Finally arrived, one person exhaled deeply, surveying the surroundings with delight. "Look, that is the cold pool." Indeed, it was frigid enough, as the sect leader had instructed them to collect some water for tempering weapons. One individual shivered involuntarily, yet their tone bore a hint of exhilaration. The ground was blanketed in snow, several feet deep. They concentrated their energy and approached the edge of the cold pool. The leader's eyes gleamed with a flicker of joy, quickly followed by a note of caution. He cautiously scanned the vicinity, sensing no signs of life, which left him puzzled yet relieved. From his breast, he retrieved a small green vial, no larger than a fingertip. The sight of this vial ignited fervent gazes among those around him. Though diminutive, it had the capacity to hold a substantial volume of liquid. Taking a deep breath, the individual reverently bowed towards the cold pool. The onlookers exchanged glances filled with derision, observing the youth before them. Despite their advanced years, they were led by this mere boy, still wet behind the ears. Were it not for his status as the sect leader's disciple, they would not heed his commands. "Young master, do hurry. The wind is picking up," urged one of the slender black-clad figures, his voice tinged with age. "Understood," the young man nodded, as a whistling sound began to echo around them. The wind intensifying, and soon, a tempest would envelop the area. Despite their considerable strength, their energy reserves were waning. Resisting the impending blizzard would be an arduous task. Moreover, the chilling temperature was an overwhelming adversary. As the vial was uncorked, a dark liquid swirled within. The young man summoned his energy, producing a powerful suction that drew the water from the cold pool. The wind howled like a banshee, and the surrounding gales grew frenzied. "Hurry, the storm approaches," the winds roared, sweeping up a flurry of snow. "Someone, A thunderous shout startled everyone present. They followed the direction of the voice, gasping collectively as they unsheathed their swords with a metallic clang. Beside them sat a shadowy figure, cross-legged and still. Previously concealed by the thick snowfall, the howling winds had now swept the snow away, revealing the individual. All had previously sensed that no life resided in this desolate area. After a moment of stillness, the shadowy figure remained seated, motionless. The individuals collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, while the young master of the sect swallowed hard, expressing his gratitude. Fortunately, this person appears to be merely a corpse. Humph, startled for a moment. These people wore expressions of discomfort. Having weathered numerous storms, they now found themselves drenched in cold sweat, frightened by a body whose state of death was uncertain, that a sense of shame lingered in their hearts. Particularly, the one who had voiced the presence of another, his face flushed crimson. After a cold snort, he swung his longsword, unleashing a surge of energy. "Stop," the young master urgently interjected, yet it was too late. The energy, measuring over 3 feet in length, sped forth. The shadowy figure, clad in black, bore a shield on his back and wielded a long knife across his knee. This individual was none other than Lei Yan, who had lingered there for quite some time, utilizing the frigid atmosphere and the occasional gusts of wind to comprehend the art of wind manipulation. With a heart as cold as ice and a body as fluid as water, his heartbeat had ceased at that moment, and the flow of blood had come to a halt. His exterior bore no trace of warmth, yet within his heart, a warm essence coursed through his veins, sustaining his existence. The blood essence melded with his lifeblood, allowing his heart to halt its rhythm. That he stood there like a stone, exuding no warmth, yet resolute against the raging storm. He had awakened upon the arrival of these individuals, but sensing their formidable auras, he chose to remain concealed until they departed. However, the powerful winds swept away the snow that concealed him, revealing his presence. The one who first noticed him harbored intentions to obliterate his corpse, a thought he could no longer endure. In a swift motion, he drew his long knife, effortlessly dispersing the energy without retreating an inch. The pupils of the over 10 figures in black contracted slightly, their hearts secretly astonished. Kill him. The first to react upon witnessing his resurrection was the young master who had absorbed the waters of the cold pool. A glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes as he stowed away the bottle, abandoning his pursuit of the cold pool's waters. In that moment, Lei Yan appeared devoid of blood tendrils, seemingly dull-witted, akin to an innocuous young man. Yet that single strike instilled terror within the hearts of the black-clad figures. The first assailant, after recovering from his shock, bellowed loudly and charged forward with his sword drawn. As Lei Yan stood, a glint of icy resolve flickered in his gaze. He did not retreat. Taking advantage of the blustery snowstorm that impeded their vision and movement, he advanced with utmost speed. With a resounding clang, the assailant's sword clashed against his shield, pushing his body back. The attacker, sensing his strength was inferior, felt a surge of elation, but soon, he perceived the glint of triumph in Lei Yan's eyes, causing a tremor of fear to ripple through him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Lei Yan sidestepped, evading him and striking from behind with his knife. Despite his panic, the attacker, seasoned by encounters with life and death, was unable to retract his right hand in time. Instead, he summoned energy with his left hand, forming a shield that intersected between them. The heavy blade, wielded with all his might, crashed down, shattering the shield and severing the assailant's left arm at the shoulder. With that initial strike, before the others could react, he had claimed a life that amidst the howling winds and relentless snow, the moment these individuals beheld that man, he had already succumbed to the finality of death. One among them let out a thunderous roar, as an immense surge of energy erupted from within, causing his garments to burst apart, revealing a rather emaciated form. This figure appeared to be an elderly man, perhaps in his 60s or 70s, his body marred with numerous grotesque scars of varying sizes. "Be cautious," the young sect master shouted emphatically, propelling himself forward in an instant, unleashing an even greater force that swiftly coalesced into a long sword of considerable length, which he positioned before the elder to intercept the devastating strike from Lei Yan. With a resounding crash, the energy sword detonated upon colliding with Lei Yan's formidable blade, forcibly separating the two adversaries. They both retreated, standing atop a slab of ice. Impressive, the companions trailing behind the young sect master silently marveled, having never realized the extent of his formidable prowess, which vastly exceeded their own. Yet, in this confrontation, Both combatants exhibited power akin to that of ninth-tier warriors as the snowstorm subsided. Both parties could discern their adversaries clearly. Itsu, a figure clad in black, upon recognizing Lei Yan, erupted into a frenzied outburst. Lei Yan, momentarily taken aback, soon broke into a smile and remarked, Wei Xinda. He had not anticipated encountering Wei Xinda in this place. This individual had once sought to forge him into a battle slave for Wei Li. Alas, the outcome had been quite the contrary. Lei Yan's strength had significantly amplified, while Wei Li had met his demise. The island Wei Xinda had been tasked with guarding had also been ravaged by a volcanic eruption triggered by their fierce conflict.